Chapter 729, The Holy Sage Pavilion threw a banquet to welcome Yi Futian and the others ending their training in isolation. Many in the Holy Ji Palace attended the banquet. The Holy Sage Pavilion threw a banquet to welcome Yi Futian and the others ending their training in isolation. Many in the Holy Ji Palace attended the banquet. Why does it look so much like a celebration for a victory? Yi Futian smiled, feeling rather speechless. It was not like they had actually fought a war somewhere else. The bell of the Sage Hall rang often for the past year. To the Holy Ji Palace, the meaning behind this is far greater than winning a war somewhere. Furthermore, you all have grown considerably in the past year. Aren't any of you going to share your training experiences with the students of the Holy Ji Palace? Sage Daozang then added with a smile, you all missed last year's sparring session, after all. All right, have it your way, Uncle Daozang, Yi Futian smiled and said. The group took their seats and Yi Futian went to take the master's seat. Yuan Hong and the other 5 lords sat beside him. The Holy Ji Palace students who attended the banquet felt things were weird. The Holy Ji Palace had never been so relaxed in the past, but ever since Yi Futian took over as Palace Lord, the entire atmosphere of the Holy Ji Palace seemed to have changed somehow, little by little. Palace Lord, how does it feel breaking into Sage Plain? The sword demon asked, smiling. Yi Futian turned his eyes at everyone present and said, the will of a sage reaches out to their surroundings. I feel as if I have developed a deeper comprehension of the heavens and the earth, as well as nature. I have heard that it was needed for sages to have an indomitable will and an open state of mind to be able to encompass everything around them and break into the plane. While none of that seems relevant to training, but if one trains with a closed mind, one's will not be able to reach out. When that happens, it will be impossible for one's will to completely meld with one's surroundings and touch another level of power. One who trains will first be required to train one's mind. I find that expression to be very apartment. The Holy Ji Palace might have many students, but even those who possess exceptional talents often find themselves trapped at the threshold at the pinnacle of the noble plane, incapable of taking any step further. At times, that actually has little to do with one's talents and capacity for comprehension. The key lies within reaching the required state of mind. I hope my explanation helps, Yi Futian said. Many nodded. Everything in the world followed certain patterns, and it was a very curious and mystical thing. Some seemingly unrelated matters were actually connected at very deep levels. Yet, one would not have been able to develop such comprehension unless one reached the level required to do so. The students of the Holy Ji Palace felt increasingly impressed with Yi Futian. The genius who had beaten Bai Luli had broken into the sage plane before he had even turned 30. Furthermore, his actual combat capacity was probably even greater. The scale of things was terrifying with Yi Futian, and he was an extremely rare case in the entire history of the Holy Ji Palace. They were vaguely able to understand why the previous Palace Lord had been willing to give up his life to pass on the seat of Palace Lord to Yi Futian. But then again, it was a given that there were still some who found that decision disagreeable. They either found his plane or his agenda to be an issue. For example, the former number 1 in law rank, Shimen Hanjiang. He was not chosen to be allowed entry to the Sage Hall. He was not nominated by the Holy Sage Pavilion. While he felt the extremely high requirement for entering the Sage Hall to be rather irksome, he blamed most of his failure on him not being good enough. When Yi Futian was chosen over him, he battled with Yi Futian, angered at such a decision. He lost and he had no choice but to admit defeat. However, at the moment, all who were able to enter the Sage Hall were those who shared amicable relations with Yi Futian, yet he was still left out. He was unable to fathom why it had been so. Shimen Hanjiang asked after drinking a cup of wine, I have something that I'm unable to comprehend and I'd like to ask the Palace Lord. Yi Futian heard Shimen Hanjiang's words and turned his eyes to the man. Yi Futian was calm and composed, yet he sighed deeply in his mind as he exchanged looks with the sword demon, Daozang, and the rest. He had considered letting Shimen Hanjiang in before and had discussed the matter with the sword demon, Daozang, and the others, before finally settling on testing Shimen Hanjiang's worthiness. When they went about choosing those to be allowed to train in the Sage Hall, they deemed one's personality and state of mind to be the most important point to be taken into consideration other than talent. The Sage Hall was an important place in the Holy Ji Palace. While the Holy Ji Palace set no limitations on who was allowed to be taught within, the candidates for entering the Sage Hall were naturally people that the Holy Ji Palace wanted to be able to handle crises with an indomitable mind and stance. At the very least, those who were unable to keep their stance were definitely not to be allowed to train inside. If one was the kind of person who would turn so easily, just like those who sided with Jisheng Cliffs after being enticed by Kong Yao, they would turn into something to come back to bite the Holy Ji Palace. "Speak," Yi Futian said calmly. "Palace Lord, you claim that one who trains will first be required to train one's mind. A sage is one needed to have a bearing capable of encompassing all, yet what I find is that all who are allowed to train in the Sage Hall are your friends, Palace Lord," Shimen Hanjiang said. The banquet turned quiet the very second he finished. There was a handful who shared the same sentiment as Shimen Hanjiang, and they all turned to look at Yi Futian. There were many students in the Holy Ji Palace whose talents had been verified, but not their temperament. "If any of my words sound offensive, I hope you will not take it to heart," Palace Lord, Shimen Hanjiang added. Zhuge Xing had served as an example before, but Shimen Hanjiang did not care. He had reached a stop in his training, but even if he ended up being expelled from the Holy Ji Palace, he would simply return to his clan to train, which was why he dared ask in the first place. "That's entirely fine." Yi Futian shook his head and said, "Many who entered the Sage Hall are your juniors, yet their plane is not weaker than yours. If you have any questions about capabilities, feel free to test yourself against any one of them. If you manage to emerge victorious, I will give you permission to enter the Sage Hall right away." Many who heard Yi Futian's words froze. Shimen Hanjiang was allowed to pick any one of Themel. While Shimen Hanjiang had often been considered to be the worst number one on the law rank in the recent generations, he was still a former number one on the law rank. "Am I just going to be looked down on like this?" Shimen Hanjiang's expression turned rather ugly. While he was still unable to break through the pinnacle of the noble plane and was currently stuck, he had developed increasingly matured rules. "So I'm still getting humiliated like this, eh? If you say so, Palace Lord, then I see no reason to refuse." Shimen Hanjiang got up and said, "I train in the art of the sword. I shall challenge Yi Wuchen, a student of the Sword Palace." Shimen Hanjiang naturally would not have picked Yi Futian or Yu Sheng, and it would have looked rather bad for him to pick one of the girls. Shu Qiu was a successor of Shu Shong and he had no certainty of being able to defeat him. As such, challenging Yi Wuchen seemed to be a guaranteed bet. "You may." Yi Futian nodded as he took a look at Shimen Hanjiang. The sword demon and the others who were sitting beside him looked rather disappointed. The truth was, it was the sword demon who denied Shimen Hanjiang's entry into the Sage Hall. He wanted to test the young man since Shimen Hanjiang had already shown his dissatisfaction when Yi Futian was granted permission into the Sage Hall back then and challenged Yi Futian. As such, the sword demon decided to observe Shimen Hanjiang further. If the young man was able to endure such denials, they would have decided to nurture him further. However, it was obvious that Shimen Hanjiang turned out to be a letdown, so much so that he even went on to challenge the one who kept the lowest profile among the group, Yi Wuchen. It was apparent that he had avoided the stronger ones and picked on the one he deemed the weakest to challenge. It spoke volumes of his lack of bearing, and many deemed it normal that he was unable to progress further with his training. At the moment, Shimen Hanjiang had no idea that his outspokenness at such a place and time had cost him future opportunities. Yi Wuchen emerged from the corner where the students of the Sword Palace were. He flashed and took to the air. Shimen Hanjiang flashed and leaped into the air as well. Both were clad in overbearing sword aura, spreading throughout their surroundings. Power of rules of ice burst in an instant and crisp cracking noises were heard as the space where Yi Wuchen was became encased in ice. The icy powers went on to cover his entire body. A stream of powerful sword aura burst on Yi Wuchen, and noises of the ice shattering were heard. Shimen Hanjiang flashed and turned into afterimages as he went for Yi Wuchen. Terrifying sword will rules covered the blade in his hand, tearing at the space before him, as if he was to tear space itself apart. Shimen Hanjiang had come to develop comprehension of powers enabling his sword to cut rules, bringing frightening damage potential to bear. All defenses were rendered null before the rules of his sword, cut and shattered easily. Yi Wuchen remained standing where he was. His eyes turned incredibly terrifying in an instant, as if they turned into a pair of swords. Shimon Hanjiang was stopped dead in his tracks all of a sudden. His eyes seemed to have been pulled away by something. Illusions filled his mind and he found himself inside a cage made of swords, surrounded by terrifying sword will. Yi Wuchen's figure looked increasingly huge in Shimon Hanjiang's eyes. A sword lashed out at Shimon Hanjiang, going straight for the middle of his brow. Shimon Hanjiang's expression turned ice-cold. Powers of rules of ice burst, encasing Yi Wuchen's body, while he went at Yi Wuchen with his sword at breakneck speed. Many looked on at that moment with peculiar expressions. The ones watching below saw Yi Wuchen lash out at Shimon Hanjiang with an illusory shadow. He himself remained standing where he was. He only moved when Shimon Hanjiang's sword came right before him. A thrust shining with a blinding light appeared. Shimon Hanjiang was jarred awake in an instant, but it was too late for him to do anything to resist. Terrifying sword aura gushed at him and the tip of his opponent's sword appeared right before his throat. Shimon Hanjiang's face looked completely ashen at that very instant and he looked incredibly awkward. Elusive sword rules, I take it. The sword demon's eyes were fixed on Yi Wuchen. The elusive sword rules were a very rare type of power of rules, something activated and used by working spiritual type powers. The rules enabled elusive swords that looked no different from the real thing to manifest. Yi Wuchen sheathed his sword and dropped to the ground. Shimon Hanjiang was too ashamed to remain in the air. He returned to his seat without lifting his head to look at Yi Futian. He was the former number 1 on the law rank, yet despite him being allowed to pick an opponent of his choosing, he was still unable to end up on top. Many students of the Holy Ji Palace were exasperated at the scene. No one had any reason to doubt Yi Futian anymore. Yi Futian took a look at Shimon Hanjiang calmly and said nothing. While Shimon Hanjiang had a problematic temperament, he was not as bad as Zhuge Xing. If he were to realize that himself and rectified on his own, he would have been a true proud son of the heavens. As such, Yi Futian did not pound on Shimon Hanjiang any further. The candidates allowed to enter the Sage Hall this time were closely scrutinized and chosen by the lords themselves, instead of them simply being good friends of mine. If there are any other students of the Holy Ji Palace who feel slighted by the selection, feel free to dispute the choice with the lords of your respective places of training. I will not hold such disputes against anyone. Yi Futian then added, however, I hope the students of the Holy Ji Palace will not limit their visions to just the Sage Hall. What do you mean by that, Palace Lord? Someone looked at Yi Futian and asked. The time period for training in the Sage Hall is 1 year. The first batch who was permitted to train within the Sage Hall has emerged. I will not limit these people to move just within the Holy Ji Palace. By that, I mean I'll take them on pilgrimages throughout the other states to experience firsthand what the geniuses of other states are capable of. Yi Futian turned to everyone present and continued, there are events held throughout all 9 states, and the states interact with each other often. The barren state is the only one isolated due to us having no saints. But the barren state can no longer afford to be how it has always been. We cannot limit ourselves within the barren state simply because the other states do not see us as one of them. In the past, only top-notch, supreme geniuses from the Holy Ji Palace will have ventured outside. In the future, I wish to see all students of the Holy Ji Palace venturing to faraway lands. Chapter 730. Everyone left after the banquet, but they still felt a tremor deep within their minds. Everyone left after the banquet, but they still felt a tremor deep within their minds. While Yi Futian had taken over as the palace lord, he was still young and many students of the Holy Ji Palace thought him to be ill-suited for the role. But from the looks of things at the moment, it seemed that Yi Futian was already prepared for his role. He seemed to even have plans to build barren state of the future. There were only the lords and Yi Futian left in the Holy Sage Pavilion. Ever since I've taken over as Palace Lord, all who assisted have been my elders and my friends, so it's not surprising that Shimon Hanjiang had such thoughts. But now, I'm afraid there are quite a number of others who share his opinion. Yi Futian smiled bitterly as he shook his head. Speaking of which, it seems that there are indeed forces who try to make the Holy Ji Palace their own out there. We didn't go all the way to Book Mountain to call you out and offer our support to make you the palace lord for nothing. We know what is going on. If we were to split the place into factions, that would be a very wrong move. We just do what we must and make sure our conscience is clear." The sword demon said, "Now, the days where the Holy Ji Palace can just focus on teaching the students and nothing else are definitely long over. With goals and objectives come agendas. No one is exempt from that rule, be it you, me, or the others." Sage Dozhan, Daozang, and Wanxiang all nodded in agreement. Now that the Holy Ji Palace had a clear goal to make the place great again, to foster saints and to compete with other institutions of the orthodoxy, as well as having an enemy in the form of Jisheng Cliffs and others who were scheming to take the sacred grounds of Barren State apart, it was no longer sufficient to take only talent into consideration when fostering their candidates. Said candidates' stances, personalities, and temperaments needed to be taken into consideration as well. "What about the matter I brought up before?" Yi Futian asked. Sage Daozang took out several drawings and laid them out slowly, handing them over to Yi Futian. He said, "The divine path forces of all 9 states, as well as the people ranked on the sage and saint rankings, are all accounted for here." Yi Futian nodded, took the drawings over and scanned them for a bit. The Barren State was the only one out of the 9 states with no saints. All saints from the other 8 states were ranked on the sage and saint ranking. There were 72 saints and 81 sages listed in this ranking. The 72 saints on the ranking were all the saint plane figures known in all 9 states. There was, of course, the possibility of others who did not make themselves known and were not ranked. Such cases were also few and far between. That meant that there were fewer than 80 saints to be found all over the vast, seemingly boundless 9 states. As for the 81 sages on the ranking, the ones listed were the 81 who were most powerful, with actual capabilities being considered instead of talents and potentials. Furthermore, out of the 9 states, Jisheng Cliffs was the only place with lineages of the saints in all of Yu State. As for the other states, there was more than one place like Jisheng Cliffs in their respective territory. Where did Emperor Xia live? Yi Futian asked out of curiosity all of a sudden. The lords were dumbfounded as they looked at Yi Futian. It was apparent that none of them had expected for him to ask about Emperor Xia. The sword demon shook his head with a smile and said, "You'll find out in the future. If the divine paths were something tangible, then Emperor Xia was the true figure of legends, a figure of Renhuang Plain, far above all in all of the 9 states." Yi Futian wore a peculiar expression, but he did not pursue the matter further. He put the drawings away and asked, "Are the preparations of that thing I talked about before done?" "The preparations are underway. The Holy Ji Palace has dispatched mighty ones to gather intel about the other 8 states, but the information is limited to the 2 states right beside the Barren State, Yu State and the Eastern State," Sage Daozang said. Yi Futian nodded and replied, "I'll await further news then." Everyone nodded and excused themselves. The students of the Holy Ji Palace were about to venture outside the Barren State. That had been the plan that Yi Futian had set right after he took over as Palace Lord. There was no way of growing more powerful and doing so quickly without venturing outside of one's familiar territory. If one simply shut themselves off and trained only within the Holy Ji Palace, disconnected from the outside world, there would have been no pressure or motivation to move forward. The lords came to the Holy Sage Pavilion after several months and brought news worthy of attention. The 9-state forum this year is to be held in the Eastern State, Sage Daozang said. 9-state forum? Yi Futian looked puzzled. We at the Holy Ji Palace hold sparring sessions every year and battles once in 3 years to recruit students. The 9 states interacted with each other often, and with the exception of Barren State being left out, the other 8 often held events. The 9-state forum is one tradition that has been maintained for years. The battles are fought between top-notch geniuses beneath the sage plane and serve to gauge the powers of each other. The event is held once every 3 years and the hosting right is rotated between sacred ground forces in the states involved. The host for this year is the Eastern State. Sage Daozang said, but they wouldn't inform the Barren State about it. Yi Futian nodded. He naturally understood that the Barren State was so marginalized that they deemed the Barren State unworthy of even participating in the event. It was really awkward indeed. The Battle of the Saints is the battle between sages at their pinnacle, so this 9-state forum is one fought between younger nobles at their pinnacle then? Futian smiled and asked. Other than that, there is a saint in the eastern state called the chess saint, known to be the #1 chess player in all of the 9 states. He is the undisputed champion in the art of chess. At the same time, he is versed in the art of matrices. He also possesses an incredibly rare life spirit, the chess spirit. Sage Daozang continued, now, the chess saint Villa has news that the chess saint is nearing his end and has invited geniuses from all corners of the world to gather there. It is said that he has carved his art of chess into his chessboard to be bestowed to an exceptional heir serving as his successor. A saint plain mighty one nearing his end? What has he been through? Futian asked with puzzled looks. That is unknown. Sage Daozang shook his head. A chessboard of the saints is a sacred relic. At the very least, it has powers at the level of a holy item, Futian said. There was no doubt that the chessboard crafted and used by the chess saint was a sacred relic, but it was unknown if it truly had powers matching its supposed level. However, it would have definitely made one a superb being by getting their hands on that chessboard. But then again, he was not versed in the art of chess. We don't know for sure, but many people from top forces all over the eastern state all began to head for the chess saint Villa. A sacred relic, whatever that may be, proves tempting enough after all. Sage Daozang said, furthermore, the offer of an item embodying a saint's way of training is tempting in itself, even if said way of training is an extremely rare one. So the chess saint has no students? Futian asked curiously. Why wouldn't a saint simply pass down his sacred relic to his student? He does. The chess saint has 9 students and all of them possess superb talents. They are also incredibly famous. Sage Daozang said, but according to some news, none of the 9 students studying under the chess saint has a chess spirit. It is a very rare life spirit, after all. As such, the chess saint probably has other plans and wants someone else to inherit his mantle and art at chess. Futian nodded and said, well then, the eastern state shall be our first stop in our journey to all 9 states. He had the lords look into matters regarding the other 8 states a year ago before he entered the sage hall to train, making preparations to leave the barren state on a pilgrimage throughout all 9 states. Having broken into Sage Plain without much trouble himself, everyone around him was able to progress considerably, and the barren state being largely at peace at the moment, he deemed it to be time to venture outside. Since there is something going in the eastern state, then that shall be our first destination in our pilgrimage journey. Noted, we'll get things ready, Sage Daozang said. Futian was now the palace lord of the entire Holy Ji Palace, and it was only natural that he had mighty ones serving as his escorts. Futian and his party departed the very next day in a rather unceremonious manner, but he had people from the Holy Ji Palace seeing them off. It was especially so in the Holy Sage Pavilion, where Sage Dojan, the Sword Demon, Sage Daozang, and many other mighty ones sent Futian and his party off. Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace and a sage, was bringing a group of nobles with him on his journey through the 9 states. There was no telling what was waiting for him out there. There are 9 years still. The journey will be a long one. Who knows what they will run into? Sage Daozang said. We shall let time take its natural course. The only thing we can do now is to wait for the condor to rise with the wind, and a sword capable of shaking the 9 states to emerge. The sword demon cast his gaze at the air and saw Futian and his party off. Futian was the student with the most dazzling talent in the history of the Holy Ji Palace, as well as the youngest palace lord who began his career at the lowest plane level. No one knew what the future held, but they were certain that so long as he remained alive, it was only a matter of time before he went to shake up all of the 9 states. He has Wan Xiang, the sword saint, and Yuan Hong going on the journey with him. There is no need for us to worry, Sage Dojan said. With such a grand entourage of mighty ones by his side, no one would have been able to easily touch Futian, unless the one they got on the bad side of was a saint. But then again, Futian and his party were not dumb people, and they would not try to offend any saint plane figures. Furthermore, even if unexpected events were to occur, His status as the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace would make saints think twice in order to avoid getting on the bad side of Emperor Xia. The eastern state was south of the Barren State, and they needed to tread through the southernmost regions to enter the eastern state from the Barren State. The region was where the Ice Temple was. As the sacred ground located right beside Eastern State's border, the ones from the Ice Temple would make contact with the Eastern State every now and then. Yi Futian visited the Ice Temple for a bit while on his way into the Eastern State, showing his gratitude to the Lord of the Ice Temple in person. Yun Shuaisheng also happened to be home to check on things. Yujing City, Eastern State, a month later. The city was incredibly famous in the Eastern State. It was so famous because a saint had emerged from the city, and this saint was none other than the chess saint. There were 72 known saints throughout all of the 9 states, and any one of them was a figure standing at the very top. As a figure of legends, a saint was more than adequate to get a region famous. The Barren State was one of the 9, and the people of the Barren State yearned for a saint to emerge. Such was the influence possessed by a saint. A place with a saint in it would be extremely prosperous, and Yujing City was no exception. Yang Xiao, the city lord of Yujing City, was a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking of the sage and saint rankings, as well as the eldest student of the chess saint, possessing powers befitting of his status. Yang Xiao's wife was also the number 1 beauty in Yujing City as well as the 3rd student of the chess saint. The chess saint's 2nd student was equally as famous and possessed incredible powers. All 9 students of the chess saint were exceptional people, and not even one of them was average. Saint plane figures tended to check on the talents of their students before taking them in. Only people of exceptional talents would be allowed to study under the saints and tutored by them personally. There was no way such people could be anything but exceptional. Yet, as of late, there were others who were incredibly exceptional arriving in Yujing City. Many hailed from all over the eastern state and there were even some from other states. Many of those people were mighty ones renowned in their respective regions or extreme geniuses with superb talents. Everyone in Yujing City knew why those people showed up. A group of people was seen taking to the air above Yujing City at that moment. Those people bore exceptional might, and they were none other than Yi Futian and his party. "We're here." A smile could be seen in Yi Futian's eyes. They had ventured through the endless regions in their journey and had arrived at the first stop outside of the Barren State. Other than Sage Wanxiang, his eldest brother and Yuan Hong, Zhuge Mingyu, Jiyu Dongliu, Hua Jiyu, Yi Wuchen, Yu Sheng, and the others were also by Yi Futian's side. The first batch of students who studied in the Sage Hall had all ventured outside the Barren State. Chapter 731. Yujing City was an incredibly bustling place and the most bustling spot in all of Yujing City was none other than Qingyu House. Jinghua Mountain had the strongest of cultivators while Yujing House had the strongest wine. Qingyu House, however, had the greatest beauties. Yujing City was an incredibly bustling place and the most bustling spot in all of Yujing City was none other than Qingyu House. Jinghua Mountain had the strongest of cultivators while Yujing House had the strongest wine. Qingyu House, however, had the greatest beauties. Of the 3 places, Jinghua Mountain was the place where the chess saint trained, and it was only natural for it to be the least lively. Yujing House was the city lord office of Yujing City, and only the guests invited by the city lord were worthy of drinking the wine offered. Qingyu House was the only place without such restrictions, and as such, it was the place with the largest crowd. Qingyu House was not an actual house, but a boat or a floating restaurant, to be precise. It was decorated as lavishly and intricately as any place on land as it was a place floating by the lakeside of Jade Lake. To Yi Futian, the greatest attraction was, without a doubt, the beautiful girls on board. As such, he deliberately appeared by the Jade Lake and sat at the forefront, leaning close to the boat. There were beauties playing music and dancing on the boat. The sound of their music and the scene of the girls dancing were sights to behold. A sight to behold, isn't it? Hua Jiyu wore a veil beside Yi Futian and asked with a smile. It was not just Hua Jiyu doing so, all of the girls within Yi Futian's party wore veils to conceal their faces as well. It would have caused a commotion if such a group of girls was to appear at such a place. Yes indeed. Yi Futian nodded honestly but then turned to Hua Jiyu and said, "But of course, not as good-looking as my wife. I think their dances are more beautiful. Even I, a girl, am enraptured by their movement." Hua Jiyu smiled sheepishly at Yi Futian. "Your words are true indeed." Yi Futian nodded. Hua Jiyu leaned close to Yi Futian's ear and said softly, "How about I dance one for you?" Yi Futian blinked and felt his heart jump. He recalled the time when they were younger, where Jiyu had actually captured a city's attention with a dance. Was something that superb going to happen right here? "Let's dance at nightfall," Yi Futian replied just as softly. "All right." Hua Jiyu nodded with a faint smile. Yi Futian looked at her and felt her words sounded rather unbelievable. "Jiyu, why do I get the feeling that he's only here to look at girls?" Zhuge Mingyu sat right next to Hua Jiyu. She smiled at Yi Futian and went to pinch Jiyu Dongliu right beside her. "You brothers sure have a good time looking at the girls. Pretty women are men's bane," Jiyu Dongliu replied seriously. Zhuge Mingyu smiled at him. Yi Futian took a look at his third brother, who sported a deadpan serious expression. "He isn't my elder brother for nothing indeed. I sure as hell would have a lot to learn from him." A commotion was heard from the crowd. Another group of girls appeared when the veil at the boat was opened. The woman in the middle of the group wore thin clothes and moved as if she had no bones. She turned to look at the crowd with eyes that seemed to be able to melt people's mind. Her beauty was so stunning that there were hardly words to describe her. "Goddess Hanyu." The voices of many were heard. The woman was the prettiest of all in Qingyu House, Goddess Hanyu. There were many who claimed that her looks were on par with that of the #1 beauty in Yujing City. However, her rather low status meant that she was unable to be compared to that lady of the city lord who was also a student of the saint. "What a beauty indeed." Yi Futian smiled. Goddess Hanyu sported jade-like fingers. Beautiful, mystical music sounded as she plucked at the strings of the guqin. Smoke rose and beauties danced, rendering the scene looking pretty in a dreamy manner. The music played is just as beautiful as the ones playing it. Yi Futian began praising what he saw. Zhuge Mingyu smiled and looked at Yi Futian and said softly, "Marriage really does change a person." "Yeah." Hua Jiyu nodded, agreeing with every bit of that line. Goddess Hanyu bowed to her audience and the crowd went into an uproar. Many opened their mouths and said, "Reward her." Countless spirit stones, ritual implements, and treasures were brought onto the boat. Zhu Gongzi giving a sage ritual implement away as a gift. A female voice was heard and everyone turned their eyes to a corner at the forefront of the boat. A dashing man sat there quietly, admiring Goddess Hanyu's beautiful looks. Zhu Gongzi is just as generous as always, many smiled and said. Zhu Gongzi shows up here every day and he always is the honored guest. It looks like today is no exception, someone said. The one who gives the highest, most lavish reward will become the honored guest, sharing a room with Goddess Hanyu. While Goddess Hanyu was extremely beautiful, the further one progressed with one's training, the more exceptional one's temperament became. One would have had the capacity to admire beauty without succumbing to lust. To those people, their training was of the utmost importance and those who were of high statuses had their reputation to take care of. As such, it was incredibly rare to see one giving away a sage ritual implement just like that. "Uncle, give her a mid-level ritual implement," Yi Futian turned his head around and said. There was only one person he would have called uncle in the party he brought with him, and that was Sage Wanxiang. "What?" Sage Wanxiang looked at Yi Futian dumbfounded. "Is he asking me, an honored lord of the Wanxiang Pavilion, to reward a courtesan? This palace lord really goes about doing whatever he wants." Yi Futian smiled sheepishly at Sage Wanxiang, who was probably the wealthiest among all in his party. Yi Futian had no one else to ask when it came to such requests. Sage Wanxiang smiled bitterly and shook his head seeing Yi Futian's smile, before taking out a ritual implement from his ring and handing it over. The girl who took the gift looked rather puzzled and inspected it carefully, asking, "May I know who this gift is from?" "Our Mr. Yi," Sage Wanxiang said. The girl nodded and got up, saying to Yi Futian, "Mr. Yi presents a mid-level sage ritual implement." All eyes turned to Yi Futian all of a sudden. Giving away a mid-level sage ritual implement. Just who the hell is this guy? Someone else like Zhu Gongzi? Many began to try to guess Yi Futian's identity. There are many from other places showing up at Yujing City now. Is he one of those outsiders? However, there did not seem to be a Mr. Yi among those renowned ones who came. After a moment, the girl at the boat smiled and looked at Yi Futian and said, "Mr. Yi shall come onto the boat in a moment." Goddess Hanyu turned her beautiful eyes at Yi Futian and nodded, feeling rather curious who Yi Futian was. "It would suffice to hear your music and admire your appearance, goddess." Yi Futian smiled and said, "As for coming onto the boat, there is no such need. Thank you for your sentiments, but I'd like to give such an opportunity to Zhu Gongzi." Many looked even more puzzled. Not only did the stranger gift a mid-level sage ritual implement, but he also did not even bother coming onto the boat. Curiosity appeared in Goddess Hanyu's eyes. While she knew well that cultivators possessed a very strong will, there was hardly anyone who had been to this place and seen her so far yet refused her invitation. "Will do." The girl did not say much. She simply nodded with a smile. Zhu Gongzi turned his eyes at Yi Futian and saw many girls around him. He then smiled and asked, "So you like beautiful girls as well?" "Well, who doesn't?" Yi Futian said. "It would be pretentious for one to say they don't." "Interesting." Zhu Gongzi smiled and said, "You're here for the event on Jinghua Mountain?" "Indeed, I am." Yi Futian nodded. Zhu Gongzi's name implied that he was the 9th student of the chess saint of Jinghua Mountain. He was the youngest of the students and a rich loafer without a proper job. "I have 8 other brothers and sisters. Why look for me?" Zhu Gongzi smiled and asked. "Because you happen to be the most interesting one," Yi Futian claimed with a smile. Since Yi Futian was out to try his luck, he naturally needed to know his way around. Those who wanted to inherit the chess saint's chessboard would first be required to earn the approval of any one of the 9 students before they were permitted entry to the chess saint villa. The news that Yi Futian had gotten was that the 9th student of the chess saint would have shown up every day at Qingyu House. "That sounds fake, but I like the sound of that." Zhu Gongzi smiled and asked, "Do you know how to play chess?" Yi Futian looked rather strange in response to the question before nodding and saying, "I suppose I do. Playing chess is easy. I guess there is no one who doesn't know how to play chess, right? But then again, getting really good at it is something else altogether. How about you give it a try?" Zhu Gongzi smiled and said, waving his hand nonchalantly. A table and a chessboard appeared between them. He waved again and Yi Futian extended his hand, taking a black piece before seeing Zhu Gongzi putting his piece on the board. Many came to have a closer look. No one had expected Zhu Gongzi to play with a stranger at such a place. Things had indeed gotten interesting. Yi Futian placed his piece as well. Zhu Gongzi's eyes flashed and a peculiar look appeared on his face. He did not seem to understand why Yi Futian chose to place a piece at such a spot. Is this a new way of playing? No one would place their first piece like that according to the ways of chess, he wondered. Zhu Gongzi placed his piece. Both traded blows on the board and soon, the sword saint, Jiyu Dongliu, and the others behind Yi Futian looked at the game, feeling awkward. "You really know how to play chess, don't you?" Shu Qiu asked weakly, seeing how most of Yi Futian's pieces were practically chewed up by his opponent. "Of course I do. Who else do you think is playing now?" Yi Futian glared at Shu Qiu. "It's just placing pieces. Who doesn't know how to do that?" All of the spectators looked at Yi Futian with astounded looks. They had anticipated the battle to be won between 2 adept players, but what was happening before them was truly unexpected. Wan Xiang began to regret coming on this trip. This guy looked rather normal back in the palace, but he sure just went nuts after coming out. He began to think if he had judged Yi Futian wrong. Soon, Yi Futian was getting slaughtered all over on the chessboard, suffering a humiliating defeat. "Good one, brother Yi," Zhu Gongzi said to Yi Futian. It was the very first time he encountered such a formidable opponent. Zhu Gongzi is truly adept in the way of chess. "It seems like I have much to learn," Yi Futian said. Cough, cough. Someone around him choked. "Does anyone even need to be good to play against someone like you?" The ones around Yi Futian felt like turning around and leaving, pretending that they never knew him. "Let's go," Zhu Gongzi got up and said. Yi Futian was dumbfounded. Zhu Gongzi lowered his head, smiled and said, "Are you not here to go to Jinghua Mountain?" "Indeed." Yi Futian got up, getting ready to leave. He achieved his very first goal of the trip. The 9th student of the chess saint was truly ridiculous and interesting, just like what he heard from the rumors. Jinghua Mountain was right beside the city lord office as Yujing House was built with its back at the mountain. The chess saint villa was on top of the mountain while Yujing House was at the bottom. One needed to pass through Yujing House to go up to Jinghua Mountain. There were many exceptional people there from all over the eastern state, and all of them were at Yujing House at the moment. Yi Futian and his party arrived at Yujing House as well. "I don't think any of you people stand a chance." Zhu Gongzi's smile was a warm, friendly, and dashing one. He then said to Yi Futian, "But of course, you're the only ones who got into the chess saint villa through me. As such, you have my support." Yi Futian did not even know how to play chess. It was a given that he stood no chance at the event. Many of those who had arrived at the vast manor were very renowned throughout the eastern state. For instance, Han Jing, who was known for his infallible calculations and a spirit elemental cultivator with mystical, curious powers. His mental calculative abilities were frightening, and he was versed in the way of matrices as well. Many old veterans at chess had lost at his hands. Chapter 732. In the Yujing House, Zhu Gongzi asked Yi Futian and his party, "Would you all like to take a look in the mountains or would you all prefer to first take a rest in Yujing House?" In the Yujing House, Zhu Gongzi asked Yi Futian and his party, "Would you all like to take a look in the mountains or would you all prefer to first take a rest in Yujing House?" "Let's go up the mountains," Yi Futian said. It was their original intention to visit the chess saint villa, after all. Most of those who came to Yujing House had probably arrived in the mountains. "All right." Zhu Gongzi nodded and took Yi Futian and his party for the mountain roads behind Yujing House. Jinghua Mountain was very tall, and the chess saint villa was built at the top of the mountain. The building, which was built with the cliffs on its back, was a majestic and regal one. There were many people in chess saint villa and all of them had an extraordinary bearing. At that moment, many more gathered at one of the cliffs to be found in the villa, which was called Chess Peak. Every single huge rock on Chess Peak had someone on top of it. Their eyes gazed forward, and there were 9 huge chessboards laid out in the air. Every chessboard emanated mystical powers. At that moment, an intense chess battle was taking place on one of the chessboards. One of the battling participants was a youth dressed in purple and had a long sword at their hip, looking dashing and sporting an extremely extraordinary bearing. The one opposite the youth was an old man, who looked plain yet had a bearing as steady as a mountain, seemingly having merged himself into one with the chessboard before him. Both participants stood on the chessboard. The youth waved their palm and brought one chess piece from the sky, stabbing one of the spots like a sword. It seemed to exude extremely powerful rules of the sword the very moment it landed on its designated spot. The old man waved nonchalantly, and with a loud boom, a piece fell onto the chessboard. The mountains shook as a formless might descended upon them, suppressing the will of the sword. "So this is a chess battle," Yi Futian said. For common folks, the arts of the guqin, chess, book, and painting were meant for tempering one's temperament, cultivating one's mind, and improving one's character. Yet for cultivators, it went without saying that while all those aspects had their place, the most important part of the arts was battle. No one would have invested a huge amount of time and energy into forms of cultivation that had little benefit in battle. It went without saying that the chess saint was renowned not for his art at the game of chess itself, but for his way of chess being out of the ordinary, approaching that of the saints, just like how it was with musical spells and the painter. He had fought a battle with Zhu Mu, a student of the art saint from Donghai City, involving the guqin and painting when he was young. Yi Futian's 4th brother, Shui Yi, possessed a fighting book spirit, and as such, was versed in the abilities of books. Yi Futian had also met someone in Alchemy City who based their cultivation on chess matrix. However, that was the very first time he witnessed a chess battle in its truest form. Indeed. Zhu Gongzi nodded and pointed at the youth fighting the chess battle before them, then said, "That person is named Li Mu. His teacher is a mighty one of the sage ranking of the sage and saint ranking, the sword celestial. Li Mu is a very renowned swordsman himself, possessing incredible talent. The sword celestial was versed not only in the way of the sword but also in sword matrix. Li Mu learned well under the sword celestial, and it is a given that he is just as capable. His sword matrix possesses incredible power. He also learned chess in order to visit the chess peak, incorporating his way of the sword into that of chess. He has reached incredible heights in that respect, yet he has problems breaking through even his very first game." Li Mu smiled and turned to look at Yi Futian, saying, "And so, that means there is even less hope for you. But of course, if there are any of you who are versed in the art, you're welcome to try. It seems that Zhu Gongzi is bringing people up to the Chess Saint Villa as well," someone smiled and said from one of the huge rocks beside them. "Just joining in the fun," Zhu Gongzi replied with a smile. That person took a look at Yi Futian and his party, deeming them to have an extraordinary bearing. However, there were hardly any who visited the Chess Saint Villa that were not extraordinary. But most of the people who visited the place came for little more than just to have fun. Yi Futian kept his eyes on the battle. As the chess pieces fell onto the board one after another, Li Mu's expression turned increasingly serious and troubled. His movements at putting down his pieces became increasingly slow, and his palms started sweating. A sword aura descended from the air as he waved his hand. Frightening power of devastation swept across the chessboard, yet it was suppressed and stabilized by many other pieces around it. The old man waved as well. A low rumble sounded in an instant, and a bunch of chess pieces manifested from sword aura were pulverized right there and then. The sword aura dissipated into nothing as it was snuffed out by brute force. A mystical feeling welled up within Yi Futian. He activated freedom meditation, and at the very next moment, he seemed to be able to see that the two were not actually having a game of chess, but were actually fighting in a battlefield that took the form of a chessboard. Sword auras crisscrossed throughout the battlefield, and every single one of them was incredibly sharp, out to cut down everything in their path. Yet another sword fell, resonating with many other swords on the board. The sword matrix rang, attempting to break open the shackle placed on it to sweep the opposing pieces away. At that moment, the old man placed yet another piece with a loud tang. Yi Futian was vaguely able to see a huge golden cauldron descending with might to suppress all, pinning down the sword auras, preventing the power of the sword auras to be unleashed. Many swords rang and trembled. It was as if they were about to fall apart and were facing the danger of being destroyed at any moment. Li Mu yelled and pointed at the front with both his hands. A sword fell from the sky, turning into a chess piece, then sat on the chessboard battlefield. At the very moment, all swords seemed to have manifested as terrifying sword matrices, and they seemed to be taking form soon. Yet, at that moment, a rumble was heard as an incredibly heavy piece descended slowly to sit in a corner. An area of swords was destroyed at the very second that piece made contact with the chessboard, snapping the sword matrix brutally. The golden cauldron unleashed dazzling lights, and with waves of light screens emanating, it suppressed all of the swords in the area, locking them down. Li Mu grunted, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. He looked rather pale. Sword will circled in the air, yet none of them descended. He was hesitating. A flash of brutality was finally seen in his eyes, and he placed his piece at the very center of his opponent's area of pieces, intending to go straight for the heart with one move. Formless devastating power swept across the field and the sword matrix materialized once again, cracking the golden cauldron. The old man waved again, unfazed. Another piece fell onto the field and the second piece made contact with the board. Li Mu's face literally went lifeless. His sword matrix was all devoured, suppressed, and dispelled, turning into dust. All the other pieces were completely devoured without messing up the board at the next moment. They were turned to dust and utterly incapable of taking form again. I lost. Li Mu shook his head with a bitter smile. He was still unable to make it through that very first game. The name of the chess saint held true. While it was true that Li Mu did not specialize in playing chess, it was nonetheless a natural thing for cultivators to learn the way of chess, enabling them to easily grasp the game's essence due to the powerful deductive capabilities possessed by cultivators in general. However, the ways demonstrated by the chess saint were literally godlike. All 9 games that he had laid out at random stopped a great majority of people dead in their tracks. Mr. Lee, your progress has been advancing at breakneck speed. Keep at it for some time and you will eventually break through that game, the old man said. Li Mu nodded. It went without saying that he had no intentions to give up just because he lost. Even if he ended up incapable of inheriting the chessboard of the art saint, the journey was still one which would serve well as training. Splendid. Sage Wanxiang, who was behind Yi Futian, said, laying out one's formations with chess pieces and every step calculated meticulously. Endless changes were seen within, yet at the very end, everything seemed to return to its source still. You play chess, uncle? Yi Futian asked. The way of the cultivators is one where all aspects are interconnected one way or another. So long as one has the intention to comprehend any expectations, they will be able to comprehend it, Wanxiang answered. You fortune-telling crook, Yi Futian thought to himself, having no intention of saying that out loud. How so? Yi Futian felt rather curious. Playing a game of chess is akin to laying out matrices and formations, with every step needing to be calculated. The process of both sides going at each other is a process of calculation as well as you anticipate where your opponent will place their piece as well as your way of dealing with those moves. So long as one is able to calculate all the possible changes and form a game in their mind, one will be able to keep themselves from losing, even though they have no chance of winning. As such, playing a game of chess should be very simple, Wanxiang elaborated. Sparkles appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. That fortune-telling crook of an uncle is an astrologer. If he is able to calculate the fates of people, calculations involved with a game of chess are really nothing indeed. Zhu Gongzi looked at Sage Wanxiang dumbfounded. Has this old man gone mad? Calculating all possible changes? A chessboard has many slots for one's piece, and every time a piece is placed, there will be a variety of possibilities waiting to happen, which, in turn, means that changes in every game are practically limitless. As such, it would be entirely impossible to deduce every move which would have taken place, and you intend to calculate all of them nonetheless? He looked at Wanxiang with a puzzled look. While Sage Wanxiang's words were sound in theory and Zhu Gongzi's teacher had also said that to be the path of the art of chess, he deemed what Wanxiang said to be rather far-fetched. It is indeed simple to play a game of chess, and everyone knows that. But why would there be only one chess saint in all of the 9 states? There is no need to make it that complex. It would have sufficed just to calculate the one you're playing with, Wanxiang said in a natural manner. Crazy dude, Zhu Gongzi mumbled but then turned around and smiled. How about you go play a game then? Wanxiang turned his eyes at Yi Futian and the others and asked, would any one of you like to experience a chess battle? Yi Futian blinked and turned to look at others around him, asking, anyone? However, all eyes were on him, which Yi Futian found to be rather annoying. You need the palace lord to do this personally? Shu Q, Yi Futian called, and the man quickly moved his eyes away. I don't how much of that crook Wanxiang's words are true, and I'd rather doubt his words. Qianqiu, Yi Futian called again. Zui Qianqiu simply took out his gourd and drank away. 7th brother, Yi Futian turned around and asked Yi Xiaoxia. The fat guy glanced at him lethargically. His eyes then turned to carry a despising look. Yi Futian's face turned solemn and dead. Is the dignity of the palace lord even a thing to these people? Very well, a palace lord should have an open heart and not be petty with these people. Yi Futian thought as he stepped out and landed on the chessboard. He felt engulfed by some mystical power in an instant, as if powers usable on the chessboard were limited, preventing participants from overwhelming one another with an advantage in plane, which would have violated fairness in a game. I seek your guidance, senior, Yi Futian bowed and said. After you, the old man said. Please, after you, Yi Futian said. He had no idea how to make a move before his opponent. The old man waved his hand without saying anything else. The first piece was placed with an incredibly heavy might, like that of a mountain. Yi Futian felt that incredibly heavy pressure instantly. It seemed to him as if he was fighting on the battlefield instead of playing a game of chess. Yi Futian waited. Just do whatever comes to mind, Wanxiang said. Yi Futian felt an urge to slug someone. He would not be an opponent for someone from Chess Saint Villa even if he actually knew how to play chess, let alone that he did not even know how to play. He waved his hand and unleashed the power of rules, melding it with his piece and placed it somewhere. A rumble was heard as if a star had fallen onto the board. What is he trying to do? Many turned to look at Yi Futian. That very first move felt rather puzzling. Chapter 733. The old man on the other side frowned as well when he saw how Yi Futian placed his piece, puzzled at his move. He then placed his second piece with a wave of the hand, paying no heed to the piece that Yi Futian had just placed. The way he played was treating the game as steps to lay out his matrix, making it something entirely independent on its own. The final outcome would have been the same regardless of whatever Yi Futian did. The old man on the other side frowned as well when he saw how Yi Futian placed his piece, puzzled at his move. He then placed his second piece with a wave of the hand, paying no heed to the piece that Yi Futian had just placed. The way he played was treating the game as steps to lay out his matrix, making it something entirely independent on its own. The final outcome would have been the same regardless of whatever Yi Futian did. Unless the way Yi Futian played was something of a higher level than his was. It was only through such a method that Yi Futian stood a chance at breaking his game. Sage Wanxiang said nothing thus far. Yi Futian placed his piece however he felt like it, and he sensed an overbearing pressure bearing on him. It was pressure from the chessboard, as he was able to vaguely sense his opponent's pieces were gathering force. The force grew with every piece placed on the board. Yi Futian activated freedom meditation and looked at the game. He felt caught in the midst of the game instead of someone playing the game, feeling a rush of powerful power of rules sweeping at him. It was something that descended from the heavens and bore on his body. Being put under such pressure, the one playing would have to expend spiritual power to resist it, which meant that the concentration spent on the game itself was somewhat diverted, making it even more difficult to win the game. Yi Futian felt something mystical being in the game and was somewhat excited about it. So this is chess battle, huh? I must say this all feels so new to me. He waved his hand again and dropped one star piece after another. He played the game on his own instead of waiting for instructions from Sage Wanxiang. He seemed to have entered a state of his own. Under the powers of freedom meditation, he was able to see the game a little better, and every piece he placed seemed to be able to cut down that invading force gushing at him. To put it more aptly, at the moment, it felt like Yi Futian was working to break his opponent's matrix formation, instead of actually playing a game of chess. Go 7 by 5, Sage Wanxiang said, breaking Yi Futian's excited state. He cursed under his breath, but went on to do as told and placed the piece at 7th-5th slot. The placing of that piece seemed to have broken the change the old man was trying to lay out. A sparkle was seen in his eyes as he went on to place his piece, making up for it in other ways. Go 6 by 8, Sage Wanxiang said again, and Yi Futian continued placing his piece. He was able to feel that Sage Wanxiang's placing of pieces was more intricate than his. Or rather, the sage felt less morally restricted. The way the pieces were placed was very precise, with an expressed intention of breaking the gathering of the force of the opponent. Go 6 by 4. Go 9 by 7. One voice after another was heard in Yi Futian's ears. The old man's frown began to look increasingly apparent and a rather irked expression was seen on his face. What kind of dirty, crude playstyle is this? There are no methods to be seen in this and there is no force gathered either. Worse still, this is practically just a mess. However, such playstyle did no other thing than messing his formations. Every piece was placed in such a way that it would have made the opponent wanting to beat the one placing the pieces to a pulp. Displeasure was seen in the old man's eyes as he went to continue playing the game. He was adamant in his disbelief that such a messy play style would have been able to break up his game. Time passed and more pieces from both sides were found on the chessboard. The power of rules grew increasingly powerful, spreading out to all corners. Many stood on the rocks not far away, looking at the game between those two with funny expressions. There was actually such a shameless way of playing. All dirty moves. Everything looked messy. Yet everything worked. The golden cauldron intended to take form in that game, yet it seemed as if the structure had cracks everywhere, and the golden cauldron remained incapable of truly manifesting. Furthermore, the messy star-powered pieces carried incredibly overwhelming power on their own, and the golden cauldron that was not yet able to take form was able to do nothing to crush them. The number of chess pieces grew on the board. The old man waved and brought a piece containing overbearing power of rules down, but he hesitated to complete the move. He looked incredibly frustrated, vaguely feeling that regardless of how the pieces were to be placed, there was simply no hope of getting his matrix up and running. No way to go about this. The old man slammed the piece on the chessboard. Rumbling noises were heard as the game was broken. A puzzled look was seen on Yi Futian's face as he turned to glance at Sage Wanxiang. The crook really is something indeed. He actually calculated all possible changes and made it impossible for the game to be continued. Everyone on Chess Peak turned their eyes to Yi Futian. You can do that. Many researched the way of chess or were versed with chess before coming up the Chess Saint Villa. However, it was their first time witnessing a playstyle that was so appalling. While the way it was played was rather ugly, it was nonetheless interesting if one were to really look into it. Just how powerful do one's calculative abilities have to be in order to actually anticipate the moves of one's opponent and go on to block them, affecting how the entire game is played? Yi Futian returned to his original spot, looking at Sage Wanxiang with a funny look. Zhu Gongzi naturally knew that it was not the work of Yi Futian himself, but the man was simply following Sage Wanxiang's instructions. The sage claimed to intend to calculate all the changes of the game, which Zhu Gongzi took to be little more than a joke, yet the sage actually did it. So is this considered a pass? Yi Futian asked, looking at Zhu Gongzi. Zhu Gongzi looked at Yi Futian and nodded in a rather speechless manner. Well, let's get on with the second game then. Yi Futian seemed to have gotten riled up. Many eyes turned on him as he stepped on the second chessboard, waiting to see him play. Yi Futian went placing his pieces as he fancied, just as he did with his first game. He then went on to dismantle all that was thrown his way with no finesse or grace. The old man, who served as his opponent in the game, said angrily when the game was over, "I have never seen a playstyle that ugly." The third and fourth games soon followed. Yi Futian went on to break 6 games in a stride and the difficult grew. Even Sage Wanxiang found it taxing to play the games as there were more and more changes to be had. Yi Futian finally lost on his 7th game, thrown out of the board by a terrifying chess matrix. However, being able to break 6 games consecutively was still an achievement that had mouths gaping, and everyone went to gauge Yi Futian's party with curious eyes. After playing 7 games of chess battle, Yi Futian actually felt himself to have been truly initiated, gaining an understanding of the way of the chess. He felt chess was increasingly fun and he became very interested. Too many changes to be calculated. Yi Futian asked Sage Wanxiang. It seems that I have underestimated the way of the chess. I have never thought one small board would be able to have so many changes capable of being executed on it. It was like a great path, and I never expected every play style and chess matrix to have that much difference in magnitude of power between them. Sage Wanxiang said, impressed enough that he stopped looking down on chess as he did before. It went without saying, however, that being able to rely solely on calculations without having ever learned to truly play chess and still was able to carry Yi Futian all the way to the 7th game was something incredibly terrifying. The games were not ordinary games. They were games laid out by the chess saint, and difficulty grew with each of the 9 games. I thought the games were interesting as well. I'm getting rather interested in chess. Yi Futian turned to Zhu Gongzi and said, so one is only able to acquire the lineage of the chess saint after breaking all 9 games? Zhu Gongzi shook his head with a smile and said, yes and no. After breaking all 9, there is still one of even greater difficulty to be broken, and one would be considered to have completed the games after that. Yi Futian and Sage Wanxiang looked at each other. The ability demonstrated by Sage Wanxiang enabled him to break only 6 games, which spoke volumes of the difficulty of the remaining 3 lying in wait behind. Furthermore, there was one more with greater difficulty after breaking through all 9. Just how terrifying would that game be? He had no answer to that question as it was beyond his imagination. Regardless, if you were able to pass, there is no need to fret. Han Jing excelled in both ways of chess and matrix, and his calculative abilities were extraordinary as well. Despite so, he was only able to pass the 7th game. Breaking all 9 chess games of chess peak is not something that can be done in a day or two, Zhu Gongzi smiled and said. There is just no way the games laid out by teacher would be so simple. Well, in that case, it's better that we go down the mountain then, Yi Futian said, getting ready to return to Yujing House for the time being. All right. Zhu Gongzi nodded. He turned to Sage Wanxiang and said, if you were to learn to play chess, old sir, you would definitely be able to break all 9 games. My interests lie elsewhere. Sage Wanxiang shook his head, smiling. Despite astrology not being something capable of being used all the time, that was where his interests lied. The way of the chess was the study of the myriad of changes taking place in a game of chess. Astrology, on the other hand, was the way of the heavens and the earth, for it was the study of all changes taking place in the world. They met an old man after coming down the mountain and arriving at Yujing House. The old man was of common bearing and looked common as well. He looked friendly, and said to Yi Futian's party with a smile, "Ninth brother, I heard that you have invited some people. Are these friends who you mean?" "Yes." Zhu Gongzi nodded and said, "This is my second brother." Yi Futian looked at the man and saw him smiling at them, without leaking any bit of aura. However, Yi Futian was able to tell that Li Kaishan, the second student of the chess saint, was a very terrifying sage who sported tremendously powerful combat capacity. Yi Futian returned the courtesy and said to Li Kaishan as well, "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Whoever is here is our guest. You can relax and make yourselves at home at Yujing House," Li Kaishan replied with a smile and left. "Mr. Seems to be an amicable person who seems to get along well with others," Yi Futian said to Zhu Gongzi. His demeanor matched what Yi Futian found prior in the gathered intel. Li Kaishan, the second student of the chess saint, was a good person. "Yeah, my second brother is kind and has a golden heart. He has many friends and Liu Zong will be here as well, answering my second brother's invitation. The man should be on his way here as we speak," Zhu Gongzi said with a smile. "Liu Zong?" Yi Futian looked rather suspicious. "You are not telling me that you don't know Liu Zong?" Zhu Gongzi looked at Yi Futian with a funny look. Liu Zong's renown was such that it would have been impossible for anyone from the eastern state not to know him. "Just where the hell are these people from?" "Who?" Yi Futian smiled and asked, thinking that to be an adequate answer. Zhu Gongzi looked puzzled. He turned to Yi Futian and said, "The person capable of breaking all 9 games." Yi Futian did not ask any further. He came to know Liu Zong within the next couple of days, as everyone in the house discussed things and Liu Zong was practically the talk of the place. There was talk about Zhu Zichao as well. When Zhu Zichao arrived at Yujing House, Yang Xiao, the eldest student of the chess saint, went to receive him personally. However, more were found hyped, waiting for Liu Zong's arrival. As renowned figures gathered in Yujing House grew in number, the place became increasingly lively. There were times where rumors about Yi Futian were heard, as his games of chess battles back then left quite an impression. Yi Futian was feeling rather carefree staying in Yujing House. He was reading a book at the time. The cover of the book had images of chess pieces carved on it. It was apparent that it was a book on chess. Chapter 734. Other than reading books, Yi Futian also went to play chess at Chess Peak to gain a deeper understanding of the way of chess firsthand. He became more and more able to see the intricacies of chess, and he deemed that if he was able to master the way of chess, it would do him a lot of good in helping with his training. Other than reading books, Yi Futian also went to play chess at Chess Peak to gain a deeper understanding of the way of chess firsthand. He became more and more able to see the intricacies of chess, and he deemed that if he was able to master the way of chess, it would do him a lot of good in helping with his training. He also came to know, in the days he spent there, who Liu Zong was, a student of Shihua Sacred Mountain, a sacred ground of the orthodoxy in the eastern state. Furthermore, he was the personal student of the saint and was renowned as number 1 among the younger generations of Shihua Sacred Mountain. All 3 mighty ones of Saint Plain served as his teacher, and it was said that if there was a saint to emerge from the next orthodoxy battles of the 9 states, there was no doubt that it would be Liu Zong. Such appraisals meant that Liu Zong was more than someone with just potential for sainthood, he was destined to be a saint in the days to come, and it was an opinion shared by many in the world. Other than Liu Zong, Zhu Zichao, who had arrived as well, had a similarly impressive background. He hailed from the Great Zhu sacred dynasty, a sacred dynasty which ruled vast regions in the eastern state. It was said that the dynasty had once united all of the eastern state under one rule many years ago, reigning supreme over all. While the dynasty was no longer what it once was, it was one of the top forces to be found in the eastern state, even throughout all of the 9 states. Yang Xiao, a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking of the sage and saint ranking who was also a student of the chess saint, would not have come to receive him personally. Other than them, all the others who were invited to the Yujing house were people who earned the approval of the 9 students of the chess saint. They were all either of impressive background or possessed extremely exceptional talents. It was, after all, about the item symbolizing the lineage of the chess saint, and as such, it naturally drew attention. Yang Xiao, head of the Yujing house, threw a banquet at his place to entertain his guests. The place was incredibly lively and all who were present were people of exceptional bearing. Yi Futian's party took their respective seats after arriving, and their seats were far from eye-catching. Yi Futian turned his eyes forward, finding Yang Xiao, the eldest student of the chess saint, to be a dashing, exceptional middle-aged man. His wife, however, looked young, seemingly in her early 30s. She sported incredible looks. She was the #1 beauty in all of Yujing City, and her looks naturally matched what her reputation suggested. However, there were many women among the guests who actually had looks on par with that #1 beauty in all of Yujing City. The girls in Yi Futian's party also looked exceptional. Other than that, a young man and a young woman were seen sitting near Yang Xiao's seat, which was at the front. Both of them exuded an air of elegance, as they were none other than Zhu Zichao and Zhu Zi, siblings who hailed from the Great Zhu sacred dynasty, and Zhu Zi was extraordinarily beautiful herself. Both siblings were extremely regal and elegant. There were many mighty ones found around the two of them. While every one of those people exuded a mild and peaceful air about them, the air of elegance about them was unmistakable. They were all people from the sacred dynasty. Furthermore, the people who were sitting opposite them were also exceptional figures. Today's banquet is just for fun and chatter. It is an honor to be able to meet so many proud sons and daughters of the younger generations. Yang Xiao, who was sitting at the host's seat, smiled and said to everyone before him, "My wife and I would like to propose a toast with everyone here. Your reputation precedes you, Chief Yang. It is a pleasure to be able to meet you today," someone said with a smile. All 81 who were ranked on the sage and saint ranking were exceptional people, and Yang Xiao was especially so, given how he was a student of the chess saint. I assume all of you have gone up to the chess peak and experienced the games laid out personally. What do you think about the games? Yang Xiao asked with a smile. Difficult. Li Mu, a student of the Sword Celestial said, I'm versed with sword matrices and began looking into the way of chess before I even came here, but I was still unable to make it through even the first game when I arrived. I'm now able to make it to the 5th game after spending so much time here. It will prove rather difficult to break through all 9 games. Han Jing has broken through 8 games thus far, and he should soon break the 9th in due time. Yang Xiao looked at Han Jing and said, I will do so as soon as possible and go on to experience the Celestial Dragon chess game for myself, Han Jing said as he turned his eyes to Yang Xiao. The Celestial Dragon chess game was the ultimate game, one which was laid out by the combined efforts of all 9 students. It was more than just a game, as an intense chess battle was expected to take place within that game, so much so that even the rules were made different. I look forward to it, Yang Xiao smiled and said. He then turned his eyes at a very dashing, handsome young man and asked, Mo Jun, when will your brother, Liu Zong, be here? Mo Jun was another exceptional student from Shihua Sacred Mountain and was a personal student of a saint as well. He was an extremely exceptional young man with a lithe figure and incredibly handsome looks. One look was all that was needed to tell that the young man was meant for great things, and he enjoyed a prestigious status among the youths of the Eastern State. Even so, when the people thought about the younger generation of Shihua Sacred Mountain, his brother, Liu Zong, came to mind before him. Of course, Mo Jun admired his brother Liu Zong greatly as well. His brother was one destined to be a saint in the future, and Mo Jun had, of course, believed himself to be the same as well. My brother likes keeping to himself. As such, I have no idea where he actually is, Mo Jun replied. Yang Xiao nodded and added, I'm rather excited to see this exceptional young man from Shihua Sacred Mountain who reigns supreme among all the youths. He then took notice of a woman of exceptional appearance who exuded an air of holiness, so much so that she looked even more exceptional than the number one beauty in all of Yujing City. Yang Xiao smiled and said, I'm rather surprised to see you here, Goddess Qingni. You're being too kind, Chief. Goddess Qingni was also a student of a saint, a younger generation with links to the 8 great ones of the Saint Plain in the eastern state. Many such people were present at the banquet. Brothers, how about you introduce the guests you have invited here? There are some that I don't even know, Yang Xiao said as he looked at his younger brothers. All 9 students of the chess saint were present that day. Yes, eldest brother. Some of them nodded and went to introduce the mighty ones they invited to the house. All of them were exceptional figures from the eastern state. When it was Zhu Gongzi's turn to do so, he looked at Yi Futian with a rather peculiar expression and said, I don't actually know where you're from. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. It is really either very generous or clumsy of him to have only remembered such things now. Yi Futian of the barren state, Yi Futian said softly. It sounds rather familiar. I think I've heard about it somewhere, Zhu Gongzi said. He then turned to Yang Xiao and did his introductions. Eldest brother, my friend Yi Futian is from the barren state. Barren state, Yi Futian, Yang Xiao murmured to himself. All of the younger generations of the saints turned their eyes to Yi Futian suddenly. While people of the barren state hardly mingled with those of other states, the people of the sacred ground would still concern themselves with the great incidents of the barren state, especially involving Jisheng cliffs of Yu state. As such, they had heard of Yi Futian's name more than half a year ago. I didn't expect the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, sacred ground of the barren state to be here. My apologies. Yang Xiao raised his cup, smiled and said, Please help yourselves. You're too kind, Chief. Yi Futian raised his cup and emptied it. Oh, so you're that noble plain palace lord. Zhu Gongzi had only just realized. He vaguely remembered something about Yi Futian being talked about more than half a year ago, but as he had little interest in such affairs, he did not take it to heart. He had only come to realize Yi Futian's identity after hearing what Yang Xiao said. Noble plain palace lord, eh? Yi Futian felt rather exasperated. Everyone in the banquet turned their eyes to Yi Futian. Zhu Zichao then said, I heard that you defeated Qin Zhong, the son of Jisheng Cliffs, and that your talents are exceptional. The previous palace lord in the barren state called upon Emperor Xia after that battle in the Holy Ji Palace, who then had you take over as the palace lord. Many present had more or less heard of that incident, but not many knew much about what happened. However, it was obvious that the previous palace lord thought Yi Futian possessed exceptional talents and had a chance at attaining sainthood, given how Yi Futian was able to defeat Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs and how the previous palace lord gave his life to call upon Emperor Xia. They knew a thing or two about Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs, but were hardly familiar with Bai Luli, as they hardly cared about what happened in the barren state. If it had not been for Jisheng Cliffs being a part of that great incident, they would not have even heard of Yi Futian's name. Still, they cared little about him despite having seen his face now, as barren state did not even have a saint in their ranks, going to great lengths and making costly sacrifices just to have a saint emerge. It was rather far-fetched, given how some who were present were students of saints. If you're a palace lord of the sacred ground of the barren state, why do you suck so badly at chess? Someone asked. What has been demonstrated by Yi Futian that day was something many found appalling. It would have mattered little if Yi Futian was just another commoner. But a palace lord of the barren state's sacred ground playing a game of chess so awfully was deemed something laughable. Many turned to look at Yi Futian. So he is the rumored one. This is getting interesting. Is playing a game of chess about determining who is the winner and who is the loser, or is it about having a playstyle that looks elegant? Yi Futian smiled and said, looking at the one who just spoke. That person frowned and added, While it is indeed true that the primary objective is to tell the winner from the loser, isn't it unthinkable to ignore the process of how the game is played? Yi Futian smiled, not going to argue further with the other party. While he thought Wanxiang's play style was rather ugly, he hardly thought it was a problem. If he was able to beat the lineage of the chess saint playing in such a way, he would hardly care about the playstyle itself. He thought many present would share similar opinions as well. Mo Jun turned his eyes at Yi Futian, recalling something. With the Baron State not having a saint among their ranks for so many years, the Palace Lord must have come all the way from the Holy Ji Palace of Baron State, seeing an opportunity in the Eastern State. Or maybe Yi Futian actually had some ideas about the 9 states. The battles among all 9 states were to happen in none other than the very sacred ground that they were at now, Shihua Sacred Mountain, and no one invited the Baron State to participate in the event. Yang Xiao smiled and said to everyone, with even the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace from the Baron State coming all the way here to the Eastern State, I'd say the Celestial Dragon chess game will open a month from now. I will then allow all from Yujing City to witness the event at Chess Peak. The 9 games currently laid out at Chess Peak will resume as usual, just so everyone has a way to study the way of chess further. The Celestial Dragon chess game evolved out of those 9 games and is practically an amalgamation of the 9 games. As such, there is no way the Celestial Dragon chess game could have been broken without first breaking the 9 games now at Chess Peak, Yang Xiao elaborated and everyone nodded. There was only a month's time to look into it, and it seemed to be something achievable by only a handful of people, with the great majority of others having zero chance at breaking the Celestial Dragon chess game. Yi Futian's party left after the banquet was over. "Uncle, we have only a month. Do you think we stand a chance?" Yi Futian asked Wanxiang. "I didn't know much about chess and I was only able to break the first 6 games. The 7th sported extremely complicated changes. Yang Xiao said it himself earlier. The Celestial Dragon chess game was an amalgamation of all 9 games. As such, it definitely has limitless changes and that makes it even more difficult to break. I'll spend the coming month researching the way of chess with you," Sage Wanxering said. "All right then." Yi Futian nodded. "Coincidentally, my style kind of differs from yours, uncle, and I have developed some thoughts about the subject. Let's look into it together." Yi Futian was compelled to work on it as they had come all the way to the Chess Saint Villa. It would have been a valuable experience even if they ended up losing eventually. Chapter 735, Yang Xiao set the time where the Celestial Dragon chess game was to be opened, and more people showed up at Yujing City. More exceptional people from the Eastern State showed up at Yujing House, and even more cultivators from Yujing City gathered outside. They were all waiting for the day where the Celestial Dragon chess game would be laid out, intending to watch the games at Chess Peak. Yang Xiao set the time where the Celestial Dragon chess game was to be opened, and more people showed up at Yujing City. More exceptional people from the Eastern State showed up at Yujing House, and even more cultivators from Yujing City gathered outside. They were all waiting for the day where the Celestial Dragon chess game would be laid out, intending to watch the games at Chess Peak. Liu Zong still had yet to show. Someone claimed that there were signs of him arriving at Yujing House, but no one was sure if those claims were true. The number 1 among all the younger generations in Shihua Sacred Mountain had indeed acted in a very unpredictable manner. Other than that, the news of the arrival of Yi Futian, the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, the sacred ground of the Baron State, spread like wildfire, becoming the talk of the place. Many sighed and felt pity for Baron State. The Palace Lord of a sacred ground coming for the chessboard left behind by a saint was not something that anyone would have spoken proudly about. All the other sacred grounds in the Eastern State had people of the younger generations and cultivators showing up in general. It was unheard of for a lord to show up at such events, as such lords would have been saints instead. Only people of the Baron State would have done such a thing, as they were weak for not having a saint among them. Furthermore, it was said that while the noble plain palace lord sported exceptional talents, he had gone on to play chess in order to get his hands on the item left behind by the chess saint. His playstyle was an extremely appalling one, and that invited further pity from all. In all of the 9 states, the Baron State was one place that was seen to have ceased to exist except in name. The orthodoxy sacred grounds would not have lasted for many years before they were doomed to be taken apart. However, it was still rather admirable for a palace lord of a sacred ground of the barren state to put his pride aside and venture outside the barren state. At the very least, the noble plain palace lord was actually working hard for the sake of the barren state. It was a pity that while his talents were extremely formidable, his plane was still low, which would make it impossible for him to turn things around just within a few years. At the moment, in the compound of Yujing House where Yi Futian was, he had many books and jade scrolls before him, all of which were related to the art of chess. Many of those books were actually something he had asked Zhu Gongzi to fetch for him from Chess Saint Villa, just so that he was able to read them. The Chess Saint was the #1 chess player in all of the 9 states, and a group of people who were incredibly versed in the art of chess gathered at Chess Saint Villa. They had diligently put all of the knowledge of the Chess Saint and some special matrices related to the way of chess onto books or jade scrolls in order to preserve such knowledge for the generations to come and prevent them from being lost down the line. All were materials that were offered to any cultivator who had earned the recognition of the 9 students of the Chess Saint for reading. However, there were few who were willing to spend much of his time on the subject. Most of those people restricted themselves to reading and learning from incredibly renowned chess books. Yi Futian was different. He was willing to read any book there was to be read, so long as it was something related to the art of chess. It was a habit that he had developed during his days in the cottage. He had been reading books like a madman in the book cave of the cottage. His teacher tutored him back then by having him read books and learn spells doing so. His teacher also had him learn all spells there were to be learned, regardless of difficulty, and it eventually proved that his teacher had been doing the right thing. A book's true essence would reveal itself after being read over 100 times, and it worked the same for training. Yi Futian's mind was practically filled with chess games at the moment. It was as if there was a book of chess etched into his mind and there was nothing he could do to dispel it. It was probably due to him being so interested in the subject for the past few days. It was fun learning new things, especially in Yi Futian's case. He was able to sense the exceptional traits of the art of chess simply from reading the books, and he was then practically addicted to it. Someone walking by at that moment dumped a book before Yi Futian, who then said, "Are you planning to read all the books in Chess Saint Villa?" That someone was none other than Zhu Gongzi. Despite having been learning the art of chess from his teacher, he had never gone as crazy as Yi Futian. The books he had read were a small fraction compared to what Yi Futian had read. One's innate weaknesses are to be compensated with hard work. Yi Futian smiled and said, "Thanks for the hard work." It was fortunate that cultivators were unlike common people, whose spiritual aptitude was far behind that of cultivators. That made learning difficult for common people. People at sage levels like Yi Futian needed only to scan a book to comprehend its contents. They needed only to learn how to use their acquired knowledge. It's no big deal. It's just that I haven't been able to go see my baby at Qingyu House for quite some time now, Zhu Gongzi said rather dejectedly. If I knew this would have happened, I wouldn't have brought you up here. Well, too late for regrets now, Yi Futian smiled and said. Zhu Gongzi shook his head and said, "Just what are you, the great palace lord of barren state's sacred ground, like as a person? Are you a horny flirt? Or are you a hard-working student?" Yi Futian looked like a playboy more than anything else when he was in Qingyu House. Zhu Gongzi had not expected him to be so into learning. "Me?" Yi Futian smiled and said, "Just a dashing, handsome young man whose talents are like none other. Have you no shame?" Zhu Gongzi was speechless. Just what is the skin of this guy made of? Seriously though, time is almost up and I wonder if you have any confidence in doing this. You're still the only guy I've invited to our place since I need not worry about matters, given that my brothers and sisters are there to take care of things. I need only to be a playboy and little else. I never had any hopes about you being able to achieve anything before, but I'm starting to wonder if you actually have a shot at this, seeing how diligent you are in studying and all that. Zhu Gongzi looked at Yi Futian and found something off with his eyes, but then he shook his head and said in a dismissive tone, "And yet, here I am, getting crazed with you as well. My second brother invited Liu Zong, Zhu Zichao, Han Jing, and the others. Even if your progress is developing at the speed of a lightning bolt, I don't think you'd have any chance at breaking the celestial dragon chess game before they do, or maybe, none of us will be able to break the game. He shook his head and left after he finished saying all that. Just how do I come to have such wild ideas about things? Interesting young man indeed, Sage Wanxiang said as he looked at Zhu Gongzi leaving. Interesting guy indeed. He is the last of the 9 students and it's only natural that he is all carefree and laid back. Yi Futian smiled and said. Wasn't I the one who kept getting looked after back in the cottage? How have you felt lately? Sage Wanxiang asked. I feel as if I'm ready to simulate the games myself. But then again, I'm, of course, not all that versed in the calculations that you're so good at, uncle. My play style is leaning more towards judgment guided by my guts, Yi Futian said. What everyone sees and feels is different even if they were to learn the exact same thing. There is no need for you to be like me. Wanxiang said, I broke 6 games armed with what little knowledge I had about chess. Having now read all those books with you, I've come to the point where I can say I've mastered the way of chess. This allows me to calculate the games in a broader yet pinpoint manner, simulating all the changes to take place in my mind. If I keep at it, I'd be able to break even the 8th game, conservatively speaking. My chances of breaking all 9 are rather high as well, Wanxiang said. I'll try to merge what you have taught me and what I learned myself, and I'll try my hand at the 9 games tomorrow, Yi Futian said. All right. Sage Wanxiang nodded. You may try a different approach, like playing in reverse, anticipating where your opponent will place their pieces, but make it so that it feels natural and see if that gels with what you have anticipated. You should then see how the game changes further. There is no need to get fixated on winning. I understand. Yi Futian nodded. Hearing you all talk about chess all the time, I kind of feel like I've become a high-level player myself. Zhuge Mingyu and Jiyu Dongliu walked in their direction with a smile. All of them read books about chess every now and then, but quickly felt doing was rather exhausting. They had decided to invest their time in training instead. Things that are all about talent like this are better left for our little brother. Second sister, third brother, Yi Futian called. I know little about chess, little brother, so I can't help you with much. But know that all paths are connected one way or another. The way of chess is also a way at cultivation. A chess battle is like a martial arts battle. Every piece is about attack and defense. If you want to beat your opponent, you'll naturally need to defend against your opponent's attacks while retaliating or attack your opponent with a more explosive move. The one thing you need to do in a chess battle is master how things are in a big picture. As such, your spiritual willpower would be just as important in a chess battle, Jiyu Dongliu said. Yi Futian nodded slightly. I'll keep your words in mind, third brother. Don't wear yourself out too badly, Jiyu Dongliu said softly. Yi Futian had little to no rest for the past few days. Training was not simply shutting down all the time. The art of chess was one that was very taxing on spiritual power, and as such, one should have been more alert against shutting oneself off. It would have gotten incredibly tiring when done so in a prolonged manner. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Relax, brother. I like chess anyway. Jiyu Dongliu nodded without saying much. Yi Futian went up to Chess Peak first thing in the morning the next day. The 9 games were all still there, and some were even found sitting cross-legged on huge rocks. They had been looking into and challenging the games to prepare for the upcoming Celestial Dragon chess game. Although they knew that they stand little chance at winning, but they were compelled to try, given how they had come all the way there. Furthermore, they got to see the best of the top-notch geniuses to be found in the Eastern State, making it quite an experience. The old man guarding the game stepped onto the first game and said to Yi Futian, "You have already broken through 6 games and will start with the 7th. There is no need to repeat all of the games." He was very displeased playing against Yi Futian that day. Yi Futian smiled. He looked at how the old man behaved and said, "I deem it necessary to start from the beginning. I look forward to your guidance." "All right then." The old man nodded impatiently and then waved his hand without a care. A piece coalesced from the power of rules fell onto the board with a loud thump. Yi Futian activated freedom meditation, allowing him to look into the game with greater clarity as if he was on the board himself, taking charge of the chess battle. He waved his hand and a piece was placed without hesitation. The old man kept placing pieces and Yi Futian followed suit. Soon, the old man looked at Yi Futian with a peculiar look. Yi Futian did not use that very ugly style he had been using before. However, his skills were very, very shoddy. As the number of pieces grew on the board, a chessboard seemed to have appeared in Yi Futian's mind. That board was a projection of what he was playing, and it went on to continuously change with future moves. That was a simulation running in his mind. Yi Futian placed another piece as he waved his hand, yet his eyes were fixed on other spots, feeling that the old man would put his piece there. He turned his eyes at a different spot. As anticipated, the old man placed his piece with a hard thump, building up a powerful force. A precious cauldron went on to pressure Yi Futian's spiritual will, intending to crush him. Yi Futian lost a moment later, but he did not leave. He instead asked, "Elder, can we have another game?" The old man frowned, but he continued nonetheless. "Elder, can we have another one?" Yi Futian repeated again and again. The old man got rather fed up and said angrily, "Your way of chess sucks. Why bother wasting your time and mine?" Yi Futian did not mind at all, smiling as he asked to continue. He was verifying what he had learned through actual battle. At Chess Peak, everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian at the moment. That guy really knows nothing about playing chess. He is just wasting time there. It was probably the old man with him that day who guided him and enabled him to break through 6 games consecutively. Chapter 736. Yi Futian had been verifying what he had learned with all 9 games for the next few days. He tried different play styles with every single game, yet he ended up losing every time. Even the elders who were playing with him were able to see that he had been seeking defeat intentionally, observing the changes in their play style through his own. Yi Futian had been verifying what he had learned with all 9 games for the next few days. He tried different play styles with every single game, yet he ended up losing every time. Even the elders who were playing with him were able to see that he had been seeking defeat intentionally, observing the changes in their play style through his own. It was the first time for any of them to see someone learn in such a way. There was not even a single person in Chess Saint Villa who had done so before. They were secretly impressed at how Yi Futian indeed had thoughts about things. Yi Futian observed the changes of the 9 games through doing actual battle, just to verify what he had learned for the days past. He felt himself progressing at breakneck speeds in chess. Everyone else other than Yi Futian had progressed as well. There were even a few who were able to break all 9 games: Han Jing, Zhu Zichao, Zhu Zi, Goddess Qingni, and Mo Jun of Shihua Sacred Mountain. Other than that, there were also some others who broke 8 games, with only 1 more to go. Everyone progressed, but of course, some relied on more than just themselves to do so. For instance, Zhu Zichao and his sister, Zhu Zi, had elders from Shihua Sacred Mountain providing guidance. The master players of chess that they hired for the event guided them like how sage Wanxiang guided Yi Futian. After all, Chess Saint Villa did not set any rules regarding the methods used for breaking the games. The day that Yang Xiao had set eventually came. Many mighty ones from Yujing City came to witness the event on that day. People flocked to Jinghua Mountain, landing on Chess Peak. Countless silhouettes were found on ancient peaks and huge rocks. All of them were people who came for the event. Many elders from Chess Saint Villa arrived that day and all of them were there to witness the opening of the Celestial Dragon chess game. Yi Futian and his party arrived very early at Chess Peak. They stood quietly and countless around them were talking about the chess battles that day. I can't believe that Liu Zong still hasn't shown up. Many were seen looking around but no one saw Liu Zong at Chess Peak. Is he really going to miss today's chess battle for real? Zhu Zichao and Zhu Zi are indeed siblings who are also students of the Sacred Dynasty. They both exude an air of elegance about them. Mo Jun looked incredibly dashing and exceptional. Han Jing looked steady and reserved. Li Mu had a handsome yet flighty feeling about him, a testament of the bearing of his teacher, the Sword Celestial. Goddess Qingni sported looks that reigned supreme in Jinghua Mountain. She stood alone on a huge rock, her green dress and jet black hair billowed in the wind, looking as if she was actually a fairy, one that was to be admired from afar and never to be defiled in any way. The girls around Yi Futian all wore thin veils over their faces, hiding them. There were many who were curious about how they looked, speculating from the girl's figure and bearing that all of them were incredibly beautiful. There were also many who talked about Yi Futian. Although he was nowhere as famous in the eastern state as he was in the barren state, there were many who knew him nonetheless. All of that, coupled with some news regarding him as of late, he attracted quite a lot of attention to himself still. At that moment, a group of people was seen walking on the ancient road in the middle of Chess Peak. Many made way for them, seeing Yang Xiao and 8 of his juniors walking in their direction. "They're here." Many turned their eyes at Yang Xiao and the others. The Celestial Dragon chess game was about to be opened. The group made it to a cliff at Chess Peak and slowly took to the air, saying, "The Celestial Dragon chess game was something left behind by our teacher, passed on to all 9 of us. As such, the game is one that has limitless changes and it will now be laid out by all 9 of us. We present to you, the Celestial Dragon chess game." Yang Xiao turned around and looked at the many elders standing on both sides of the cliff, saying, "Open." The elders from Chess Saint Villa moved and went on to blast the huge cliff. Explosive rumble was heard all over the place in an instant, and dazzling lights were seen on top of the cliff as if it was something forged out of matrices. Many were found with startled looks on their faces. They never expected a matrix to be hidden in the cliff itself. The matrix shone increasingly bright, spreading out to the inside of the cliff. Beams of terrifying light shot out of the cliff from inside out. Countless cracks were seen on the cliff in an instant. Patterns lit up and with a loud rumble, the rocks of the cliff turned to dust and dissipated. Blinding light shimmered in that very instant, which drew the eyes of many. The light emanated from a huge chessboard, which hovered in midair. Yang Xiao and his other juniors stepped forward and landed on the shimmering chessboard. Their bodies seemed to have melded with the board in an instant, being covered in light. This would be the Celestial Dragon chess game, one that all 9 of us brothers and sisters will hold together. Any of the invited ones are welcomed to try to break the game. Yang Xiao stood on the chessboard and said, looking at everyone, "Of course, I advise all who intend to step onto the Celestial Dragon chess game to first break the 9 games prior. The pressure will prove too great to bear otherwise." Many eyes looked at Yang Xiao and the other 8 of his juniors. Who would be able to break a chess game held by the 9 students of the Chess Saint? No one moved and everyone seemed to be hesitating. "I'll try." A voice was finally heard. Han Jing was seen stepping forward and countless eyes gazed at him. Han Jing, the first to challenge the Celestial Dragon chess game. "Please," Yang Xiao said. "Please," Han Jing said, returning the courtesy. Yang Xiao waved his hand and placed a piece at the center of the board, containing incredibly terrifying power of rules. Han Jing waved his hand as well and placed his first piece. However, the second piece was placed by Li Kaishan, the second student of the Chess Saint. A streak of golden lightning seemed to have descended upon the board as he waved his hand, making all who were watching shudder. Is it that all 9 of the students of Celestial Dragon chess game place a piece each? Many asked themselves in silence, and they quickly got their answers to that question in no time. All of the first 9 moves were placed by all 9 students. An extremely violent power began to whip up on the board with just the 9 pieces placed, vaguely intending to devour all the might Han Jing had about him. Such incredible might. Many shuddered. It was no longer a simple chess game. It looked more like a battle fought through a chess game. Such a terrifying force was already whipped up with only 9 pieces placed by Yang Xiao and his people. Han Jing felt the looming might the most as he was the one playing it. He came to look incredibly serious as he kept placing his pieces. The pieces he placed seemed resonate with one another, intending to form a matrix. Both sides kept playing and the number of pieces on the board grew. Sweat appeared on Han Jing's forehead. The chess game contained 9 types of great changes as if it was played using different play styles. Worse still, every play style seemed to contain limitless changes, making it impossible to see through them. Whoosh! Sword aura whooshed about and a sword matrix appeared on a corner of the chessboard, formed by the rules of the pieces. Han Jing wanted to place his piece there, but surprisingly, he was unable to do so. The piece was devoured by the sword aura before it even landed on the board. So this is the rules of chess battle of the Celestial Dragon chess game then? One which enables one to block the play style of the other. Everyone present shuddered. Han Jing was practically drenched in sweat. He held the piece in his hand but had no idea where to place it. At that moment, he had only been able to feel overwhelming exhaustion and tired in his spiritual power. He waved his hand and placed another piece. Han Jing is going to lose, some among the audience who were versed with the art of chess murmured to themselves. Han Jing had made a mistake under the huge pressure, which was one that should not have happened to him. At that moment, the fourth student of the chess saint placed a piece. Many shuddered the very second the piece landed on the board. A ferocious-looking bone dragon appeared on the chessboard, baring its fangs as it went for Han Jing. Han Jing went all pale, and with a grunt, spat blood onto the chessboard. He flashed and backed away from the chessboard, then sat down to restore his damaged mind and regenerate worn spiritual power. Many turned their eyes on that game. Several matrices were vaguely sensed to be on the verge of taking form, exuding terrifying powers which were forged by every single piece on the board. Uncle Yi Futian's experience was a dire and serious one, as he looked at Sage Wanxiang who had been standing by his side. Despite his startling rate of progress in the art of chess, that game was one he would have no chance at breaking. It was not an opinion formed out of having a low opinion of oneself, but one that originated in knowing one's place. Intricate. Sage Wanxiang praised, all 9 of these people were students of the chess saint, and as such, it is only natural for all of them to be experts in chess. All 9 of them laid out a game and 9 different playstyles were seen. Straightforward ones and twisty ones were all there. There was only a need for one person to simulate and predict the playstyles before, but the difficulty of this one is truly several magnitudes of order higher. Furthermore, all 9 of them were playing in order, yet there were no rules saying that they had to actually play in a specific order. Yi Futian nodded. He was able to tell from the short game that everything about the art of chess written in the books was all in the game. All 9 students of the chess saint played in ways that were nothing short of godlike. Even Zhu Gongzi, who was seen fooling around all the time before, definitely sported very high-level proficiency at the art. A ruckus was heard from the crowd and many turned their eyes where the ruckus came from. A figure walked toward the board from afar. Be it clothing or looks, the person did not look spectacular in any way, yet he exuded an incredibly unique air, which seemed to be a sense of self-confidence originating from the very core of his being. The angles of his face were sharp and there was no expression on his face. His strides were steady, not too fast nor too slow, with every step identical to the other. Liu Zong. He is finally here. The number 1 among the younger generations of Shihua Sacred Mountain, Liu Zong, arrived the very day the Celestial Dragon chess game was opened. Senior. Mo Jun looked at that figure walking while shimmering with divine light. As far as looks went, even Mo Jun was more handsome than Liu Zong. Liu Zong lifted his head and looked up at Mo Jun, nodding at him as a gesture of acknowledgement. However, Liu Zong did not actually walk to where the Celestial Dragon chess game was. Instead, he walked up to the first game of the 9 games. He landed on the board and said, "Elder, if you'd please." "Very well," the old man said, and both began to play, which surprisingly attracted everyone's attention. The game between both of them looked very tranquil in comparison. Be it the old man or Liu Zong, none had any angst. What felt terrifying with the game was that the play style of the old man grew increasingly powerful as the game went, forming a matrix with the pieces, yet Liu Zong's play style looked extremely plain instead. However, the game that the old man played did not seem to pose any threat. Soon, the old man was cornered with no way to place his pieces adequately. He was slowly being cornered to the point of no return. He looked at the game before them and said, "Young people are truly ferocious. I admit defeat. It has been an honor," Liu Zong said calmly and then went on to challenge the second game. He played full out and beat all 9 games soon. The 9th game was the only one that proved somewhat threatening to him. Chapter 737. Countless eyes fell onto Liu Zong, the Lone Ranger genius. He broke all 9 chess games consecutively as soon as he arrived, before walking up to the celestial dragon chess game. Countless eyes fell onto Liu Zong, the Lone Ranger genius. He broke all 9 chess games consecutively as soon as he arrived, before walking up to the celestial dragon chess game. That is Liu Zong indeed. Father claimed that in this generation of the Eastern state, Liu Zong might just rank in the top 3, and it is extremely possible that he will become one of the leaders of the Eastern state in the future. At the moment, the bright eyes of Zhu Zi of the Great Zhu Sacred Dynasty fell onto Liu Zong. She looked on, hopeful, not knowing if that proud son from Shihua Sacred Mountain would be able to break the celestial dragon chess game or not. Zhu Zichao, Han Jing, Li Mu, Goddess Qingni and the others all looked at Liu Zong. I'm here today to try my hand at the celestial dragon chess game. I seek your guidance, teachers, Liu Zong said calmly. Your reputation precedes you, Liu Zong of Shihua Sacred Mountain. You do look as extraordinary as you're rumored to be. Please, Yang Xiao said as he pointed. Liu Zong took his steps and went on to the celestial dragon chess game hanging in the middle of the air. Please, Liu Zong said. Yang Xiao nodded and began to place his pieces. His first piece was placed onto the very same spot as when he played against Han Jing before. Liu Zong then waved without hesitation. The power of rules turned into a black piece and fell down onto a spot. Everyone's eyes were on the game. Both sides played very quickly. Be it the 9 students of the chess saint or Liu Zong, none of them showed any hesitation as they placed their pieces. They traded blows intensely and before long, a good number of pieces were seen on the chessboard. A powerful aura of rules washed all over the chessboard. Liu Zong looked as if he was being surrounded and attacked by 9 mighty ones, just standing where he was. Despite his circumstance, he remained composed. His pieces were dropped in a firm, powerful manner. His playstyle had limitless changes to it, and when faced with 9 different playstyle changes, he had actually come to divide his way of playing into 9 different styles to counter his opponents, which spoke volume of his frightening capacity at the art. Fame is held by those who are formidable. I'm inferior compared to Liu Zong. Han Jing had opened his eyes to focus on the game and felt inferior. Many took a look at Han Jing, feeling that he had an extraordinary temperament for being able to admit that in front of everyone. Still, it was not all that humiliating to admit one's inferiority when compared to Liu Zong. While many geniuses had gathered there was no one who would be able to claim themselves superior compared to Liu Zong. Manifesting 9 different changes in play styles to play against 9 top-class players at chess all on his own, and furthermore, every single playstyle was developed to counter a specific style of his opponent. This Liu Zong fellow must have been trained in a variety of arts, Sage Wanxiang said softly as he gazed at the game. He had not expected for them to encounter such extraordinary people as soon as they ventured outside the barren state. Yi Futian was indeed right to have them come out of the barren state and open their eyes. Only by doing so would the students of the younger generation have been able to develop a greater motivation to further their training. The batch of students of the Holy Ji Palace who had just emerged from the Sage Hall was the best barren state had to offer. Yi Futian nodded. He had been steeped in his training in the art of chess for the past month, but having seen both sides trade blows personally, he was definitely unable to say that he would be able to do better than Liu Zong if he was the one playing the Celestial Dragon chess game. An extremely terrifying phenomenon appeared on the chessboard. Sword aura tore through the space with golden flashes of axes cutting down everything. Multiple matrix-based powers burst on the board, creating terrifying scenes. Liu Zong stood in the middle and remained unfazed. He had the protection of golden light all over him. One was able to vaguely see multiple golden arms extending like a 1,000-armed Buddha resisting the pressure from the game itself. Mo Jun looked at his senior play against the other side quietly, learning Liu Zong's ways. The level his senior was at was not something he could even dream of. He remembered his teacher saying that Liu Zong had read all kinds of old books and collections within 3 years after enrolling into the sacred ground. He spent another 3 years melding his acquired knowledge and putting it to good use. He had an encyclopedic level of knowledge and learned just about all there was to learn, including martial arts, music, chess, literature, and painting. There was hardly anything Liu Zong was not good at. He even went to develop comprehension of Buddhist sutras, deriving the essence of various masters, filling himself with knowledge. While there had been times where Mo Jun grew jealous of his senior, he remained more impressed by his senior than anything else. Mo Jun attempted to mimic Liu Zong for a time but quickly found himself as not having enough mental energy to keep up, and was unable to learn all there was to learn. He gave up eventually, as talent was not something that could be mimicked. The battle on the chessboard came to be incredibly intense. Violent storms howled everywhere, and at that moment, every piece placed would have given birth to attacks of rules, looking like the forces of nature at work. It was a tremendously frightening scene to behold. Liu Zong's expression grew increasingly serious, and he no longer looked to be as carefree and nonchalant as before. He focused his gaze on the chessboard and ignored attacks of rules. The entire game had melded into a single entity at the moment, and he felt as if he had been wrapped in all of it. Every step became very taxing, and the speed at which he placed his piece turned increasingly sluggish as well. He finally stopped after quite a while, unable to place his piece. He then said, "Impressive. I admit defeat." Yang Xiao waved and the pieces on the Celestial Dragon chess game disappeared right there and then. The terrifying phenomenon disappeared and everything turned quiet again. He looked at Liu Zong and said, "It was a very impressive feat for a person who played the Celestial Dragon chess game for the first time to get this far." Everyone nodded in agreement. No one thought Liu Zong's defeat to be a humiliating one. He was playing against the 9 students of the chess saint, after all. The game was also one left behind by the chess saint. It spoke volumes of Liu Zong's strength, being able to get that far. Liu Zong was probably the very best of all who had played the game. His progress was so impressive that no one seemed to be able to surpass him. Our eldest brother here was right. It was very commendable of you to have been able to come this far. In time, you will be able to break the Celestial Dragon chess game. The game is now open to all and will be open for the coming 3 months until it is broken, Li Kaishan, second student of the chess saint, said. It was apparent that he had great hopes for Liu Zong. It was said that he was the one who had invited Liu Zong to come break the game in the first place. Liu Zong nodded in agreement and walked away from the chessboard, heading towards the corner where Mo Jun and the people of Shihua Sacred Mountain were. "Senior," Mo Jun called. "You should give it a try, brother. The game is an immensely intriguing one. Maybe you will learn something from it," Liu Zong said. "Indeed." Mo Jun nodded and walked towards the chessboard. He ended up being defeated just like his senior. "Aren't you going to try it out?" Sage Wanxiang looked at Yi Futian and asked. Yang Xiao claims that to break the Celestial Dragon chess game, one needs to first learn the ways of the other 9 chess game. My current proficiency in the art says that it's still too soon for me to challenge the game. I will definitely end up defeated if I play it now. Yi Futian had become an incredibly adept player of chess after spending days learning the art of chess, yet he knew where he stood at the moment. The Celestial Dragon chess game was still not one he would be able to break. "I'll go learn more about the other 9 games, Yi Futian said before walking to the chessboard of the first elder. "You again?" The elder saw Yi Futian and said. "I seek your guidance, elder." Yi Futian cupped his hands and said with a smile. The elder said nothing else, waving his arm, and began playing instead. Yi Futian was no longer hesitant. He placed his piece immediately when it was his turn to do so. That game progressed very quickly between the two of them. The elder's eyes sparkled after a while and he looked at Yi Futian. He knew before that Yi Futian had intentionally lost in order to learn his ways at chess. So, he is finally playing for real now? The elder thought. He was interested to see how much Yi Futian progressed. The elder began taking him seriously. Matrices began appearing on the game. A golden cauldron seemed to take form soon. However, Yi Futian did not go about breaking his opponent's formation again and again like he last did. Instead, they traded blows instead. At the moment, he put himself in the middle of the chessboard and was surrounded by starlight. The layers spread out and went on to crush everything standing in their way. He had taken to countering his opponent's offense with offense, developing a truly formidable play style. The pieces of both sides slaughtered each other on the board. Violent rumbles came from the chessboard, forming terrifying power of storms. The storm of stars permeated the space. When Yi Futian placed his next piece, the power of stars burst into extremely overbearing power and crushed the cauldron. The pieces of that old man crumbled right there and then on the board, which then disappeared into nothingness one after another. The old man's expression looked rather pale as he stared at the board. "It has been a pleasure, Elder," Yi Futian cupped his hands and said. The elder lifted his head and took a look at Yi Futian, then nodded slightly. "The youngsters are truly frightening. There is simply nothing I can pick on with Yi Futian's playstyle now." Yi Futian walked to the next game beside the one he just played and ended up victorious as well. Yi Futian played one game after another just like Liu Zong did a while ago. He broke 8 games consecutively. It was not until the 9th game that he was subjected to immense pressure, but he was eventually able to break the game nonetheless. Many looked at Yi Futian, astonished. While there were many mighty ones gathering at Chess Peak that day, few were capable of breaking all 9 games. Yi Futian had managed to become one in the handful of people who could, and it was only natural that he caught the attention of everyone present. He is Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the sacred ground of the Barren State, and he came to his current position as a noble. He broke 6 games consecutively when he first came to Chess Peak playing in an extremely ugly manner. But that was probably due to someone behind him directing his moves. He has trained his moves at Chess Peak for the past few days and he never won a single game, yet today, he actually broke all 9 games, someone said as they looked at him with surprised eyes, feeling his case to be an intriguing one. There was probably someone guiding him as he learned, and probably some mighty one from the sacred ground of the Barren State. But it was nonetheless a commendable feat to be able to break all 9 games using proper play styles. It is obvious that he truly learned how to play chess and made frightening progress in the art. This noble palace lord from the sacred ground of the Barren State is intriguing indeed. Many talked amongst themselves. Yi Futian did not go straight to trying his hand at the celestial dragon chess game after he broke all 9 games. He went back to his seat and sat cross-legged instead, pondering in a serious manner. He had run into some trouble with the 9th game and it took him great effort to break through. He came to learn something from those troubles. There were many who attempted to break the chess games afterward. There were people challenging the 9 games as well as the Celestial Dragon chess game. However, the Celestial Dragon chess game remained an immutable one. Everyone's attention, including Liu Zong's, was caught every time someone went to challenge the Celestial Dragon chess game. He remained observant of the game. He suddenly came to develop some thoughts. He closed his eyes and ran simulations in his mind. His eyes flashed after a while and he looked in Yang Xiao's direction, asking, given that the Celestial Dragon chess game was laid out by 9 people, is it possible to have 9 people break the game simultaneously? It is possible. Yang Xiao nodded. Is there anyone who will be willing to break the game with me? Liu Zong looked at the people around him and asked. Mo Jun stood out and said, let me give you a hand, senior. Very well. Liu Zong nodded. I'd like to try as well, Han Jing said. He admitted that he was inferior compared to Liu Zong, but he, nonetheless, had some attachment to the Celestial Dragon chess game. As such, wanting to try it out with Liu Zong. We shall participate as well, Zhu Zi said. Zhu Zichao, beside her, nodded slightly. Li Mu, Goddess Qingni and others joined one after another. 8 top-class players gathered around quickly. Would you be interested in this attempt? Liu Zong turned his eyes to Yi Futian. Yi Futian's actions in breaking the 9 games caught his attention. He did not care how Yi Futian was able to do so and whether or not Yi Futian was being guided by someone. He cared only about the outcome. Yi Futian took a look at Liu Zong, before smiling and saying, very well then. He did not mind joining forces with the others to see what changes awaited them at the game. Chapter 738. All 9 of them stepped onto the Celestial Dragon chess game. Countless eyes on Chess Peak looked at them in mere moments. All 9 of them stepped onto the Celestial Dragon chess game. Countless eyes on Chess Peak looked at them in mere moments. Liu Zong invited the 9 and stepped onto the game. Is this going to be better than just him playing alone? All of you please find your own opponents while I will take control of things in general, Liu Zong said. Everyone nodded and picked their opponents, standing on the chessboard. Let's begin, Liu Zong said. Yang Xiao nodded and waved his arm, bringing a piece down onto the board. Liu Zong countered and then Li Kaishan dropped his second piece. Mo Jun, who was right beside Liu Zong, placed the second piece of their side as well. 18 people played one game at the same time. 18 power of rules of varying strengths permeated the entire board. Yi Futian picked Zhu Gongzi as his opponent. Zhu Gongzi found the choice rather funny, yet he had no intentions of going easy on him, playing as carefully as he could. If one looks at things separately, it seems as if all 9 of them are playing their own games. However, all 9 on Yang Xiao's side are playing as one. All 9 from that side play in a single formation. Liu Zong must have been able to tell what they were doing, and as such, attempted to break the game in a similar manner. Now, his play style remains the highest throughout the entire game, keeping his opponents in check. Things will get very intriguing, someone who was knowledgeable about chess said. The game became obvious quickly. All 9 from Liu Zong's side attempted to counter the play style of a player from the other side to keep their opponent's formations in check. Even though there were times where things looked grim on their side, Liu Zong covered it by looking at the entire game in general. There were even times where Liu Zong simply gave directions as to where to place one's piece. Terrifying aura began to appear on the Celestial Dragon chess game. Yi Futian was in the thick of things, surrounded by sword aura as if he was caught in a powerful sword matrix. However, his pieces manifested powerful rules of stars, sealing all sword aura in a particular location while cutting it off from the other matrices. Violent auras whipped about on the Celestial Dragon chess game. Things looked terrifying, but Liu Zong and the others remained standing toe-to-toe with their opponents. This truly works. The eyes of the spectators turned sharp. Even the 9 who were playing the game were intensely focused, putting all of their energy into the game. The chess battle grew increasingly intense. At that moment, Yang Xiao placed a piece and a terrifying force appeared on the chessboard, breaking the deadlock and returned the scattered game into a single form, as if a true dragon had just coiled on the board, waiting to strike with deadly force. Liu Zong's expression turned unusually severe. He placed yet another piece and split the formations into 9 again, breaking Yang Xiao's placement. Many could not help but gasp in awe. That move was really a godly one. However, a path was carved out as soon as Li Kaishan placed his piece. Many black pieces were devoured immediately. Mo Jun lifted his hand with an incredibly severe expression. He laid his eyes on a spot and was about to place his piece. Not there. Go 5/8 instead. Liu Zong interrupted Mo Jun. Mo Jun's eyes sparkled, finding Liu Zong's move to be a more intricate one. The piece was placed and several pieces of their opponents were gobbled up. Bravo! The expression of the spectators looked severe as if they themselves were playing the game. Even the elders from the Chess Saint Villa all fixed their gaze on the game. Things were getting too interesting to miss. Yang Xiao's wife placed her next piece right afterward. A very obvious threat was seen on the board, as black clouds loomed over things. It seemed as if every piece to be placed from then on was imbued with decisive killer moves. Zhu Zi lifted her arm and hesitated. Go 6/3, Liu Zong said. Zhu Zi nodded and did as she was told, without doubt, placing her piece where Liu Zong told her to. The pressure was reduced somewhat right afterward. The 4th, 5th, 6th students of the Chess Saint placed their pieces respectively, all of which were capable of deciding the outcome of the game. The killer moves were getting increasingly powerful and the pressure on the chessboard grew increasingly terrifying. Liu Zong even gave up on some pieces. It was as if he was severing an arm to keep himself alive, to keep their game afloat. Forces vaguely gathered on their side, and from the perspective of the entire game, his side had too already come to have something tangible. Any mistakes from their opponents would have been exploited, turning the tables and gobbling up their opponents. All they were waiting for was simply a chance. Other than Liu Zong, all players on Liu Zong's side were on guard and on edge. They felt rather elated and looked forward to how things would have turned out further. Will we be able to break the Celestial Dragon chess game this time? When Zhu Gongzi placed his piece, the entire game seemed to have been revitalized. Sword aura circled about on the chessboard, vaguely taking the form of a dragon, taking apart everything that stood in its way. Things turned when that piece was placed, as if everything had been set in that very moment. Terrifying pressure was brought to bear on the 9 on Liu Zong's side. All of them felt an extremely dangerous aura looming about, as if they were about to be devoured at any given moment, and it would have been game over for them all. The next piece became incredibly crucial. Countless eyes were locked onto Futian. He activated freedom meditation at the moment, feeling caught in the middle of a terrifying battlefield. He felt as if he was at the very center of a storm, with a true dragon looming right above him. Every single scale on that dragon seemed to be the sharpest blade ever made, all of which would have rained down on him at any given moment. While it seemed as if their opponent would take more time to gather their forces, the odds were actually stacked against them, as their opponent had been waiting to strike. All eyes were on Futian, including Liu Zong, Zhu Zi, and the others who were playing. The pressure on the chessboard was frightening. It was as if it would bring everything crashing down on their heads at any given moment. Futian sighed deeply as he raised his hand. A piece was materialized and was prepared to be placed. "Go 7 by 9, Liu Zong said, keeping Futian from placing the piece. Futian's eyes sparkled and he looked at the spot. A chessboard appeared in his mind. The very game before him manifested in his mind. If the piece was placed on the very spot Liu Zong told him to place it, their side would be able to gather massive force. Magnificent. Zhu Zichao and the others praised in awe. That spot Liu Zong suggested was no doubt the best spot to place a piece at that time. However, Futian hesitated in placing the piece as told. A feeling welled up inside him. If that piece were to be placed right there, it might have looked as if the odds would be on their side, but it would have also plunged them all into an abyss that they could never recover from, costing them the game right there and then. "What are you hesitating for?" Zhu Zi asked Futian. The spot that Liu Zong told him to place his piece was definitely the best spot. There was no doubt about it, yet Futian continued doubting it. The others turned to look at Futian as well, not knowing what was there to hesitate about. "No, the piece cannot be placed there," Futian said. Many at Chess Peak looked baffled as soon as he said that. Futian actually said that a place designated by Liu Zong was not good. That is the best spot to place the piece no matter how you look at it. However, Futian remained hesitant, not wanting to place that piece there. Many frowned. Is he trying to make a statement here? Saying he is different from everyone else or something? Sage Wanxiang gazed at the game and ran simulations as well in his mind. He also made a postulation that the spot Futian was about to place his piece was a trap. Futian was indeed correct. That spot looked to be an intricate move, yet it was one that could not be used. While he had yet to be able to find out precisely why it was so, it nonetheless looked to be a move that seemed incredibly advantageous at the moment. The Celestial Dragon chess game was indeed an intricate, profound game like none other. He was troubled just by placing one piece, and that move also went on to misguide everyone watching the game. Even Liu Zong thought it best to place a piece there. "Is there any other place more suitable than that one?" Han Jing said, "Just place it." Futian shook his head lightly. "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Zi looked at Futian and asked doubtfully. "Go." Futian moved his hand and dropped the piece. Countless eyes gazed at the spot the piece was placed on. The pupils of many people dilated as they stared at Futian. That spot was not the spot that Liu Zong asked him to place his piece on. Worse still, the piece seemed to have been wasted placed on such a spot. Liu Zong looked at Futian. Everyone on the chessboard stared at Futian as well. Yang Xiao's eyes looked deeply at him as well, before he waved and placed another piece. That piece went on to devour a small area. The tables had been truly turned against Liu Zong's side. Many awoke from that move and stopped thinking about the piece placed by Futian. The game was still on. However, their loss seemed to have been inevitable. Several rounds later, many pieces on Liu Zong's side were devoured. Yang Xiao and his people continued to spread their influence, and eventually, they won. Liu Zong and the other 8 with him eventually lost the game. They were unable to break the Celestial Dragon chess game. Countless eyes turned to the game. The loss had been a soft one. From the looks of how the battle went, it was truly a battle between two sides of equal caliber, and it looked incredibly stunning. It was a pity that no one was able to break the Celestial Dragon chess game just yet. Many could not help but recall the piece that Yi Futian placed. If he were to place his piece according to Liu Zong's advice, what would have actually happened? Would that have broken the Celestial Dragon chess game? No one knew for sure, but the outcome was set. There was nothing anyone could have done to reverse it. Liu Zong looked at the game before turning around and leaving, saying nothing more. The others remained standing on the chessboard staring at what lied before them, feeling rather frustrated. Cold eyes locked onto Yi Futian. The eyes belonged to Liu Zong's junior, Mo Jun, of Shihua Sacred Mountain, as well as Ju Zi of the Great Ju Sacred Dynasty. Li Mu, Han Jing, and Goddess Qingni all looked at Yi Futian as well. Their gazes, however, were comparatively peaceful ones. You went against Liu Zong's will just to show off your own, didn't you? Ju Zi said coldly. She felt that they were near breaking the Celestial Dragon chess game at that very turn, and everything had been ruined by just one move. Her mood was extremely bad. Yi Futian looked at Ju Zi's cold eyes and replied calmly, if the piece were to be placed there, we would have been defeated even quicker, and the defeat would have been even more humiliating. Is that so? Ju Zi wore a sarcastic smirk on her face and said coldly, so you're saying that you're better at chess than Liu Zong? Yi Futian did not answer. The game was over. No one knew what would have happened if that piece was placed as Liu Zong intended, and thus, there was nothing to explain. Don't you have any clue where your proficiency in the art of chess is? Ju Zi continued to jab sarcastically before taking her leave. Ju Zichao glanced at Yi Futian plainly as well. Palace Lord Yi. Mo Jun's eyes turned to Yi Futian at that moment. He recalled how Yi Futian played before and found it astonishing that Yi Futian actually doubted his senior. Do you know how to play chess? Mo Jun's voice was a peaceful one, yet the sarcasm beneath it was unmistakably thicker. Yi Futian looked at Mo Jun, who then said, it is quite a feat for you, Palace Lord Yi, to come all the way here to join in the fun. We at Shihua Sacred Mountain will be holding the 9-state forum soon. If Palace Lord Yi likes being at fun places so much, I can ask my teacher to allow you to bring your people to the event and watch from the grandstands. Chapter 739. Yi Futian wore a funny expression as he looked at Mo Jun. Yi Futian wore a funny expression as he looked at Mo Jun. Does he really think that we would have been able to win if that piece were placed where Liu Zong said to? Or rather, is he venting all that frustration from losing the game on me? Yi Futian smiled and looked at Mo Jun, saying, I'm here all the way from the barren state and I respect the sacred grounds of all the other states. I'm also curious what the students of the sacred ground of the Eastern State are like as well. But now, I'm sorry to say I feel rather disappointed. He turned around and left as soon as he finished, not bothering to argue with Mo Jun further. A spark was seen in Mo Jun's eyes as he stared at Yi Futian with a dumbfounded expression. It was apparent that he felt surprised. Sage Wanxiang and the others glanced at Mo Jun coldly, then Sage Wanxiang added, the 9-state forum was named as such due to it being an event involving all 9 states. Can the event truly be called such a name if the barren state were to be absent? It would be a sign of discourtesy on Shihua Sacred Mountain, the sacred ground of the Eastern State, if the barren state were to not be invited to the event. We at the barren state will reflect on ourselves and progress further despite the slight, but as a student of a saint of Shihua Sacred Mountain, you actually dared to suggest a sacred ground of the barren state simply watch from the stands, and you dared behave so disrespectfully to a palace lord of a sacred ground. You might be proud of such behavior yourself, but the world will think less of your teachers because of what you did. As such, I advise you to choose your words wisely. As for chess, the Celestial Dragon chess game is right before your eyes. If you think you know the game so well, feel free to break it and show the world that you truly know how to play chess. Mo Jun glared at Sage Wanxiang. The guests from the barren state jabbed at him sarcastically and mercilessly, yet he had nothing to say back to them. Mo Jun smiled and recomposed himself, before bowing and saying, it is my fault for being discourteous. I shall take this to be a lesson and be more aware of my actions. Everyone turned their eyes at Mo Jun. His behavior at the moment befitted that of a student of a saint. He apologized instead of lashing out in rage at the other party's words. Sage Wanxiang said nothing further and left the scene. The celestial dragon chess game remained. Countless eyes gazed at the crowd on top of Chess Peak. The inability of Liu Zong and the other 8 top-tier players at chess at breaking the game spoke volumes of the Celestial Dragon chess game's ferocity. It seemed that the Celestial Dragon chess game was not something that could be broken with just a single day's effort. As for the matter with Yi Futian, it was regarded as little more than a side story. No one knew what the outcome would have been if Yi Futian simply placed that piece as he had been told. But the attitude of Zhu Zi and Mo Jun spoke clearly of the status of the barren state among the 9 states. Despite Yi Futian being one of the younger generations, he was still a palace lord of a sacred ground of the barren state. None of them would have dared spoken in such a manner if it had been a representative of a sacred ground of other states. The attitude seen in a person's words and actions would say a lot about the status of the one being addressed. Of course, Liu Zong did not chastise Yi Futian. He said nothing even though Yi Futian ended up not placing that piece as told. From that point alone, his bearing and depth of virtue had naturally been leagues above that of Mo Jun. Yi Futian walked to a remote area of Chess Peak. Sage Wanxiang and the others all followed him. Sage Wanxiang then said, "Why not try again? It won't do any good. While I've made a lot of progress learning how to play chess, I still know where I stand. My current level says that I have no chance at breaking that game," Yi Futian said. "Doesn't seem like you to be giving up so easily." Zhuge Mingyu smiled and said. Hua Jiyu walked to Yi Futian's side and he seemed rather solemn. Was he affected by Mo Jun's words? Not quite. Just look at how long I've been playing chess. Yang Xiao and the other 8 are students of the chess saint. It's completely normal for me to be unable to break it. Yi Futian smiled while shaking his head. Well, Mo Jun's words might have been very irritating, but it shows the predicament the barren state is facing at the moment. The Holy Ji Palace is still a sacred ground of the barren state, yet a student of a saint actually insulted us by saying that we were only fit to watch from the grandstands. While he was definitely discourteous, it still reflects what people of other states think about the barren state. The load is heavy and the road is long indeed. Sage Wanxiang added, "We wouldn't have chosen you to become the palace lord otherwise, would we?" Yi Futian smiled. The act of the previous palace lord choosing Yi Futian to be his heir was a gamble in itself. Dozhan, the sword demon, or any of the other lords would have been able to simply take the place of palace lord. Yi Futian was, after all, still a noble. However, the previous palace lord knew of the barren state status and he had a strong sense of crisis. He would not have placed the will of the Holy Ji Palace on Bai Luli, hoping for him to grow quickly otherwise. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. He looked up at the sky and said, "Didn't we venture outside of the barren state just so we could grow stronger?" He smiled and added, "I'll remain behind at Chess Peak to continue learning about the game. There is no need for any of you to be concerned." "Will do." Wanxiang nodded. Yi Futian had been through a lot back in the barren state and naturally would not get upset over some trivial matters. He was simply thinking about things. Mo Jun's attitude probably said more than Mo Jun himself. It also spoke volume about the sacred ground Mo Jun trained in, as well as how the other states looked at the barren state. That was the pressure Yi Futian faced at the moment. Everyone else but Hua Jiyu and Yu Sheng left. Hua Jiyu remained by his side while Yu Sheng sat behind nonchalantly with Yuan Hong. The other side of Chess Peak was still bustling. There were many geniuses who attempted to break the Celestial Dragon chess game. None succeeded, yet there was always someone from the crowd trying. Liu Zong remained there still, but he did not continue breaking the game, he simply sat there and learned. A day passed quickly and Yang Xiao announced that they were done for the day. The crowd dispersed gradually. Yang Xiao and his people left as well, while the chessboard remained hanging in midair, shining brilliantly and emanating mystical aura like some mystical treasure. Many mighty ones from the Chess Saint Villa stood guard over the chessboard, but none dared do anything untoward against it. While rumors had it that the chess saint was about to pass, none were certain that the saint was indeed going to pass on. No one dared pull anything funny in a saint's domain. Furthermore, even if the chess saint was truly not present, Yang Xiao was still a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking of the sage and saint ranking. Futian did not leave. He continued training on one of the stone platforms on Chess Peak. The sky turned dark and many left one after another, with only the mighty ones guarding the chessboard. Futian remained sitting on the platform quietly, recalling the game that had been played earlier that day. He felt rather exhausted after having run the simulations for quite a while. He opened his eyes and gazed at the sky before him. The chessboard was still there and it continued to shine brilliantly with a mystical sheen. He activated freedom meditation and felt as if he was seeing what had taken place during the day. 18 people standing on the chessboard at the same time. Pieces placed on the board one after another. The scenes continued to be played in his mind. At that moment, rustles of the world tree within his life palace were heard. Lines crisscrossed above the tree and something appeared. Those lines vaguely manifested into a chessboard. The images in his mind came to be played directly on that board itself. Futian seemed to have felt something. His expression changed a little bit and he closed his eyes once again, sending his consciousness back into the life palace. At that moment, his silhouette seemed to have appeared in his life palace, looking at the chessboard. Changes took place on the chessboard. All 18 silhouettes seemed to have been projected directly in his mind. Interesting. Futian sported an amused expression. He never expected a chessboard to appear in his life palace. Chapter 740. Futian looked at the chessboard in his life palace. The world tree swayed with swooshing sounds again, signaling that the board had become yet another of his life spirits. Futian looked at the chessboard in his life palace. The world tree swayed with swooshing sounds again, signaling that the board had become yet another of his life spirits. It had been quite a while since he had last constructed a life spirit using freedom meditation, and the reason behind it was he had been second-guessing himself. All the life spirits he had within him covered all the elements. He even had a spirit-type life spirit, the Guqin spirit. Emperor Yi Qing then bestowed him with another life spirit, and that enabled him to have 2 spirit-type life spirits. As such, Futian had been thinking that since he had gotten all elements covered with all his life spirits, he should not have been able to construct yet another one. That was until one of said life spirits was destroyed. However, it went without saying that he had never attempted such a thing. To have a life spirit destroyed was to damage one's roots. Even if he were to be put into a situation where he was near death and there was no way out of his predicament, it was something so crazy that he would not have dared pull off, even though he might have such thoughts at such moments. And yet, another life spirit emerged, and it was one that did not absorb the powers of the world to do so. The life spirit simply emerged in his life palace. He thought that it might have been due to the fact that the chess spirit that emerged was one without a corresponding element. He had no idea if the chess spirits of others carried elements, but the one before his eyes was devoid of any elemental powers. Regardless, it did not matter. The emergence of the chess spirit enabled him to spend less spiritual power on imagining the games in his mind. Furthermore, it also enabled him to run simulations in a more accurate manner. He flashed and his consciousness appeared on the chessboard. The game began to change. He stood in Liu Zong's shoes instead of his own to look at the entire game. Observing the game from another perspective enabled him to acquire yet another kind of experience. Liu Zong was indeed a genius at chess, and it seemed that he indeed was able to pull the best moves. Futian continued switching his perspectives afterward, going on to stand in the shoes of Yang Lan, Li Kaishan, and the other 9 students of the chess saint, observing their way of playing and how the game unfolded. It was a totally new feeling for him. Interlocking matrix. Futian walked around on the chessboard. He was able to see in greater clarity after a while. In the world of martial arts, there was no way that the way of chess would have been something simple. The way of chess and matrices were interconnected, simulating matrices using a game of chess, making playing a game of chess seem like laying out a matrix. Every single one of the 9 students was laying out their own matrices, which meant that there were 9 matrices. However, All 9 matrices were interlocked instead of existing independently, merging one's matrix with that of the other, enabling attacks and defenses to be pulled in a single move, thus making it invincible. Such was the true essence of the Celestial Dragon chess game. Liu Zong was an impeccable genius. He seemed to have realized that very trait of the game, and as such, had gone on to use their powers to restrain the 9 matrices, employing 9 different playstyles. At the same, Liu Zong himself served as the core of such workings, enabling the matrices to truly fuse. After all, they were incapable of merging as one single mind, unlike the 9 students who laid out the matrices, who were the students of the chess saint. While all 9 of the students had 9 different playstyles, they seemed to work as one at the same time, without a clear distinction between one another. Looking from their perspective, the 9 who were playing then were destined to lose. The interlocking matrix needed to be broken if there was to be any way to break the game. However, the 9 matrices were interlocked in such ways that there was hardly any weaknesses to be found. How are we going to get through this? Futian then recalled the piece that Liu Zong had him place during the day. His thoughts went into overdrive and the pieces on the board flew about in great speed, turning into how it had been back then. He placed the piece as per Liu Zong's instructions. From a certain perspective, placing the piece at such a location was a godlike move, a move which forcefully tore a rift in the formation of matrices of the opponent. It was no surprise why Zhu Zi and the others glared at Futian furiously back then. They knew the intricacies behind that very spot. He then switched to Yang Xiao's place, wanting to see how he would have placed the next piece. He waved his arm and the game began to unfold at great speeds per his will, where a myriad of changes appeared on the board. Futian finally stopped and he then looked at one of the spots with a startled expression. So this is how it is, eh? He finally knew where that sense of crisis originated from. He had never expected the game to have one such lethal move hidden away. That one move was simply unbelievably frightening. Is there actually a way out of this game? Futian observed the changes of the game closely, finding the interlocking matrices actually resembled the 9 games laid out by the old men somewhat as if the game he was playing now evolved from those other games. Yet all 9 were interconnected, bringing a power more frightening than the 9 games combined to bear. Futian continued studying the game and ran the simulations in a frenzy. The pieces changed at great speeds, with changes seen every single moment, and all of the changes were etched into Futian's mind. That enabled the quality of his play style to process at breakneck speeds as if he had read and comprehended all books of the way of chess in one single night. First light appeared before he knew it. Futian opened his eyes. The bits of mist and dew had wet his clothes. Futian looked at Hua Jiyu, who was sitting by his side, and smiled gently. Yuan Hong and Yu Sheng were sitting cross-legged and training behind them. Other than them, there were also a handful of people who had stayed at Chess Peak the entire time. Futian extended his hand and brushed the hair on Hua Jiyu's forehead. Hua Jiyu slowly opened her eyes and turned to Futian, smiling gently as she did. "You're awake," Futian said gently. "I never slept. I was meditating all the while," Hua Jiyu replied softly. "How about you? What are you feeling?" "I'm fine. I was able to get a better understanding of the Celestial Dragon chess game, but it was still a difficult thing to break it. I'm even wondering if I'll get a chance to do so," Futian said. The emergence of the chess spirit was not to say that his play style had evolved to such a standard that it would have continued evolving without him having to train. That would have been ridiculous. It simply meant that he had become better at comprehending the way of chess. He had achieved more in that one single night than he had studying the days prior. "Is there anything you can't do?" Hua Jiyu's eyes were smiling. They seemed to carry blind faith in Futian's abilities. "True indeed. I'm able to kidnap the fox after all. There is hardly anything I can't get done," Futian quipped playfully, earning him a glare from Hua Jiyu. The sun rose gradually as the new day unfolded before them. More and more people came up to the mountain. Chess Peak was once again a rowdy place. Many were discussing if there was a chance of breaking the Celestial Dragon chess game. There perhaps was no way to break the game even after 3 months had passed. It was, after all, something left behind by the chess saint, and it was no surprise that there was still no one capable of breaking it. Zhu Zichao, Zhu Zi, Han Jing, and the others arrived one after another. They saw the chessboard as well as Yi Futian, who was near the board. They glanced at him plainly, probably still rather irked over what happened the day before. After all, they felt that they had been close to breaking the game. If they were to do it all over again, there was no way Yang Xiao and the others would have given them another chance. Yang Xiao and the others arrived as well, walking to where the crowd was. He was seen smiling and saying, "This is the second day. All are welcomed to try to break the game at any moment." They stepped onto the dazzling chessboard after that, waiting for someone to break through it. However, there was no one who was in a hurry to do anything. Everyone knew that as of that moment, Liu Zong was the only one who proved capable of doing anything against the Celestial Dragon chess game. Anyone else would have been able to do little but try. Liu Zong, Mo Jun, and the others from Shihua Sacred Mountain arrived, and all eyes were on Liu Zong. He stood where he stood the day before. Mo Jun stood below and the others from Shihua Sacred Mountain stood silently behind. "We have been able to threaten the game with 9 working in formation. Liu Zong, are we going to try again today?" Zhu Zi said as she turned to look in Liu Zong's direction. The 9 students of the chess saint are of one mind. 9 different playstyles and yet they look like one. Even if we were to try again, it would still be difficult to break the game. Liu Zong said, "I will not be playing the game today." He was there on that day to watch. If there had not been some accidents, there would still be a chance for us. If we were to replace him with another, we might still stand a chance, Zhu Zi said. That accident she was talking about was naturally Yi Futian. Many instantly turned their eyes to Yi Futian. Liu Zong glanced at Yi Futian. He had reviewed the game after going back the day before. He had doubts about things. While there was still deliberations to be made regarding if that move of his had been correct or not, he had too felt a danger lurking somewhere. However, he had not been able to figure out where that sense of crisis originated from. He took all the steps Yang Xiao would have taken next into consideration, but he had not been able to be certain of where Yang Xiao would have actually placed the next piece. Yi Futian looked at Zhu Zi. Hua Jiyu, Yu Sheng, and the others were rather irked. That girl had been accusing Yi Futian since the day before and went on to bring the issue up again. The person she meant to replace was Yi Futian. "Out of the 9 who played yesterday, your playstyle was the worst. It was full of weaknesses," Yi Futian said as he looked at Zhu Zi. His voice was calm, without even the slightest tinge of anger. He was simply making a statement as he saw it. Having reviewed all the playstyles of everyone the night before, he had indeed found Zhu Zi's moves to be the worst. If it had not been for Liu Zong covering up for her again and again, they would have lost a lot sooner. Zhu Zi turned her eyes at Yi Futian and said with a displeased look, "So you're blaming me for the loss we suffered then?" "Of course not." Yi Futian shook his head. "It was a game played by all 9 of us on one side, and the loss was because of all 9 of us. Everyone had a part in failing the game, which meant it was naturally not the mistakes of any one individual. But, your playstyle was indeed the worst out of the 9. The strength of the Celestial Dragon chess game lied within all 9 players playing as one, complementing each other and melding 9 playstyles into one. However, they never had such trust in each other to begin with. They were doomed to fail right from the very beginning." Many looked at Yi Futian dumbfounded. His voice was a calm, light-hearted one, yet it carried certainty within like none other. It was as if his words were nothing but the truth. Zhu Zi glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes. "He actually comes back and bites me in the face, accusing my play style to be worst in front of everyone." However, that calm, tranquil attitude seemed to be one making a conclusion, as if what he said was the very truth. "What do you base your words on?" Mo Jun looked at Yi Futian and said. Yi Futian turned to look at Mo Jun and said calmly, "Try it out and you'll know." He had not responded to Zhu Zi the day before and he did not argue with Mo Jun over anything. He indeed had not placed that piece per Liu Zong's instructions, and on the surface, it seemed that he was the one who caused the loss they suffered as the game went on, even though there was no way they would have won. It was completely normal for them to be irked. However, Zhu Zi brought the matter up again that day and went on to diss him further and repeatedly. If he, the palace lord of the sacred ground of the barren state, were to simply let her continue doing so, no one would be impressed of his generosity. They would have simply joked about the palace lord of the sacred ground of the barren state being an incompetent fool. Chapter 741. Many eyes fell onto Futian. Is he trying to challenge Zhu Zi to a chess battle? Many eyes fell onto Futian. Is he trying to challenge Zhu Zi to a chess battle? The actual implementation was indeed the best way to verify anything. Both sides would have stuck to their own opinions otherwise, and none would have been able to convince the other. However, as the palace lord of a sacred ground of the barren state, it would have been rather inconvenient for Futian to challenge a member of the younger generation of the sacred ground of the eastern state, despite the fact he was technically of the same generation. If they were nitpicking his age, he was actually even younger than Mo Jun and the others of his group. Mo Jun turned his eyes at Futian and said, "The princess of the sacred dynasty is a girl. If you, Palace Lord Yi, feel like trying your hand, I'd be more than willing to serve as your opponent, if that is all right with you." Futian turned his eyes at Mo Jun. Although Mo Jun had apologized for his discourtesy the day before and presented himself as courteous and polite as possible, without any signs of anything being off anywhere, Futian still was unable to help but feel that deep within Mo Jun's mind, he still looked down on the sacred ground of the barren state. Despite Mo Jun keeping his arrogance tightly wrapped, Futian was still able to feel it seeping through. "All right." Futian nodded and turned around, saying to the old men, "Would you seniors mind lending me a spot? No need for the fuss. If both of you feel like playing chess, just come onto this board." Yang Xiao, who was standing on that chessboard in midair, said to Futian. "Well, in that case, you have my gratitude, senior." Futian bowed and said. Yang Xiao and the other 8 walked down from the board and let the two have the place for the moment. Mo Jun flashed and stepped onto one side of the board. He then said to Futian, "Palace Lord Yi, if you'd please." "Yu Sheng." Futian turned around and called out. Yu Sheng walked up and looked at him. "You're up," Futian said. Yu Sheng nodded and landed on the chessboard without asking anything. Since it was Futian who had him play, he would have to just oblige. Everyone was dumbfounded and they all wore funny expressions. Mo Jun looked at Futian and asked, "Palace Lord Yi, may I know what is the meaning of this?" Yu Sheng is one of the junior students at the Holy Ji Palace. "He will be in charge of the pieces in my stead," Futian replied. Everyone looked at Futian and they were all surprised at what he pulled. No one, however, had anything to say about it, as both players were students of sacred grounds. It was obvious, however, that he was saying that his status made it inconvenient for him to face Mo Jun directly. Mo Jun frowned slightly and looked somewhat displeased. He had answered Futian so as to face the man himself. However, what Futian pulled was truly intricate, and it seemed that he had been putting the way of chess to good use. As you are here to play in Palace Lord Yi's stead, it stands to reason that the game will be played as if Palace Lord Yi was playing himself. "Well then, please," Mo Jun stated in emphasis and then gestured at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng turned to look at Futian, seemingly waiting for instructions from him. "Just play as you see fit," Futian said. The dynamics between him and Yu Sheng at the moment resembled the one between him and Sage Wanxiang back then. Yu Sheng nodded and placed his first piece without any regard for strategy. Many looked on with funny expressions. Isn't that what Futian did before? Futian and Mo Jun are playing the game in such an official manner, yet he actually goes about playing in such a laid-back manner. Mo Jun looked increasingly displeased, feeling Futian's actions to be little more than a slight against him. Mo Jun waved his hand and placed his piece at the center of the board, the origin of heaven. That move intrigued many watching. Mo Jun's play style had surprisingly gone against convention as well. It was very rare for anyone to place their first piece at the origin of heaven. Mo Jun seemed to have placed his piece at such a spot as a gesture of provocation, seemingly stating that he was the star of that game. Many claimed that a game allowed one to see into the character of their opponents. If one's style was a noble, unsullied one, the person would be one with such character as well. On the other hand, if the player was one who played in a twisty, sly manner, said player would be a clever and cunning person. Mo Jun's style was very arrogant and flamboyant, which demonstrated the arrogance underneath the pretense of humbleness. He was a proud son of a sacred ground and a student of a sage. All the pieces placed contained powerful power of rules. The pieces seemed to have mystical powers connecting one another, making the entire chessboard filled with incredibly overbearing force. Go 2/8, Futian said. Yu Sheng placed his piece without any hesitation. Mo Jun responded right there and then, placing his white piece in a snappy manner. Go 3/9, Futian continued, seemingly without any hesitation as well. At the same time, the game before him was projected perfectly within his life palace. Changes happened on that very board in his mind like a storm. The pieces were placed and changes kept happening as if to simulate all moves that could take place. That is quick. Many thought the speed the game was being played at to be startling. It showed their respective simulative and calculative abilities, which were frighteningly formidable. It was due to such abilities that they were able to place their pieces without hesitation. It was as if everything was under their control. Scattered stars. Many who were watching the game gasped. The structure of a matrix began to appear as the game went on. Mo Jun's play style was one that was incredibly reckless in laying out his formations. The scattered stars was played as the origin of heaven as the center, scattering pieces all over the chessboard, intending to surround Yu Sheng's pieces and taking them out once and for all. Such a playstyle's advantage lied within its ability to devour its opponent whole without leaving any window for retaliation. It was a one-shot kills-all way of playing. The downside, however, was that placement of pieces was done in an incredibly loose manner, which made it easy for the opponent to cut their way through the openings. It was apparent that Mo Jun was incredibly confident in his ability at chess, intending to win by completely overwhelming and crushing his opponent. At that moment, changes became apparent on the board as starlight of terrifying rules glittered like incredibly sharp blades. Mo Jun hovered slightly above the board, glancing coldly at Yu Sheng. He extended his hand and conjured a white piece using rules and placed it in one spot, like a blade of starlight falling down. The entire game seemed to have moved the very instant that piece was placed. The scattered stars play style brought shimmering starlight onto the board, manifesting as straight blades landing where Yu Sheng stood. One piece after another crumbled to pieces. Several black pieces around Yu Sheng were gobbled up, as the game turned deadly and against Yu Sheng's favor. Go 6/8, Futian said. A black piece was conjured, and with a wave of Yu Sheng's hand, it landed onto the board hard, kicking up a terrifying whirlpool. All pieces gathered towards one single spot, where Yu Sheng stood. At that instant, boundless power gathered at one single place. Yu Sheng's body seemed to have become incredibly huge and emanated extremely overwhelming might. The power took a tangible form as the piece was placed, and a matrix out to crush everything in its path formed, heading for Mo Jun. Mo Jun's expression looked incredibly dire. The one piece had actually connected all the other pieces on the board, coalescing into a terrifying force. His brow looked incredibly sharp and he stepped out and put down his piece. He seemed to have turned himself into the center of the formation in an instant. The sword of light and shadow blocked out the sky and swept at Yu Sheng. Futian said something without hesitation and Yu Sheng stepped forward, landing on the spot on the chessboard with his piece. He walked straight into Mo Jun, and an even wilder and more overbearing force burst forth. Many pieces around Mo Jun were destroyed right there and then, dimming his starlight. Yu Sheng came to look even more imposing at the moment. Mo Jun is going to lose. Many looked excited. They were able to tell that Yu Sheng had now had the absolute advantage. Two pieces were all it took to cement that very advantage on the board. Mo Jun, on the other hand, looked utterly crushed and scattered. He looked rather pale as well. That overbearing pressure pressed hard onto his body, with the full intention of crushing him right there and then. Go 7/9. A voice was heard at the very moment. The eyes of many sparkled as they looked at one corner of Chess Peak. The one who stood there was none other than Liu Zong. Liu Zong went to guide Mo Jun personally. While it was definitely not anything worth shouting about, Liu Zong was being frank with his actions, opting to voice it out loud in front of everyone instead of guiding Mo Jun telepathically, making it known to all that he was the one providing guidance right there and then. Yi Futian glanced at Liu Zong and said nothing. Mo Jun's force was no longer there. He became totally incapable of looking into the whole game, after being subjected to the effects of Yu Sheng's might and the power of the matrix formed against him. The victor would have been determined with 2 more pieces placed. However, Liu Zong was not Mo Jun. That very move, he said, was one that was immeasurably intricate, so much so that one could consider that position to be the best at the moment. Mo Jun placed that piece without hesitation. The powerful sword matrix of starlight began to show signs of revival, and the powerful might on the chessboard was gathered once again. Yi Futian glanced at 7 by 9 spot plainly and without paying it much heed. He went on to say, "Go 6 by 9. Yu Sheng nodded and did so. That piece worked like a hammer, dealing a devastating blow as it was placed. Mo Jun grunted as he continued to look pale. It was as if there was an incredibly overwhelming power of rules being gathered, intending to split that very game. "Go 7 by 8, Liu Zong said, and Yi Futian responded shortly after. Both placed 3 pieces respectively, and eventually, an incredibly wild might swept all over the chessboard and went on to gobble up all the white pieces. The formation of the white pieces crumbled completely in an instant, without any chance of revival. The powerful currents about the chessboard quieted down in an instant, like the atmosphere on Chess Peak at the moment. Mo Jun was a very adept player of chess and a student of Shihua Sacred Mountains Saints. His play style was reckless and arrogant, yet he ended up suffering a humiliating defeat, despite Liu Zong's efforts. Mo Jun ended up defeated all the same, as there was simply no way to save that broken game. Liu Zong was only able to do so much to help. Many looked at Yi Futian. He stood quietly, his robe and black hair billowed with the breeze, making him look incredibly handsome. Many seemed to truly acknowledge the might of a palace lord of a sacred ground at that very moment. Does Yi Futian really know nothing about chess? Mo Jun looked up at Yi Futian. He had dissed Yi Futian after that game the day before, deeming him someone who knew nothing about chess. What about now then? Who is actually the one who knows nothing about chess? "I apologize for my reckless words yesterday," Mo Jun said, looking up and cupping his hands. He then turned around and walked off the chessboard. Despite suffering a defeat, he kept his bearing as a student of the saints intact. There was another person who looked rather displeased at the turn of events, Zhu Zi. It was a chess battle that happened because of her. Mo Jun was simply playing in her stead. With Yi Futian emerging as the victor, it had indeed proved Yi Futian's words that her playstyle was indeed the worst among the 9. "What do you think?" Yi Futian asked as he turned his eyes to her. Zhu Zi looked up at Yi Futian and said, "Even if you won this game, were you really saying that it wasn't you who caused what happened with the battle at the Celestial Dragon chess game yesterday?" Yi Futian glanced at her plainly, walked up and said, "If you are unwilling to give up, I guess I'll just show you then." Chapter 742. Everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian. He walked up to that chessboard hovering in the air, puzzling all who were watching him. Everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian. He walked up to that chessboard hovering in the air, puzzling all who were watching him. What is he up to? Yi Futian appeared above the chessboard and Zhu Zi looked at him as well, frowning slightly. Yi Futian extended both his hands and chess pieces instantly appeared one after another in midair. All of the pieces contained the power of rules. He waved his hands and crisp sounds were heard. The chess pieces fell onto the chessboard one after another, in patterns which many found familiar. Yi Futian extended both of his arms again and many black pieces appeared, dropping onto the chessboard as well. The Celestial Dragon chess game. Many were able to tell where the sense of familiarity came from at that very second. The game that Yi Futian had laid out was apparently the Celestial Dragon chess game that was played the day before. The black pieces were placed in a way resembling the very moment Yi Futian placed his piece. It was there where a difference of opinions had taken place, the moment Yi Futian defied Liu Zong's will. Yi Futian recreated the game played the day before at that moment, without missing any details. He then turned his eyes at Zhu Zi and said, Would you mind placing the piece? Yi Futian went to stand where Yang Xiao and the others stood the day before. Zhu Zi glared at him coldly and glanced at Liu Zong. She flashed and landed on the chessboard as well. She then placed her piece without hesitation, at the very spot Liu Zong had wanted Yi Futian to place his piece. In that very instant, a powerful matrix spread out, intending to crush the white pieces. Yi Futian calmly glanced at Zhu Zi and waved his hand. Another piece was dropped on the board with a rumble, not paying any heed for the threatened game, which looked like a move that was unable to serve any use. No one was able to see what was actually going on. A flash was seen in Yang Xiao's eyes as he witnessed the scene. He had not expected Yi Futian to be able to see through it. Liu Zong's eyes sparkled as well. The placement of that piece made it entirely useless as it was done without paying any heed to the looming crisis. He had been simulating all the possible locations Yang Xiao would have placed a piece, which naturally included that spot that Yi Futian just placed a piece on. However, Liu Zong did not continue simulating what would have happened after that piece was placed there. A myriad of changes would have been born with the placement of every single piece. As such, any location that Yang Xiao would have chosen to place his piece on would have brought forth many possibilities. It was impossible for Liu Zong to simulate what would have happened with all the possibilities, which meant that he would have been able to simulate the placements that were most likely to happen. That one move was one he had overlooked. From the looks of the game at the moment, no one was capable of telling what that piece would have done. Based on the battle that took place between Yi Futian and Mo Jun prior, it was obvious that Yi Futian had developed high proficiency in the art of chess, which naturally meant that he would not have placed a piece that would have served no use. Liu Zong simulated the changes in his mind, and his expression quickly changed. The game was set with that piece placed. "You're doing nothing but insulting the Celestial Dragon chess game," Zhu Zi cursed in a low voice. Liu Zong was able to tell what was going to happen, but she was unable to. She still thought that the piece Yi Futian had placed served no use. She waved her hand and placed another piece. A more powerful might spread out, devouring some chess pieces. Fine play. Many praised her silently. There was nothing wrong with the placement of Zhu Zi's piece, as anyone would have done the same to break the opponent's play. Yi Futian glanced at her silently and then waved his hand nonchalantly. Yet another piece was placed, and at that very moment, the entire Celestial Dragon chess game changed. The interlocking matrices seemed to have shaved off all parts which were redundant and served no purpose, becoming a grand matrix which swallowed everything with overwhelming might. If the game was seen from a distance, the white pieces seemed to have turned into a dragon circling above the board, devouring everything below it. Everyone's mind shuddered violently and Zhu Zi's face turned just as pale as well. The game was set with just two pieces being placed. Furthermore, judging from the greater picture of the entire game, some of the weakest pieces would have been devoured first, exposing the weaknesses for all to see. Zhu Zi looked at those pieces and felt her hands shaking slightly. All of those were the pieces that she placed the day before, exposing the openings for her opponent. She lifted her hand, intending to place a piece, yet was unable to proceed further. No need to go any further. He is right. That piece back there set the game. If he had actually placed that piece as I intended, we would have only suffered a faster and more crushing defeat, Liu Zong said as he looked at Yi Futian. He did not expect Yi Futian to continue simulating further developments with a piece that he had overlooked. The Celestial Dragon chess game lives up to its name as something left behind by senior chess saint. The changes are intricate, matrices lie underneath matrices, and everything is indeed interconnected. Liu Zong was silently impressed, but he also wanted more of what the chess saint left behind, as it would serve him well to further his training. Zhu Zi was shaking all over. Even Liu Zong admitted that he had been wrong, and that place where he intended Yi Futian to place the piece was a poor decision. There was simply nothing more for her to say for herself. Furthermore, not only did Yi Futian prove that he did not make any mistakes with his placement of pieces, but what he showed also verified what he said earlier. She, Zhu Zi, was indeed the worst player out of all 9 who played the day before. She recalled her previous boisterous words. Even if Yi Futian did not say anything further to embarrass her, she still felt her cheeks red hot, as if everyone was staring at her. I have to say that your rate of progress at chess is really astonishing, Palace Lord Yi, as you are able to see through the changes in the Celestial Dragon chess game. Your status as the Palace Lord of the sacred ground of the Barren State indeed holds true. It stands to reason now why Zhu Zi was defeated, Mo Jun said, diffusing the awkward situation Zhu Zi found herself in. Having sung praises at Yi Futian in such a manner, Mo Jun made it appear as if Zhu Zi's defeat was something entirely natural. Furthermore, Yi Futian borrowed the might of the Celestial Dragon chess game to do so. Her defeat was naturally within reason. However, one of the noblest qualities of people lies within their ability to know themselves. Being oblivious to one's shortcomings yet going out to insult others with words only invites humiliation. It would seem that the princess of the sacred ground is nothing much after all. A voice was heard and Mo Jun turned in the direction of the voice and ended up looking at where Sage Wanxiang and the others stood. The one who said those words was none other than Hua Jiyu. Hua Jiyu wore a calm expression. Their party had journeyed outside the Barren State after Yi Futian took the position of Palace Lord of Holy Ji Palace, which naturally meant that he was shouldering incredible pressure and responsibilities, yet he was treated coldly wherever he went. While Yi Futian did not take it to heart as he put all his energy into becoming stronger, she, however, took all those insults to heart. She had been seeing how Yi Futian pushed himself all those days. Zhu Zi had not been reserved with her use of sharp words directed at Yi Futian, and she had done so repeatedly. It was simply too easy to just let Zhu Zi off with just several sentences from Mo Jun that would diffuse the awkward situation. As such, Hua Jiyu went to diss Zhu Zi without reservation, saying she had invited humiliation. Zhu Zi turned her eyes at Hua Jiyu, who had a thin veil over her face, her clothes billowing. Despite the veil, it was obvious by the air emanating from her and the pair of exposed eyes that she was a beauty. "Who are you?" Zhu Zi asked. Madam Palace Lord of Holy Ji Palace of Barren State, Sage Wanxiang, who was beside her, answered. He saw the time to be one where he had to make the esteemed status of Hua Jiyu clear. Zhu Zi glanced at Hua Jiyu coldly and swept away all the pieces on the board with a wave of her hand. She then said coldly, "I have indeed invited humiliation." She then walked away with a cold face. As a princess of a sacred dynasty, she had never been humiliated publicly like that. It was the first time something like that had happened. I believe everyone present is here to study the way of chess and there is no need to cause any displeasure over it. Palace Lord Yi was able to see through the changes of the Celestial Dragon chess game, suggesting immense talent for playing chess, while Liu Zong had indeed exuded the bearing of a master. All the others also displayed an exceptional aptitude for chess. The Chess Saint Villa had acted on orders from our teacher, and I hope there is someone who will be able to break the Celestial Dragon chess game soon, Yang Xiao said to diffuse the awkward situation at hand. Zhu Gongzi, who was standing by his side, cast a peculiar gaze at Yi Futian. He had been lending books regarding chess to Yi Futian and he had been bearing witness to Yi Futian's progress as the man learned from scratch. And now his way of chess has already reached such heights. It is rumored that the Palace Lord of the Barren State's sacred ground is an impeccable genius of cultivation. It seems he is indeed very exceptional. Your words held true, Senior. The Celestial Dragon chess game is incredibly mystical indeed. We will look into it more closely, Yi Futian said and walked out of the chessboard, freeing up the area. Yang Xiao and the others returned to their places on the chessboard and said, "Please continue." There were others who attempted to break the game but the results were all the same. No one was able to break the game. Liu Zong did nothing and Yi Futian kept his hands to himself as well. They both simply went on to observe the changes of the Celestial Dragon chess game. In the days that followed, Yi Futian spent all his time observing the changes to be had in the Celestial Dragon chess game, as well as doing simulations within his life palace, attempting to develop a way to break through the game. More than 40 days passed before they realized it. Liu Zong did nothing all those days, and the number of people who remained on chess peak diminished considerably. Many vaguely felt that it was probably impossible for anyone to break through the game within 3 months. But on that very day, there came news that Liu Zong, who had been keeping to himself for more than 40 days, would make a move to break the game yet again. The news caused quite a sensation. Will Liu Zong be confident enough to break through the Celestial Dragon chess game this time? Yi Futian was seen closing his eyes and doing simulations in his mind in Yujing House at that moment. He had been simulating the limitless changes over the past 40 days and more, and he had come to feel as if he had mastered all the possible changes to be had. He opened his eyes and said, "Third brother, Yu Sheng, Joga, come with me to break the game tomorrow." Everyone turned their eyes to Yi Futian and they sported peculiar looks. So he has a chance at that now? All right. Everyone nodded. The 9 students of the chess saint were gathered at Yujing House at that moment. Yang Xiao said, "Liu Zong will come to break the game tomorrow. Do you all think he has a chance at succeeding?" "Difficult." Yang Xiao's wife, who was sitting beside her husband, said, "He would be able to do so only if he works with several others who are incredibly adept at chess. If Liu Zong can't break the game, will the Celestial Dragon chess game just remain unbreakable?" Li Kaishan added, "Eldest brother, our teacher can't wait for too long. I figure that Liu Zong has what it takes given his mastery at chess and martial arts. We'll just wait for a bit still." Yang Xiao said. Yi Futian was able to see through the intricate changes of the game. His chances are not entirely nil. Yi Futian might have demonstrated an incredible aptitude for chess, but he was still coping with the changes of the game at the basics. He lacks the ability to take control of the greater picture demonstrated by Liu Zong. "I think he can't make it," Li Kaishan said. Yang Xiao did not say anything further about that. "Go get some rest, you all. We'll see if Liu Zong is able to break the game tomorrow." He then got up and took his leave with his wife. The others left as well. Chapter 743. Chess Peak was once again a bustling place. Chess Peak was once again a bustling place. Many showed up waiting at Chess Peak in the early hours of the morning. Liu Zong was finally going to play the Celestial Dragon chess game again after going quiet for so many days. It was possible that he had been making a lot of preparations. The Celestial Dragon chess game left by the chess saint and mastered by the 9 students remained unbroken even after so many days. Will Liu Zong be able to break it today? Everyone looked forward to it. Many turned their eyes at a single place. It was where Liu Zong was standing, and there were many other top-tier chess players gathering around him. His junior, Mo Jun, the Zhu siblings, Han Jing, and others were all there. The only one absent among the ones who had attempted to break the game with Liu Zong was Yi Futian. However, there was someone else to take his place. The reason why those people were willing to attempt to break the game with Liu Zong was that they found themselves incapable of breaking the game even after repeated attempts for days. In that case, they stood a better chance of letting Liu Zong take the lead. If they ended up breaking the game, they would have probably been able to meet the chess saint nonetheless, despite Liu Zong being the one to take most of the credit. Even if none of them were able to get anything from the chess saint villa, they would have still done Liu Zong a favor. Liu Zong was lauded to be a saint of the future, and he had the 3 saints at Shihua Sacred Mountain backing such claims. The value of getting at his good side would have been immense. At that moment, a group of people walked up to the chess peak. It was none other than Yi Futian and his party. He had planned to break the game that day, but he caught wind of Liu Zong's announcement that he would be attempting to break the game again that very same day. The group arrived on a rock not far away from the front of the chessboard. Yi Futian glanced at Liu Zong. Liu Zong turned his head to look at Yi Futian. Their eyes caught each other and Liu Zong asked, "Will you be joining us?" It was apparent that he approved of Yi Futian's abilities at chess, which was something verified at the chess battle 40 days ago. Yi Futian defeated Mo Jun and was able to peer into the hidden changes of the Celestial Dragon chess game, which spoke volumes of his frightening talent at chess. Many claimed that of all those who challenged the Celestial Dragon chess game, Yi Futian was probably the second strongest at chess, right below Liu Zong. As such, Liu Zong cared not for the feud or grudges between Yi Futian and Mo Jun, as well as Zhu Zi, extending an invitation to break the game with him. It was only within reason that Liu Zong did so. "Nope," Yi Futian looked at Liu Zong and said. "Very well." Liu Zong glanced at Yi Futian and then turned his eyes away without saying another word. Communication between both of them was done very simply. It was considered a conversation with both sides saying just one line. Mo Jun, Ju Zi, and the others at Liu Zong's side all glanced at Yi Futian as well. Mo Jun's eyes were calm while Ju Zi's looked somewhat cold. Yi Futian had no beef with the others, and as such, none of the others looked at him any differently. "They're here." A group of people walked from the direction of the Chess Saint Villa. The 9 taking the lead were none other than the 9 students of the Chess Saint. Yang Xiao led them to land directly on the chessboard and scanned the crowd. His eyes then fixed on Liu Zong. They knew that all who showed up were there to see if Liu Zong was capable of breaking the Celestial Dragon chess game. "Liu Zong, are you ready?" Yang Xiao asked without beating around the bush. Liu Zong nodded and said, "I will be challenging the Celestial Dragon chess game again." Yang Xiao nodded slightly and gestured. "Please." All 9 students took their places and Liu Zong walked out. The other 8 followed him onto the chessboard. "It's starting." Everyone in the audience looked on with anticipation, locking their gaze onto the chessboard. If the Celestial Dragon chess game remained unbroken that day, there was probably no hope for it to be broken ever again. Yi Futian too cast his gaze on the chessboard. He had not expected that he and Liu Zong would have chosen the same day to break the Celestial Dragon chess game. And now, Liu Zong was the first one to challenge the game. However, it was probably difficult for either of them to break the game. Yang Xiao made his first move, placing his first piece onto the board firmly. Liu Zong waved and a black piece was dropped, going head-on with Yang Xiao. Sounds were heard on the chessboard as pieces continued to be placed onto the board. Every single piece placed was imbued with the formidable power of rules. Soon, a drawing appeared across the entire chessboard. Yi Futian could not help but activate freedom meditation as he gazed at the chessboard. He saw both sides set their formations into place. Liu Zong stood at the center of the 9, at the side of the black pieces. He looked to be like a large ancient tree, and all black pieces extended from his side. The games that the other 8 were playing looked like 8 major branches, and every branch was imbued with a different aura, yet interconnected and inseparable from each other nonetheless. Liu Zong's position enabled him to take control of changes across the entire game. On the other side, Yang Xiao and the other 8 looked just like how they looked before. All 9 were interconnected with each other. All 9 matrices looked as if they were separate and independent, yet they formed a whole matrix together. Sword matrices, spear matrices, axe matrices. All 9 worked closely with each other, as if 9 dragons coiled on the chessboard, ready to lash out and crush everything in their way. At that very moment, Yi Futian felt he was watching a battle instead of a game of chess. The 9 matrices tore at the branches and leaves that Liu Zong had laid out violently, yet the broken branches and leaves continued to regrow, looking extremely adamant and resilient. The black pieces continued to encroach their opponent's territory, feeding on them and forcefully tore into their matrices. At that moment, Yi Futian felt an extremely mystical aura emanating from Liu Zong. It was a very formidable spiritual power. He then felt that all the other 8 around Liu Zong seemed to have melded into a single, inseparable entity. Spiritual sharing. Yi Futian wore a concerned expression. Liu Zong was a terrifying spirit elementalist cultivator and he was learned in many arts. At that moment, Yi Futian felt as if he was holding all 9 of them together as one with his spiritual powers, enabling all of them to communicate their wills effectively. Furthermore, their play styles complemented and reinforced each other's. Powerful indeed, Yi Futian said to himself secretly. It seemed that Liu Zong was just how Yi Futian thought him to be. If it was something that he was able to figure out, then Liu Zong would have been able to arrive at the same thought. Liu Zong and he shared certain thoughts, after all. Streaks of lightning sword aura descended from the skies, the flashes disappearing in an instant, incredibly sharp. A terrible gust of sharp aura whipped throughout the chessboard. Many looked at the chessboard and trembled within. Are they really playing chess here? The chessboard at the moment looked like a true battlefield instead. 18 mighty ones all stepped onto the board and played as pawns themselves. Their bodies dropped with every piece placed. 2 extremely violent auri clashed with each other. Celestial Dragon Chess Game. At that moment, many were vaguely able to see a boundlessly terrifying dragon coiling on the chessboard. Its claws were as sharp as blades, shimmering with cold light. Dazzling sword matrix appeared at its abdomen. When a piece was placed, the sword matrix tore at the board, crushing everything in its path. However, Liu Zong's body served as the center of their side. The ancient tree's branches and leaves all turned golden, and Liu Zong seemed to have taken the form of a golden ancient Buddha. The voice of the Buddha rumbled through the air when he placed a piece. The golden leaves and branches turned into golden arms, defending against the game's terrifying onslaught. A chess battle. Under the workings of freedom mediation, Futian seemed to be seeing a true chess battle being fought using matrices. It was no longer simply a game of chess. It was a show of force being refined to the extreme from the art of chess. Liu Zong had forced the Celestial Dragon chess game to bring its most formidable might to bear. The dragon emerged and danced in the air. At that moment, all 8 players beside Liu Zong were subjected to extremely terrifying pressure, especially Zhu Zi. Her face had turned pale and she breathed heavily. Her clothes were drenched in sweat and her fair skin was vaguely shown through her dress, making her look very alluring. However, she was unable to pay any heed to that at all. Such was the force of the pressure she was being subjected to at the moment. The Celestial Dragon chess game felt as if it had no weaknesses and there was nothing that could be exploited. The placing of every piece seemed to only serve to amplify said force. The shadow of the dragon became increasingly powerful and it eventually brought its massive body to bear. With the next piece placed, a sharp claw lashed out in the air, tearing everything in its path. The end seemed to be right before their eyes, and Liu Zong and his people seemed to be near defeat. Not good. The faces of many changed at that scene. With the Celestial Dragon chess game bringing such terrifyingly killer move to bear, Liu Zong's force seemed to be at the edge of dissolution. However, Futian frowned at the next piece placed. He took a look at Li Kaishan who placed the piece and was puzzled as to why that piece was placed there. There were other better options which would have cut off one of Liu Zong's arms, crushing some of Zhu Zi's pieces. Yet at the same time, Liu Zong placed a piece first. He had taken full control. The sky changed with that move. Many felt as if the Buddha's arms lashed out at the incoming dragon claw. The expressions of Yang Xiao and the others turned grim. Yet another piece was placed and Liu Zong countered without hesitation. The Buddha's attacks melded into one, lashing out at the arm of the dragon. A fearsome illusion appeared. The dragon claw shattered and a part of the game it belonged to was gobbled up right there and then. It was a game formed with pieces laid down by Li Kaishan. That move should have been the sharpest edge of the game, and yet, it broke at that very moment. Liu Zong, some called out. Is he going to win? Countless held their breaths in and waited, locking their gaze at the chessboard. Liu Zong had actually gained the upper hand. Yang Xiao and his people continued to place their pieces. They looked rather pale. The chessboard did not take one's playing level into consideration when deciding the victor. The amount of power all players were able to bring to bear was the same. Finally, when Liu Zong placed yet another piece, the dragon's abdomen suffered a crushing blow, and it was bisected right there and then. The game was broken and it completely shattered. The 9 interconnected dragon matrix was broken. The eyes of Yang Xiao and his people froze at that very scene. Yang Xiao lifted his head and looked deeply at his second brother, Li Kaishan, but he eventually said nothing. Yang Xiao smiled and said to Liu Zong, "Congratulations." The game dispersed when he finished. The crowd was in an uproar. It's broken. Liu Zong actually broke the chess game left behind by the chess saint. He will be taking the chess saint's expectations and art. That is Liu Zong for you indeed. A top-notch genius like no other. Everyone was in awe. However, Futian was seen frowning. He turned his eyes at Liu Zong and then to Li Kaishan, sporting a peculiar expression as he did. He recalled someone saying, Li Kaishan, the second student of the chess saint, is an honest man. But was he truly honest? The Celestial Dragon chess game should not have had openings or weaknesses, yet openings and weaknesses had appeared. Chapter 744, Yi Futian turned his eyes at everyone celebrating. Liu Zong was, after all, a successor of the saints of a sacred ground of Eastern State, a proud genius tutored by the three saints of Shihua Sacred Mountain. It was naturally a wish of the people to have him break the celestial dragon chess game. Yi Futian turned his eyes at everyone celebrating. Liu Zong was, after all, a successor of the saints of a sacred ground of Eastern State, a proud genius tutored by the three saints of Shihua Sacred Mountain. It was naturally a wish of the people to have him break the celestial dragon chess game. Everyone was happy for him. Yi Futian did not what to think about all that. The art of chess was never something absolute, and there were always choices when placing one's piece. There was no way he could stand out and accuse Li Kaishan of going easy on Liu Zong. One owned up to one's choices in chess. Victory or defeat, what was done was done. Even if Yi Futian were to stand out and point out that there would have been better ways to play that move, it would simply have been the case of an outsider having a clearer view of things. It would have been a testament saying that he was a very adept chess player, and it would not be okay to accuse Li Kaishan of going easy on his opponent. It was not something only Yi Futian understood. Yang Xiao and the rest knew that just as well. The fact remained that the celestial dragon chess game was broken. Even if Yang Xiao were to say that that particular move should not have been made such at that time, it would have simply meant that his second brother had not been as good a player. It would have done nothing to take away Liu Zong's victory in breaking that game. Yang Xiao and the others simply stared at Li Kaishan for a while. If it had been other high-level chess players from the Chess Saint Villa making one such move, none of them would have felt anything wrong about that. However, it was Li Kaishan, Yang Xiao's junior and the senior of the other 7 younger juniors, who made such a move. Everyone knew well what his proficiency at chess should have been like. The 8th and 9th brothers might have made small mistakes at such points. However, Li Kaishan was the second student of the Chess Saint and such mistakes should not happen with him. Yang Xiao turned his eyes to look at Liu Zong. He smiled and said, "The celestial dragon chess game has been broken. Congratulations." Even if Li Kaishan did go easy on Liu Zong in that one particular move, Liu Zong's proficiency at chess was still out of this world in more ways than one. As a player, Liu Zong's chess skill was comparable to any of the 9. Furthermore, Liu Zong had to be in charge of leading his team of 9 players to break the game, which in itself had been a frighteningly incredible feat. As such, Liu Zong was still the best candidate there was. "You're too kind, senior. I just happened to be lucky," Liu Zong said without any hint of glee. Some of the people by his side, however, were the ones who were excited, such as Zhu Zi. She smiled at Liu Zong and said, "Liu Zong, the celestial dragon chess game was infinitely intricate. Among all under the Saint Plane to be found in the Eastern State, you were probably the only one capable of breaking that game. There are many talented and capable people all over. What you said was too much of an exaggeration." Liu Zong shook his head. "Liu Zong, you're being too humble," Han Jing said. He came to truly experience the true ferocity of the celestial dragon chess game in that one game. If it had not been Liu Zong taking charge of things, he would have lost very early. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, just like Zhu Zi. Everyone around them continued singing praise after praise for Liu Zong. The celestial dragon chess game was finally broken after being opened for over 2 months, and everyone felt excited. The breaking of the game would add further prestige and glory to Liu Zong's reputation. Yang Xiao turned his eyes at the crowd. Everything came to an end with the breaking of the celestial dragon chess game. However, he seemed to feel someone watching them at that moment. He turned his eyes to one face. That face was none other than Yi Futian. "Is there anything you'd like to say, Palace Lord Yi?" Yang Xiao asked. Yi Futian nodded slightly. "Truth to be told, I'm planning to try my hand at the celestial dragon chess game today, but with the game already broken, I shouldn't be bothering you any further. However, if I were to simply leave without giving it a go, I'm afraid I'd have regrets. So then." Yi Futian shook his head and wore a bitter smile as he elaborated. He had spent so long running simulations and doing preparations, but in the end, he did not even get a chance to try the game. It was indeed something to feel regretful about. The celestial dragon chess game was ingeniously intricate. He had spent tens of days working hard on perfecting his way of chess, not only because he wanted to get his hands on what the chess saint left behind, but also because he had developed a genuine interest in chess. And the Celestial Dragon chess game was considered the pinnacle of the art of chess at his current level of proficiency. Yang Xiao smiled and said, "Well, since you have been preparing for the challenge for so long, Palace Lord Yi, I suppose you can try one game." "Brother, the game has been broken. There is no need to keep the game around. Why all the extra work?" Li Kaishan said calmly without a hint of emotions. "Second brother, everyone here are our guests, and Palace Lord Yi has been preparing for the Celestial Dragon chess game for a very long time. Regardless if he were to actually be able to break it, I see it necessary to give him a chance at it. One game wouldn't have taken very long after all," Zhu Gongzi said. Li Kaishan did not say much after hearing that. He looked at Yi Futian and nodded plainly. "Palace Lord Yi, if you'd please." Yang Xiao waved and smiled. Brilliant lights shone on the chessboard. "Thank you, Senior." Yi Futian stepped forward, and 8 others beside him stepped onto the chessboard as well. Like how it was with Liu Zong, Yi Futian intended to challenge the game with a team of 9 players as well. Liu Zong looked at the chessboard with rather amused eyes. Back in the day when Yi Futian battled Mo Jun and Zhu Zi in chess, he had learned of Yi Futian's frightening proficiency in the art of chess. It had been many days since then, and he was curious if the Palace Lord had learned anything new since. The ones who stepped onto the chessboard with Yi Futian were incredibly formidable in their own right. The Sword Saint, Jiyu Dongliu, Zhuge Mingyu, Hua Jiyu, Yu Sheng, Huang Zhouge, Shu Qiu, and Yi Wuchen were on the board with him. There were others who did not play, as the team was chosen based on who Yi Futian thought was most suitable to play the Celestial Dragon chess game. The game was like a chess battle, and therefore, they were to challenge the game as if they were to go to battle. The pieces were weapons coalesced with their respective power of rules. All 9 of them were on the chessboard. Jiyu Dongliu and Yu Sheng went to the front while Huang Zhouge and Yi Wuchen took the back. Yi Futian stood at the center, Zhuge Mingyu and Hua Jiyu by his side. The Sword Saint took the rear, and Shu Qiu was assigned to a corner behind as well, looking rather awkward. Yi Futian activated Freedom Meditation. The chess spirit appeared within his life palace. All 18 players stood on the board of the chess spirit, reenacting the scene before Yi Futian's eyes in his life palace. The Celestial Dragon chess game was formed with 9 interconnected chess matrices without a fixed pattern. There were near-infinite changes in them instead. Every single piece changed with the changes that occurred before. As such, Yi Futian needed to run simulations at real time, but what was more important was for him to lay out his own matrices properly, keeping them from being gobbled up by the game itself. What was to happen next was a test of the fruits of his crazed labor in chess training over the past 2 months. "After you, Senior," Yi Futian said to Yang Xiao as he was prepared to play. Countless eyes locked onto the chessboard at that moment. Yi Futian and his party looked incredibly solemn, and simple matrices began to appear on the respective corners they took, making everyone feel that the game was indeed a serious one. The mysterious, intricate mood made it clear to the spectators that Yi Futian and his party were truly there to break the Celestial Dragon chess game. Yang Xiao waved and placed his first piece. The second game to be played on that day began right there and then. Yi Futian waved his hand and placed a piece as well, exuding incredibly mystical power of rules, as if the space around that piece was to be frozen. Li Kaishan placed another powerful piece. Jiyu Dongliu placed a formidable piece after that. While it was Jiyu Dongliu who placed that piece, it had actually been Yi Futian who had instructed him where to place his piece. Jiyu Dongliu and the others did not train in the art of chess. One person to play a game of chess for 9 players? Everyone's eyes sparkled and stared at Yi Futian. The thought was soon verified, as Yi Futian was indeed playing a game of 9 all on his own. However, his game consisted of 9 different power of rules and was played in 9 different styles. While it was actually one person who was manning the pieces, it seemed like 9 different people were playing in a team instead. Liu Zong locked his eyes on Yi Futian. It was apparent that Yi Futian shared the same thought as him. Both understood that the Celestial Dragon chess game was not something that could be broken by a single person. Only a play style that mirrored his would have a chance at succeeding at the challenge. As one piece after another was put onto the board, a formidable power of rules emanated just like before. The game brought its greatest might to bear in a short period of time. Liu Zong fixed his gaze on the game, and his eyes turned increasingly serious. He had never thought that such a formidable genius would have emerged from the barren state in his generation. The pieces placed by the 9 players on the board came to manifest in 9 different styles and 9 different formations. The pieces placed by Jiyu Dongliu felt like a river of swords with incredible force, and the ones at Yu Sheng's corner brought incredible raw strength to bear. Both players complemented each other and resisted the Celestial Dragon chess game's attacks at the forefront. Huang Zhouge's matrices felt like a tremendously powerful volley of arrows. Every single piece he placed felt threatening. Yi Wuchen's pieces on the right looked as if they were flickering in and out of existence, tangible and intangible at the same time, waiting to strike with lethal force by exploiting the smallest weakness found. Every single player's playstyle was unique, yet their powers and abilities melded perfectly as if they were the smaller parts of a machine that was the whole game. In truth, however, it was Yi Futian who was doing almost all the work. He alone played 9 different roles, playing 9 different styles to fight the Celestial Dragon chess game. Such abilities made him something like a grandmaster in the art of chess. Sage Wanxiang looked at the chessboard and his eyes shone with mystical light. Yi Futian was truly the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, chosen by the shared will of the barren state itself. He embodied the future of the barren state. That one game would be the very first time he truly shone in the eastern state. While his plane was low, it was only a matter of time before all throughout the 9 states learned his name, and in time, no one would have dared look down on him like how he was being treated in Chess Saint Villa. Yang Xiao, Li Kaishan, and the others looked on with sharp eyes as they grew increasingly serious, taking on the game with all they had. They never expected to feel such pressure on them, the magnitude of which did not pale in comparison to the last match in the slightest. Li Kaishan placed his piece with incredible might. It was as if a wild, violent battle-axe was brought down on his opponents, cleaving a straight line. Shu Q, go 3 by 9, Yi Futian said. The 9 at Yi Futian's side did not take turns to place their pieces, manning their own positions per Yi Futian's instructions. Shu Q's placement of his piece struck hard on the most vital point of the Celestial Dragon chess game. Despite standing at the rear corner, every single piece he placed felt like a lone assassin whose presence was undetectable, yet his killing intent and moves were unmistakable. Fighting matrices with matrices, Yang Xiao mumbled to himself as he looked at the board. He finally realized what Yi Futian was trying to pull with his game. The 9 interconnected matrices on the Celestial Dragon chess game had been completed at that moment on the board, but Yi Futian did not make any countermeasure to prevent the formations from being formed. He did not even seem to have such intentions in the first place. However, with the Celestial Dragon matrix, the black pieces were formed of 9 interconnected matrices. Furthermore, there were sub-matrices within the matrices. Jiyu Dongliu and Yu Sheng worked as a single unit, the formations of Huang Zhouge and Yi Wuchen worked as one, Hua Jiyu and Zhuge Mingyu formed a single entity, while Shu Q and the Sword Saint developed their respective forms, with Yi Futian manning the entire game. The scenario that appeared on the chessboard seemed to be a game designed to resist the Celestial Dragon chess game taking form, countering offense with offense. The Celestial Dragon chess game had no weaknesses, and as such, there was no need to look for weaknesses. One simply had to bring an even greater force to bear in order to break the game. Chapter 745. While the people on Chess Peak did not play chess at a very high level, they were still capable of understanding the chess battle taking place on the chessboard. While the people on Chess Peak did not play chess at a very high level, they were still capable of understanding the chess battle taking place on the chessboard. 2 opposing forces continued clashing with one another, looking like an actual battle as opposed to when Liu Zong broke the game. How is he able to do all that? Zhu Zi looked at what was taking place on the chessboard, feeling rather irked. Princess Zi, Yi Futian's chess skills aren't too bad. That much had been proven when he was battling Yu and Mo Jun. This game here will become a classic. Liu Zong said to Ju Zi, who was standing beside him, "There is no need to be prejudiced towards him, Princess Zi." Ju Zi's dark eyes looked at Liu Zong, on that warm smile, on his plain-looking face. She smiled and nodded slightly, feeling impressed by Liu Zong's bearing. "Just call me by my name," Ju Zi said gently. Liu Zong looked at her and she turned her eyes away. Her shy demeanor brought a smile to Liu Zong's face. "Zi, just appreciate the game," Liu Zong said. Ju Zi shuddered and her smile grew increasingly bright. Things on the chessboard turned increasingly intense. At that moment, Yi Futian had been running the simulations on the chessboard in his life palace at full force. Possible later moves based on the actual game were being simulated at breakneck speeds. It was as if the board intended to calculate all possible changes. A rumble sounded as the fourth student of the chess saint placed his piece. An intensely heavy pressure bore on the chessboard in an instant. The body of the dragon leaned heavily on the matrices that Yi Futian and his party had laid out. Yi Futian and the other 8 all felt incredibly powerful pressure on their shoulders. It was as if a true dragon was circling right above their heads. "Yu Sheng," Yi Futian called. Yu Sheng placed a piece on the central region of the chessboard. A tremendously ferocious storm whipped across the board at the very moment that piece was placed, resisting the pressure from the dragon. A devil-like figure was seen standing tall. A piece was placed on the other side. At a remote corner, the dragon swept its tail, intending to crush all the pieces around it. "Eldest brother," Yi Futian continued. He had the sword saint, his eldest brother, place a piece. The pieces at the rear swept like a matrix of blades when his piece was placed, intending to cut off the dragon's tail. The formations laid by the pieces of rules truly brought their truest powers to bear. Everyone trembled within. What they were seeing in their minds was no longer a game of chess, but a true, ferocious battle. Both sides continued placing their pieces, and every piece brought with it incredibly terrifying changes. The might on the chessboard became extremely violent. Every piece had to be placed with meticulous thought. Yang Xiao's expression was solemn. He had never expected to be dealing with 2 such formidable challenges within a single day. Yi Futian stepped onto the celestial dragon chess game right after Liu Zong and he was able to stand his ground, clashing head-on. "Allow me." A voice was heard. It was the voice of Li Kaishan. He stepped out and used his own body as a piece, landing in a corner. One piece after another crumbled in an instant. Li Kaishan's silhouette was seen at a spot right between Yu Sheng and Jiyu Dongliu, facing Yi Futian. Many pieces were devoured right there and then. "Third brother," Yi Futian called. Jiyu Dongliu made a move. He took a small step forward and stood at a spot. Tremendously powerful sword aura swirled and shot forth like a river of swords, crashing down on many pieces on the other side, returning fire with fire. Yang Xiao's wife stepped out and landed on a spot. When her piece was placed, Yi Futian and the others vaguely felt a powerful chill. It was as if a bone-chilling force intended to freeze the game as it was. Zhuge Mingyu took one step forward, leaving Yi Futian's side. She stood beside Jiyu Dongliu. Her move merged the pieces of a huge region into a single entity, breaking the freezing seal right there and then. One silhouette after another was seen walking out. All 9 of them were no longer placing pieces on the game, they were making themselves into pieces and clashed with the other side personally. Both sides continued to trade blows and yet, none were able to break the formation of the other. The celestial dragon chess game was at its completed form right there and then. A true dragon seemed to have taken its place on the chessboard, and it was a force materialized by the formation of the pieces on the board. Li Kaishan placed a piece that went straight for the core of Yi Futian's formations. That dragon seemed to have lashed out with a slash with an axe, cutting up a path forcefully. Yi Futian had Yu Sheng placed yet another piece, resulting in the entire force at his side to concentrate on Yu Sheng's location. Yu Sheng seemed to have turned into an immutable ancient god. The celestial dragon chess game did not have weaknesses, but there was no way Yi Futian would simply let the game exploit his openings without a fight. The other side continued placing their pieces, and Yi Futian dealt with them seriously. He seemed to be able to see 9 boundless figures of ancient gods on the chessboard, which were manifestations of the players on Yi Futian's side. Not only did the formation they had weaved not have any weaknesses, but they had also gone to lean on their opponents, forcing their hands. A game of chess with weaknesses to exploit, Yang Xiao said. The game that Yi Futian played was unexpectedly similar to that of the Celestial Dragon chess game. 9 matrices interconnected with each other, enabling the power of the entire game to be focused on one single player. The spectators watching the game felt their minds tremble. They were, of course, able to see that the game that Yi Futian and his party was playing was no weaker than the Celestial Dragon chess game itself, with both sides resisting each other with equal force. The pieces on the chessboard grew in numbers. Yang Xiao looked at the game at hand with an unusually serious expression, hesitating to place a piece. Despite his formidable capabilities at chess, it became incredibly difficult for him to place a piece right there and then. Any missteps would have easily cost him the entire game. "Brother, I'll leave this move to you," Yang Xiao said to Li Kaishan. Li Kaishan's expression was an alarmed one. He gazed at the game and stayed silent for quite a while. A tremendously powerful pressure washed throughout the entire game. Chess Peak was unusually quiet at the moment. Everybody stared at the terrifying illusions on the chessboard. Li Kaishan made a move after a while, placing his piece at one spot. With that piece placed, the Celestial Dragon chess game brought its most lethal move. The dragon, which was coiled up on the chessboard, opened its mouth wide, chomping down on everything below. Its claws tore at the air before it. The sword aura below its abdomen swirled and its tail swept about. A piece was placed, triggering the entire Celestial Dragon matrix. It brought the most powerful attack to bear, intending to thoroughly crush Yi Futian's game. The spectators held their breath. It was as if they were able to feel all that pressure on the board. Will Yi Futian be able to withstand the most powerful attack the Celestial Dragon chess game is able to muster? Li Kaishan was adept at offensive powers given that he trained in martial arts and was thought to be peerless. At that moment, his capabilities manifested on his way at chess. Yi Futian looked at Li Kaishan calmly and called out, ordering Yu Sheng to place a piece somewhere, blocking the trickiest attack from the other side. "Eldest brother, allow me to continue," Li Kaishan said again. "Very well." Yang Xiao nodded in agreement. Li Kaishan placed another piece. The resulting attack did not weaken, it had gotten even more ferocious. Yi Futian continued defending. All 9 figures seemed to have taken their places, controlling the dragon on the board, resisting its attacks. "We shall end this," Li Kaishan said calmly. His eyes looked incredibly sharp and he brought an extremely overbearing might to bear, unbefitting of his usual peaceful demeanor. The Celestial Dragon chess game seemed to have been revitalized with that piece placed. One piece after another was destroyed, and the defense that Yi Futian and his party had held up began to crack. "You lost." Li Kaishan looked at Yi Futian and said, "But being able to come this far speaks volume of your proficiency at chess nonetheless. Have you really taken a good look?" Yi Futian looked at Li Kaishan and asked, "What?" Li Kaishan frowned and went to cover the entire game with his will. He realized that Yi Futian's pieces had seemed unshackled and relieved when those pieces before were destroyed. With the redundant pieces all taken apart, the places that all 9 of Yi Futian's party had taken seemed to have locked the dragon down instead. Li Kaishan began to look worried at that moment. Yi Futian lifted his hand and a piece appeared. He looked at Li Kaishan and said, "Mr. seems to have been a little too anxious in securing a victory. This piece is actually a move I have developed by understanding how the Celestial Dragon chess game works, and this move is precisely the one I was urged to take when I was challenging the game with Liu Zong back then." He dropped the piece in his hand as he finished. All of Yi Futian's pieces came to life when that piece was dropped. The 9 interconnected matrices formed a single entity. The sword matrix, blade flashes, and all attacks were all brought to bear on that enormous dragon at the same time, locking the dragon down thoroughly. The space seemed to have been halted. One white piece after another disappeared without a trace right there and then. Countless eyes were fixed on the chessboard at that very instant. The spectators felt their minds raging as they witnessed the white pieces disappear. Had this been Yi Futian's plan all along? He actually planned one such sure-kill game right from the start? This is all just too frightening. In actuality, Yi Futian had been running simulations of that chessboard in his life palace in a frenzy, simulating a myriad of possible changes, and that happened to be one of them, which was also the quickest way to end the chess battle. Li Kaishan had given him a chance, due to being too anxious, in securing a victory. Yi Futian had played with 9 different playstyles in a game all on his own to resist the attacks of the Celestial Dragon chess game. Eventually, all 9 styles melded as one, locking down the dragon and breaking the game. Liu Zong and Yi Futian broke the Celestial Dragon chess game within a day. Marvelous. Yang Xiao said, "Your proficiency at chess has indeed reached the level of a grandmaster, Palace Lord Yi. The way of chess that you have used against the Celestial Dragon chess was actually derived from the game itself. You're indeed the #1 genius in all of the Barren State." "I was just lucky," Yi Futian replied humbly. Yang Xiao shook his head. "If the game was continued and even if second brother did not play as he had, I still wouldn't have had any certainty of being able to beat you, Palace Lord Yi. In the end, you probably have other tricks up your sleeve." Yang Xiao had actually acknowledged that Yi Futian's proficiency had reached such heights. That was marvelous. That game was indeed incredibly well played. "It could have even been the most splendid chess battle I've ever seen in my life," Liu Zong said with a smile. Everyone looked at Liu Zong, seeing how he did not seem to mind Yi Futian having broken the Celestial Dragon chess game. Chapter 746. Everyone on Chess Peak was feeling that they had not seen enough yet. Everyone on Chess Peak was feeling that they had not seen enough yet. 2 people broke the Celestial Dragon chess game consecutively within just a single day. No one thought that things would have come to this. With 2 people having broken the Celestial Dragon chess game, it was now a question of who the item left by the chess saint should belong to. Many wore peculiar expressions on their faces as they looked at Yang Xiao and the others. Probably Liu Zong. After all, according to the rules, Liu Zong was the first one who broke the game. At the very moment the Celestial Dragon chess game was broken, the requirements were already fulfilled, which meant that the item that belonged to the chess saint should have been bestowed upon Liu Zong. However, since Yi Futian wanted to try his hand, the 9 students of the chess saint gave him the chance at it. The rules were still as they were. It was something that the chess saint set, after all. "Palace Lord Yi, you're indeed extremely talented in chess. I was reluctant to believe it when Ninth Brother brought it up before, but you have indeed proven to be more exceptional than what Ninth Brother described. We at the Chess Saint Villa will always welcome you here should you find any chance to visit us in the days to come. You're welcome to borrow any materials related to chess found in Chess Saint Villa," Li Kaishan said to Yi Futian in a calm, composed tone, showing immense admiration for him. Yi Futian glanced at Li Kaishan and knew what Li Kaishan meant behind those words. While his talent at chess was acknowledged by all in Chess Saint Villa, there was simply no way he would be able to inherit the lineage of the chess saint. This had also verified Yi Futian's speculations that Li Kaishan had indeed intended to help Liu Zong out. "Thank you, Mr. Yi Futian nodded with a smile, not saying much. The lineage was something that had belonged to Chess Saint Villa and the game was indeed broken first by Liu Zong. As such, he saw no reason to forcefully demand the lineage, thinking only that the lineage was not fated to be his. However, their trip to Chess Saint Villa and him staying behind to learn chess, neither proved to be a waste. Having developed such superb skills at the art of chess, Yi Futian felt he had gained a great deal out of the trip. The rules set by Chess Saint Villa state that the one to break the Celestial Dragon chess game is to be bestowed with an item belonging to our teacher. However, since both Liu Zong and Mr. Yi have both broken the game, I have to admit that it is quite troubling for me, Yang Xiao smiled and said. "Eldest brother, all requirements were already fulfilled the very moment the game was broken. While Palace Lord Yi also broke the game, it was simply adding brilliance to a present splendor. Why should you feel troubled, eldest brother?" Li Kaishan said, looking at Yang Xiao. Both of them had demonstrated exceptional skills in chess. If it had not been Liu Zong who went to play the game first, it would have been Yi Futian who ended up breaking the game. But you're right, second brother, rules are still rules. This chessboard was forged by our teacher, which is now to be given to Liu Zong, Yang Xiao added. Li Kaishan nodded and said, in that case, let's invite Liu Zong to come to Chess Saint Villa with us. Yang Xiao did not respond to that comment and went on to look at everyone present. It was indeed a fortunate turn of events for Chess Saint Villa to have the Celestial Dragon chess game broken twice today. Any who have participated in breaking the game today are welcome to head to Chess Saint Villa with me. As for all the others, I will throw a banquet at Yujing House to entertain guests for all corners of the world, and you will be welcome to stay. Chess Saint Villa had always been the place where the chess saint trained in peace. Yujing House below the mountain was Yang Xiao's territory, and it was indeed the more suitable place to throw large-scale events for entertaining guests. All right. Everyone present nodded and smiled. They too would have liked to see the ending of the event themselves. It was rumored that the chess saint was to sit silently and pass in peace soon. However, it was something that had yet to be verified. No one actually knew much about the truth, even now, and Liu Zong was probably going to find out soon, which piqued the interests of those present. Both of you, if you'd please, Yang Xiao said, looking at both Liu Zong and Yi Futian. They nodded and headed for Chess Saint Villa. The 9 elders went on to clear their respective games. Everything thus far had ended. The Chess Saint Villa was hidden in Jinghua Mountain, surrounded by matrices and shrouded in misty clouds. If there was no one from the villa itself providing guidance, it would have been near impossible for anyone outside to find out the true location of the Chess Saint Villa. After passing through the matrices which generated the misty clouds, they saw a grand villa before their eyes, standing regal and divine. They arrived beneath the stairs and Yang Xiao looked up as he walked up the stairs, which led to the great hall at the highest point of the Chess Saint Villa. The place was the Chess Saint Palace, the very place where the chess saint trained in peace. Please. Yang Xiao pointed his finger and guided, bringing all of them up. They all walked until they arrived beneath the stairs of the Chess Saint Palace before they stopped altogether. Yang Xiao turned around and looked at his brothers in training, saying, the Celestial Dragon chess game has been broken twice today. The chessboard left behind by our teacher shall be bestowed upon Liu Zong, but since Yi Futian also broke the game, I'd like to bring both of them to visit our teacher. I assume you all will not be against such a decision? Li Kaishan frowned slightly. Is eldest brother trying to let teacher decide the outcome himself? I don't. There is any reason for us to doubt your decision, eldest brother. All the other students nodded in agreement. They saw no reason to object to having the chess saint make the decision instead. Even Li Kaishan found no reason to object to such a decision, and he stayed silent instead. Well then, since none of you are against the decision, that settles it. Yang Xiao looked at the others and said, while 18 people were involved in the breaking of the game this time, the ones who gave the instructions were Liu Zong and Yi Futian. As such, I can only bring those two to see my teacher. I assume none of you will mind that. Naturally, Zhu Zi said, and all the others nodded. While all of them had indeed wanted to see the chess saint, they knew that the ones who broke the game were indeed Liu Zong and Yi Futian. Going to see the chess saint personally was akin to having a shot at inheriting the lineage of a saint, and it was only natural for them to stay out of it. The Grand Palace felt like stars scattered all over the heavens. The entire place felt like a game of chess with no boundary, with unpredictable changes lying about everywhere as soon as one stepped into the place. Liu Zong and Yi Futian were both able to feel that the place was a terrifying grand matrix. If one were to simply intrude, there was no doubt that they would end up dead. A figure was seen sitting on the floor at the front of the palace, looking like a statue totally devoid of life. Teacher, Liu Zong bowed and greeted the figure sitting cross-legged on the floor. Dazzling lights shimmered all over the place soon after. Blinding lights shone about the figure as if a great matrix had just been activated. Why are there two? The figure said in a fleeting voice. He opened his eyes and gazed at Yi Futian and Liu Zong. Both were able to feel an extremely powerful pressure weighing down on them. Teacher, both of them broke the Celestial Dragon chess game, and as such, I brought them both before you, Yang Xiao elaborated. My name is Liu Zong, pleased to make your acquaintance, elder. Liu Zong bowed and said. My name is Yi Futian, pleased to make your acquaintance, elder. Yi Futian cupped his hands. Liu Zong of Shihua Sacred Mountain. The figure cast his gaze on Liu Zong. While he was at Saint Plain and concerned himself little with the affairs of his juniors, he knew a thing or two about Liu Zong from others. Liu Zong was a proud son of Shihua Sacred Mountain and was touted as a saint of the future. He was being tutored by 3 saints and the most renowned youth in all of the eastern state. Indeed. Liu Zong nodded. What about you? Where are you from? The chess saint looked at Yi Futian and asked. I'm from the Holy Ji Palace, sacred ground of the Barren State, Yi Futian answered. The Barren State, the chess saint murmured to himself. Teacher, there was a shift in leadership in the sacred ground of the Barren State more than a year ago. Yi Futian took over the place of Palace Lord as a noble. He has exceptional talents. He single-handedly gathered people with 9 different playstyles in one place and went on to break the celestial dragon chess game, Yang Xiao elaborated. The chess saint glanced at Yang Xiao. It seemed that his first student held Yi Futian in very high esteem, which meant that the young man indeed sported incredibly exceptional skills at chess. For someone to inherit the place of Palace Lord while still a noble, I'd assume you to be of exceptional talent. What made you come all the way here to Chess Saint Villa in the Eastern State? The chess saint asked. Barren State is at a weakened state for not having produced a saint for years. Having taken over as Palace Lord of the sacred ground of the Barren State, I'm compelled by my responsibilities to venture outside of the Barren State, Yi Futian said with a calm voice, even if the one he was talking to was a saint. Of course, he already felt that the one he was talking to was not the actual saint. The truth probably differed from the rumors, which said that the chess saint was about to pass in peace. The chess saint nodded slightly and said, Your responsibilities are heavy and the road ahead of you is long. If you're willing, you're welcome to remain in Chess Saint Villa to train as one of us. There are many items that I have left behind in Chess Saint Villa, and you're welcome to use any of them to further your training. Yi Futian was dumbfounded as he looked at the chess saint. He had a sense of peace inside, knowing the choice of the chess saint. The chess saint had allowed him to remain in the villa to train as one of his students, making him the 10th student in Chess Saint Villa. To many, the opportunity to become one of the students of the chess saint was incredibly tempting. I thank you for your generosity, but given that I now am the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, it would be rather inappropriate for me to train here as one of your students. I hope you understand. It is fine. The chess saint nodded. Please leave us for the moment. Indeed, elder. Yi Futian nodded and retreated, turning around to walk outside the hall. Yang Xiao gazed at Yi Futian's silhouette, which he thought looked rather bleak. He must be very disappointed. However, it was an ending that Yang Xiao had predicted as well. Liu Zong of Shihua Sacred Mountain was taught personally by 3 saints. His prestige and status in Shihua Sacred Mountain, even in the Eastern State as a whole, were unlike any other. Talent aside, Liu Zong's network of acquaintances and resources for training were not something Yi Futian would be able to compete with. While it was true that Yi Futian was exceptionally talented and a palace lord of a sacred ground in the Barren State, anyone in the chess saint's shoes would have picked Liu Zong instead in such a situation. Regardless of the ending, Yang Xiao believed he had given his best to intentionally speak in favor of Yi Futian. As he said, his teacher was the one to make the final decision. Liu Zong was calm throughout the entire conversation. It was not a surprising end to him. While Yi Futian indeed had top-notch talent, and Liu Zong admired him as well, it was hardly able to change anything. Yi Futian walked outside Chess Saint Palace and looked at the sky far away, taking a deep breath. While he never hoped for much out of this visit, he would have been lying to himself if he said that he did not feel dejected in any way. However, that feeling of dejection had little to do with not earning the lineage. It was instead because, despite him being a palace lord of the Barren State, he was deemed insufficient compared to Liu Zong in the eyes of saints of the Eastern State. Like the chess saint said, Yi Futian's responsibilities were heavy and the road ahead of him was long. Yi Futian walked down the stairs after adjusting himself mentally. The ending was something entirely out of his hands, but at the very least, he worked hard and he got something in the end. He was able to tell that what he saw was not the actual body of the chess saint himself. The chess saint probably held secrets. Everyone beneath the stairs saw Yi Futian walking down, and Zhu Zi smirked plainly. Things proceeded as expected and nobody was surprised. Sage Wanxiang and the others sighed silently. He gave all he had and it still was not enough. This is probably the reality of things, and things look brutally real. Chapter 747. Yi Futian walked down the stairs and came to Sage Wanxiang and the others. Yi Futian walked down the stairs and came to Sage Wanxiang and the others. The others knew what it meant, seeing Yi Futian walking out first. Hua Jiyu went up and held Yi Futian's hand. She felt rather dejected. She had been paying close attention to all that Yi Futian had done, his efforts, persistence, and finally, his achievements. However, in the eyes of the saints of the Eastern State, he still paled in comparison to an heir of sainthood who was being taught by 3 saints. They will know how excellent you are, Hua Jiyu said softly. She had no idea what she should say to console him, but she believed that Yi Futian would, in time, become the brightest light to shine in all of the 9 states. She had no desire for fame, but she did not want to see him being looked down on by others like that. So what if they do? Yi Futian ruffled Hua Jiyu's hair and smiled. Idiot. Brother Yi. Zhu Gongzi walked up and asked Yi Futian, so our teacher chose Liu Zong then? Your teacher's choice was expected. Yi Futian smiled and added, thank you for taking care of us all this while. Zhu Gongzi was speechless. Everyone on Chess Peak saw how wonderfully startling Yi Futian's performance had been that day. Yi Futian's skills at chess were definitely on par with Liu Zong's. From the way he held himself, he might have even been the better of the two, but Zhu Gongzi also understood that it was entirely normal for his teacher to have picked Liu Zong instead. I'm sorry. Zhu Gongzi said rather apologetically, you indeed performed excellently. What's there to be sorry about? Yi Futian smiled and said, you're good yourself. All students of the chess saint played excellently. Brother Yi, if you're not in a hurry, please stay for a little while longer. There will be a banquet thrown in Yujing House today. I have to go drink with you. Consider this as a way to bring closure to it all, Zhu Gongzi said. Yi Futian looked at Zhu Gongzi. With the event over, he had initially thought of packing up and leaving soon. He had learned to play chess here, and as such, he deemed the trip worthwhile. The fact that he was unable to get his hands on the item of the chess saint simply meant that he and the chess saint were simply not meant to be acquainted further. In that case, he saw no reason to cling to it and was preparing to leave. However, Zhu Gongzi had indeed been a good person and this host had been good to him. As such, he saw no reason to refuse, nodding and saying, all right then. Yeah. Zhu Gongzi nodded. So will you be waiting at Yujing House or will you be waiting here with me for them to come out? I'll head to Yujing House myself. Just stay here and wait for your brothers, Yi Futian said. Don't bother. I'd have nothing to do with them around anyway. I'll just walk you down the mountain then. Zhu Gongzi said nonchalantly, third sister, we'll be on our way. Just go. The third student of the chess saint said, exasperated. But both she and her husband, Yang Xiao, were very accommodating to their 9th brother. He was the youngest, after all. Li Kaishan and the others remained where they were, waiting. Zhu Zi and the others were there as well, glancing at Yi Futian's party plainly as they left. Yi Futian was simply out of luck having to compete with Liu Zong in breaking the Celestial Dragon chess game. If Liu Zong had not been around, that lineage of the chess saint would have been Yi Futian's. Inside Chess Saint Palace, the chess saint turned his eyes to Liu Zong and said, Liu Zong, you're a cultivator from Shihua Sacred Mountain and a student of 3 saints. Now that you're here in Chess Saint Villa, I assume you know that I'm not actually here then? Yes indeed. Liu Zong nodded and said, from what I heard from my teacher, you seem to have ventured into that place and have never come out since, senior. Indeed. The chess saint nodded. My physical body remains trapped there even as of this very moment. Liu Zong turned his eyes at the statue-like figure before him. He had not expected someone as formidable as the chess saint was trapped too. That place might have actually been as terrifying as it was rumored to be. But still, he would conquer that place sooner or later. I will pass down part of my lineage to you. All 9 of my students will be following you starting from this very day to work with you. You'll also be welcome to use all resources in Chess Saint Villa as you see fit, the chess saint added, and Liu Zong knew what he meant. He nodded naturally, seemingly to have understood that this was part of everyday life, not in the least bit surprised. The chess saint went to address some other matters, talking not just to Liu Zong but to Yang Xiao as well. Both of them walked out of Chess Saint Palace after quite a while, heading for the bottom of the stairs. Li Kaishan, Zhu Zi, and all the others were waiting there. Most of them smiled seeing Liu Zong emerge. That was probably the wish of everyone present, and things turned out to be as perfect as expected. The banquet at Yujing House was a grand one. The proud sons and daughters present came from all over Eastern State for the Celestial Dragon chess game. With the event over, many found it to be a rare thing to have so many of them gathering in one place. Liu Zong, the chief, and the others have descended the mountain and came to the villa. I heard from the chief that he was walking half a step behind Liu Zong. Do you all know what that means? Someone said. Everyone was seen with a smile on their faces. They all knew what such a phenomenon naturally meant. That meant that the chess saint had picked Liu Zong to be his true heir instead of any one of his students. Even Yang Xiao, the eldest student, would need to follow Liu Zong's orders from there on out. Liu Zong of Shihua Sacred Mountain, a legendary figure under the tutelage of 3 saints. What happened today is considered to be what everyone wanted to happen, and all that took place at Chess Saint Villa will probably spread far and wide, becoming the talk of the Eastern State soon enough. Indeed. I'm rather curious about how far Liu Zong will be able to go in the future. At the moment, many turned their eyes in another direction. Yi Futian, Zhu Gongzi, and the others were sitting. Many of those who were looking at them silently sighed. Being able to break the celestial chess game meant that Yi Futian was indeed an extremely rare genius. At the very least, he had superb talent in the art of chess. It was indeed a pity that Liu Zong was around as well. A group of people was seen emerging, and it was none other than Yang Xiao, Liu Zong, and the others. Yi Futian turned his eyes at them, and Liu Zong's eyes coincidentally met his. Liu Zong then nodded at him with a smile. Yi Futian returned the courtesy. Regardless of what happened, Liu Zong had never offended him. Yi Futian was still feeling that he was unable to figure Liu Zong out even at that very moment. It was said that Liu Zong was knowledgeable in a lot of things and had many abilities. He had even researched old Buddhist sutras and knew his books well. He was an extremely comprehensive, well-rounded genius. Yi Futian was able to tell from how Liu Zong had broken the Celestial Dragon chess game that the man was exceptional. Liu Zong was able to go that far without having a chess spirit doing all the simulations in his mind. That feat was extremely formidable. Liu Zong turned his eyes away, and someone from his side walked towards Yi Futian. The handsome figure came to Yi Futian's side. It was none other than Mo Jun, Liu Zong's junior. He twisted his brow a bit and said to Yi Futian with a smile, "Palace Lord Yi, my senior asked me to deliver a message." "What would that be?" Yi Futian asked. "He said that he wanted a word with you after the banquet." "I will come to get you in due time," Mo Jun said. Yi Futian's expression turned funny, puzzled at why Liu Zong wanted to see him. "All right." Yi Futian did not refuse. He felt curious about Liu Zong as well. Just what kind of a person is he? He was wondering if he would get a glimpse of Liu Zong's personality from that meeting. "Thank you, Palace Lord Yi," Mo Jun said. He nodded and smiled before turning around to leave. The way Mo Jun went about his business did not offend Yi Futian in any way. Yi Futian would not have agreed to it otherwise. Liu Zong did not stay at the banquet for long and no one was surprised. It was said that Liu Zong enjoyed his own company. It would have been a surprise if he were to stay for long. Liu Zong was standing at a pavilion in one of the compounds of Yujing House. A figure was seen walking quietly there, Li Kaishan, second student of the chess saint. Li Kaishan walked up to Liu Zong and stood there quietly. Congratulations, Li Kaishan said quietly to initiate the conversation. It was just a process. Nothing to congratulate me for, Liu Zong replied softly, no hint of elation in his tone. At the very least, the process was accomplished perfectly, Li Kaishan said. Same goes for you. I'll help you out in the next orthodoxy battle. Liu Zong looked ahead. I hope you won't disappoint in finding a way to achieve sainthood. I'm not just doing this for myself. I'm doing this for my teacher as well, and you're the most suitable candidate to accomplish this, Li Kaishan said. I know, Liu Zong said. He never doubted that for a single second. Liu Zong. A voice was heard, and a beautiful woman was seen walking up to them, smiling and saying, surprised to find Mr. over here. Li Kaishan turned to look at Ju Zi, smiling and saying, I'll excuse myself. He then left right away. Ju Zi walked up to Liu Zong and asked, I hear that you like your own company instead of that of others. Is that true? Liu Zong looked at Ju Zi, smiling as he shook his head. There were few in the world who understood what was going on in his mind. That depends, Liu Zong smiled and said. What about my company then? Ju Zi looked up at Liu Zong, feeling a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and added softly, Will I get to walk with you in the future? Liu Zong turned his eyes to Ju Zi and knew what she meant. It was obvious that she was confessing her feelings to him. Liu Zong extended his hand and touched Ju Zi's face, which turned incredibly red in an instant. Liu Zong, upon seeing her reaction, smiled and continued, If you'd be willing to, Zi. Yeah. Ju Zi nodded slightly before turning around, leaving with flighty steps. She said, Of course I'm willing. She went outside afterward and ran into Mo Jun and Yi Futian coincidentally at the exit. She looked up at both men and continued to leave with a smile. Yi Futian's expression turned funny looking at her. It was rare to not have Ju Zi look at him with cold eyes. It seemed as if she had just experienced something happy. Brother, Palace Lord Yi is here, Mo Jun said as he walked to Liu Zong's side. Liu Zong turned and said, You may go. All right. Mo Jun left. Liu Zong pointed at the pavilion and said, Have a seat. Regardless of who had been here before, be it Li Kaishan or Ju Zi, Liu Zong hardly moved, yet he invited Yi Futian to take a seat as he saw Yi Futian coming. That was probably some detail Li Kaishan and Ju Zi did not pay any heed to, but the subtle gesture spoke of Liu Zong's attitude towards Yi Futian. No need for that. We'll talk, standing. What is the matter? Yi Futian said in a straightforward, matter-of-fact manner. I'd like to invite you to participate in the Nine Palace Forum, not to witness the event, but as a representative of a sacred ground of the Barren State, Liu Zong said. The Nine State Forum was to be held in the Shihua Sacred Mountains. Liu Zong was a student of 3 saints, which meant that he had great influence in Shihua Sacred Mountain. As such, that invitation was not said for fun. If he wanted to invite the Barren State, it was very possible that he would have actually been able to pull it off. Why? Yi Futian's expression looked peculiar. He was hardly acquainted with Liu Zong. As such, he was puzzled as to why Liu Zong did this. A saint has not emerged in the Barren State for years. It would be difficult for your efforts alone to have Barren State stand tall again. Why not seek outside help? I can help Barren State stand tall and look after the people of Barren State in the next Battle of Saints. When the Battle of Saints is held, I'm afraid there will be few beneath the Saint Plane who can beat me, Liu Zong said with extreme confidence. You haven't answered my question. Yi Futian continued. Why is Liu Zong helping me and helping the Holy Ji Palace? The world thinks that I like being a lone wolf. But do you know why I behave as such? Liu Zong said looking at Yi Futian. I don't know, Yi Futian answered plainly. There was no way he would have known what was going on inside Liu Zong's mind. Because there are hardly people in all of the Eastern State worthy of walking with me. Arrogance was practically bursting out of that short sentence of his. He then looked at Yi Futian and said, You are one of those few people, and I'd like you to join me in creating a new era. Chapter 748, Yi Futian turned his eyes at Liu Zong. So, this is the real him? Yi Futian turned his eyes at Liu Zong. So, this is the real him? He had felt something about Liu Zong that he was unable to understand before. He had an impressive and exceptional background, a student tutored by 3 saints and possessed supreme talents, a saint of the future and an idol of all youths of the Eastern state. Even the princess of the sacred dynasty fell in love with him. Furthermore, he was humble and polite, holding himself with an exceptional bearing, all of which made him very amicable. Even those proud sons and daughters were all willing to help him break the celestial dragon chess game, seeing themselves to be accessories. It was easy to see that Liu Zong was one of the few who stood at the pinnacle of his generation, a figure who enjoyed extreme prestige. Yet at that very moment, Liu Zong did not bother masking any of his arrogance with words. It was something innate, surpassing that external air of pride demonstrated by Mo Jun, his junior. The very reason he spent his time alone was that he detested having to spend time mingling with common people. He deemed few in the entire Eastern state were worthy of walking alongside him. He had turned his eyes away from competing with people of his generation a long time ago. His ambition was far greater. He wanted to create an era. What era are you talking about? Yi Futian asked calmly. Liu Zong wore a plain smile and turned his deep eyes to Yi Futian. He was rather surprised. Yi Futian was too composed after hearing his words. Yi Futian was not shaken at all. Liu Zong had been right about Yi Futian. The man before him was destined for great things. An era which will enable the barren state to shine once again, Liu Zong smiled and said. If Yi Futian's goal was to make the barren state great again, Liu Zong deemed it to be something rather easy. Yi Futian looked at Liu Zong and said, "You might have overestimated me. My current goal is a simple one. I just want a saint to emerge in the barren state to prevent our sacred ground from being taken apart. Furthermore, this is my mission as the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, which I will see to its completion." Liu Zong looked deeply at Yi Futian. While Yi Futian did not say it explicitly, it was obvious that Yi Futian had rejected his invitation. There might have been a variety of reasons why Yi Futian did so, but Liu Zong did not bother guessing why. It was a rejection, clear and simple. From his perspective, he would still achieve great things in the future. The reason why Yi Futian rejected the invitation was actually simple. As a student tutored by 3 saints, Liu Zong was immensely arrogant. His pride was something etched into the very core of his being. Despite inviting Yi Futian to walk alongside him, it was obvious that he had not done so because he wanted to create a new era along with Yi Futian. That much was obvious from how he had invited the Holy Ji Palace to participate in the forum, making promises to help make the barren state great again. The point where he talked about helping mighty ones from the barren state in the Battle of Saints made it apparent that Liu Zong was drawing people to his side. If the barren state indeed became great again, the barren state would become part of his power base. Before Yi Futian arrived at the pavilion, he saw Juzi leave smiling, who remained all giggly even after seeing Yi Futian, who she resented. A tinge of embarrassment was seen in her eyes. It was apparent that Juzi was infatuated with Liu Zong, and she did not bother concealing such feelings. Yi Futian was able to guess as to why she behaved in such a way. It was obvious that Liu Zong had done something to buy her over as well, but Yi Futian did not bother trying to figure out what had Liu Zong had actually done to her. Regardless, it was impossible for someone like Liu Zong to simply fall into the trap of emotion like Juzi. While Juzi was indeed pretty, she was not strikingly gorgeous and her personality was ordinary, which meant that she had no way to steal Liu Zong's heart easily. It was apparent that Liu Zong was simply using her. All that meant was both men would be incapable of walking side by side for long. If Yi Futian had agreed to Liu Zong's invitation, it would have only been a matter of time before they had serious disagreements. Liu Zong was hardly bothered by Yi Futian's rejection. He nodded nonchalantly and said, "To each his own. You're of exceptional talent and will one day achieve sainthood. I look forward to what it holds for the barren state in the future. You have my thanks." Yi Futian said, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Liu Zong nodded slightly, and Yi Futian turned around to leave. Liu Zong sighed in pity as he watched Yi Futian leave, but what happened was expected. A person who was capable of breaking the celestial dragon chess game on their own would inevitably have immense pride. Only someone who had broken the game knew how difficult it was to do so. Liu Zong had studied it for many days, and he knew what Yi Futian being capable of breaking the game meant. All paths were interconnected. If one was capable of such feats in chess, they would be just as impressive with their cultivation training. After Yi Futian returned, Zhuge Mingyu asked curiously, "What business did Liu Zong want with you?" "Second sister, Liu Zong's ambitions are terrifying. He wanted me to join him in creating a new era. Maybe he doesn't like the era where the sacred grounds in Eastern State are on par with each other." Yi Futian smiled and replied. "He has good eyes, knowing to come for you and all." Zhuge Mingyu smiled faintly and said, "What did he offer you?" "He offered to make the barren state great again and to help with the Battle of Saints," Yi Futian answered. "Sounds interesting." Zhuge Mingyu smiled. "With the event in Chess Saint Villa over, what do you plan on doing next? Are you going to participate in the 9-State Forum? The 9-State Forum will be held in Shihua Sacred Mountain, but since they look down on the barren state, there is no need to go be a part of the ruckus," Yi Futian said. "Right." Zhuge Mingyu smiled as she nodded. She was thinking the same thing. The ordeal they had gone through on this trip irked them somewhat. Shihua Sacred Mountain was a sacred ground of the Eastern State. There was simply no reason to go kissing up to them and be part of an event that the barren state was not even invited to. It would have made them look more desperate instead. Emissary from Shihua Sacred Mountain seeking permission to see Palace Lord Yi of the Holy Ji Palace. A voice was heard from outside. Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyu were both dumbfounded. Everyone around them lifted their heads to look outside. Yi Futian then said, "Please, come in." A figure was seen walking in from outside. It was a middle-aged man whose aura was reserved, yet he sported incredibly bright eyes. He looked at Yi Futian and the others around him. Yi Futian and the others had seen him before. He was one of the people who came to Chess Saint Villa from Shihua Sacred Mountain. "What's the matter?" Yi Futian felt curious. He and his second sister were just talking about Shihua Sacred Mountain a moment ago and an emissary showed up. As the person claimed to be an emissary of the sacred ground, the invitation would have been an official one. For many years, the barren state has hardly had any relations with the other 8 states and never participated in the 9-State Forum, as the barren state was easily overlooked every time the forum was held. Now, news of the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace visiting the Eastern State personally reached the ears of the saints of Shihua Sacred Palace, which then reached the Chess Saint Villa, and I was ordered to officially invite the Holy Ji Palace, sacred ground of the barren state, to participate in the 9-State Forum, he said. Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyu looked at each other. They had just been talking about not attending the forum since they were not invited. Now, there was an emissary extending a formal invitation to them. While it was just one person extending the invitation and it was done rather unceremoniously, it was nonetheless a show of sincerity on Shihua Sacred Mountain's part. Is this the will of the saints of Shihua Sacred Mountain or Liu Zong's will? Yi Futian asked as he was compelled to verify the invitation since it was only moments ago Liu Zong talked about the matter. If it happened to be Liu Zong's personal will, there was no need for them to show. "I came as an emissary, and as such, I'm naturally representing the will of Shihua Sacred Mountain. This is something I dare not lie about, and there is no need to be alerted, Palace Lord Yi," the man answered. "Yeah, it's just me overthinking things." Yi Futian nodded and said, "All right, in that case, the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State shall attend the 9-State Forum in time." "Very well, I shall return and report to Shihua Sacred Mountain to prepare for a proper welcoming of Palace Lord Yi." He then bowed, excused himself, and left. Yi Futian looked doubtful after the man left. Is this really a coincidence? Or was it that Liu Zong had already known about the news but chose to keep it secret for the moment? The possibility of the latter was entirely possible. If he had agreed to Liu Zong's proposal, then Liu Zong would have been doing him a personal favor instead. However, at this point, none of that mattered, and Yi Futian decided not to keep thinking about it. "Interesting," Zhuge Mingyu smiled and said. Both Sage Wanxiang and the Sword Saint walked up to them. Sage Wanxiang then asked, "The Nine-State Forum is an event that even nobles from all 9 states are welcomed to participate in. Shall we return to the Barren State and rearrange our personnel? The best of all nobles to be found in the Barren State are probably all here right now." Yi Futian chuckled and laid his eyes on Yu Sheng. "I heard that the hosting sacred ground in every 9-state forum presents a holy item as a prize." "Indeed." Sage Wanxiang nodded and added, "It is a show of strength taking place under the table. That is how the rules work in every forum held. A holy item is something that even a sacred ground could not afford to ignore. They will, of course, fight for it with all their might," Yi Futian said. The first time Kong Yarrow of Jisheng Cliffs visited the Barren State, he was unable to do anything to threaten the place due to not having a holy item with him. It was for that very reason he got more people to bear on the Barren State, bringing several holy items. That also meant that holy items were incredibly precious. While sacred grounds usually kept a good number of them, they would not easily bestow any of those items to their own members. Furthermore, those items were managed by saints of the sacred grounds and were passed down through the generations. Every single item was immensely precious. Will the strongest nobles from all 9 states be there? Huang Zhouge's eyes sparkled. It was a pity that he had already become a sage, however, there would still be many top-notch genius sages there still. The very reason they ventured outside the Barren State was to get to know more of the geniuses of the 9 states, and the forum worked similar to the holy roads in the Barren State. The difference between the two was only in scale. Send a message back to the Barren State, spread the news to all of the students of the Holy Ji Palace. Anyone who would like to meet superior nobles, bring them to meet us at Shihua Sacred Mountain, Yi Futian said. While most of the best nobles in the Barren State had gathered around him, the 9-state forum was still a very huge stage, which meant that it could serve well to temper the powers of the students of the Holy Ji Palace. It would also allow them to meet geniuses from all of the 9 states, making it a rare experience. Yi Futian was compelled not to waste the opportunity since they already decided to participate in the event. All right. Sage Wanxiang nodded as he had similar thoughts himself. The 9-state forum was an incredibly rare opportunity for the young generations to get to know the world better, making preparations for people of the Barren State to venture out to all other 8 states in the future. No. Don't limit this to just the students of the Holy Ji Palace. Deliver the news to all major forces in Barren State. Any top-notch nobles are welcomed to participate in the event, Yi Futian added. The Holy Ji Palace was the sacred ground of Barren State and they served as leaders of the Barren State. As such, they needed to see things further instead of simply limiting their sight to the students of the palace. Many of the younger generations of top-notch forces were of exceptional talent. If they were given the chance to grow, they would become a part of Barren State's power. Sage Wanxiang smiled and nodded. He was naturally happy that Yi Futian was able to think like that. It was how a leader of the sacred ground of the Barren State should see things. Chapter 749, Shihua Sacred Mountain was located in the central western region of the Eastern State and was known as one of the 2 most powerful forces of the Eastern State together along with the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Many of the great figures throughout the Eastern State graduated from Shihua Sacred Mountain. Shihua Sacred Mountain was located in the central western region of the Eastern State and was known as one of the 2 most powerful forces of the Eastern State together along with the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Many of the great figures throughout the Eastern State graduated from Shihua Sacred Mountain. There were 8 saints in all of the Eastern State, with 3 of them residing in Shihua Sacred Mountain. They were the force with the most number of saints. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty ranked right behind Shihua Sacred Mountain and placed more weight in lineage through blood. As such, most proud sons and daughters of the Eastern State were most willing to study at Shihua Sacred Mountain. Shihua Sacred Mountain was located in Futian City, which was famous throughout the world for housing the sacred ground. It was also the 2nd largest city in all of the Eastern State, with the largest being the holy capital of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The Great Zhou Sacred Capital was, after all, the only hegemony in Eastern State. Even after the Eastern State balkanized, the holy capital of the great Jew sacred dynasty remained the largest city in the Eastern State. Compared to many of the old forces with lineages tracing back to the great Jew sacred dynasty itself, prosperity in Futian city felt more vibrant and had greater fluidity. After all, the history of the holy capital was set in stone. Futian city differed in that its borders were still expanding, with rumors saying that the city would one day replace the holy capital as the largest city in all of the Eastern State. At the moment, the 9-state forum to be held in that great city added greater vigor to the place. Many mighty ones from all over the Eastern State were flocking into that very city. The 9-state forum was held once in 3 years, and the event was held in different states each time, which meant that if the event was to be held in the Eastern State again, it would only happen after 24 years, even with the loss of the barren state's right to hold such an event. The 9-state forum allowed for people to meet geniuses from all 9 states. It was anyone's guess how many people such a grand event like that would have attracted. Furthermore, the people of other states would also visit Futian city as well. Futian city was, at the moment, filled to the brim with mighty ones. Countless legendary figures gathered from all over the world. Young people of exceptional bearing were found all over the streets. There were some who joked that with Futian being such a lively, prosperous place, one could have pointed in any direction and they would end up finding some renowned figure in the Eastern State, or at the very least, their juniors. While the claim was little more than a joke, the truth was not so far off. The restaurants and inns all over Futian city were all filled with guests. The subjects they talked about all had to do with the 9-state forum one way or another. Many were seen drinking and chatting away in one of the luxurious mid-air towers in Futian city. I wonder what Shihua Sacred Mountain will offer as a prize in the 9-state forum this time, someone said with a smile. Being able to host the 9-state forum is an incredible honor in itself. While the holy items are precious, the hosts are still sacred grounds and they hate losing face in front of other states more than anything else. As such, the prizes of current forums have been stronger than previous ones, and Shihua Sacred Mountain will definitely not hold back. Furthermore, the 9-state forum will allow Shihua Sacred Mountain to gain a good number of young geniuses from all over the Eastern State. Someone replied, but Shihua Sacred Mountain is still the one hosting the event, so they'll definitely put in a lot of effort to win the prize. They won't have to give it to people from the other states then. Many laughed. What was said was probably what every single force hosting the event in the past had thought. 9 states or whatnot, just the Eastern State itself is vast enough. It's definitely quite an event to look forward to, given how many legendary people are gathered at one place, competing with people of the other states. I wonder who will reign supreme in this 9-state forum. Where will that person be from? I sure hope it's someone from our own Eastern State, someone said enthusiastically. Beating geniuses of other states and enjoying glory like none other, that is probably the dream of every single genius out there. It was said that anyone who reigned supreme in the past forums has become saints, so long as they didn't end up dead during the process. Someone actually looked into the past records of people who reigned supreme in the forums. With the exception of those who died in the process, there have never been any exceptions. It's something expected of the one able to stand at the top of the 9-state forum, after all. Once every 3 years and those who perished are taken out of the equation. You can easily tell how few and far between these people are. I heard that even the barren state is going to participate in the forum this time. The barren state has not produced saints for many years and seldom mingled with the other states. It seems like they're somehow being isolated by the others, and this is the first time in many, many years that they are participating in the 9-state forum. I wonder how far they can go this time, someone said all of a sudden. News from Yujing City had reached Futian City. That will sure be difficult. Someone added, the barren state is isolated from the other 8 states and they don't have saints. One can already tell how difficult it is for them to fight geniuses from other states. Although I've heard that the current palace lord of the barren state was of exceptional talent and even defeated Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs, just how many years has it taken the barren state to produce that one noble plain palace lord? It's due to his exceptional talents that they made an exception to make him a leader of the barren state, right? Great things are expected of him. This is apparently something that cannot be replicated. Furthermore, even Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs could hardly be considered top-notch at the stage of the Nine-State Forum. You're right. While Qin Zhong is indeed known to be the #1 noble of Jisheng Cliffs, the other states are far bigger than Yu State alone. Yi Futian was also said to be the most talented person to have emerged from the barren state in many years. Even if he was able to defeat Qin Zhong and participate in the forum, there was no guarantee that he will be able to go all the way to the top. Furthermore, it was said that he broke through the Sage Plane and is no longer able to participate in the event. As for the others, it would be considered an incredible feat if they could even show what they're made of at such a huge stage. Everyone talked about a lot of things and the subject kept going back to Yi Futian one way or another, as many were concerned about what happened in Yujing House. Yi Futian had caused quite a commotion there. Indeed, but this Yi Futian is still really something. He actually broke that celestial dragon chess game left behind by the chess saint. I'd like to see him in action. Too bad that the one he had to compete with was Liu Zong. The chess saint chose Liu Zong to be his heir, and it was said that all 9 students of the chess saint followed Liu Zong to Futian City. It was a pity, alright. It was an extremely incredible feat for a guest from the barren state to be able to break that game. Too bad the one he was competing with was Liu Zong, the same Liu Zong who is tutored by 3 saints. The people kept on with their chatter. They did not bother hiding their respect for Liu Zong whenever the name of that young man was brought up. There was hardly anyone else like him in the entire Eastern State. What the people of the Eastern State found truly regrettable was that Liu Zong had never actually participated in the Nine-State Forum. He was a grade 2 noble 6 years ago. Although he had been very exceptional, even back then, there were plenty of geniuses at the pinnacle of noble plane. Regardless of how exceptional he had been, it was still impossible for him to be able to surpass the differences in grade. When the forum was held 3 years ago, Liu Zong had already become a sage, and that had always been one of the greatest regrets of the people of the Eastern State. However, they would be able to see some powerful nobles from all over the Eastern State show their abilities in this forum hosted by Shihua Sacred Mountain of the Eastern State. A group of people sat in a corner of an open-air restaurant, drinking and eating. They looked relaxed, and it was natural for them to have picked up the chatter around them. Such restaurants were the place where news spread at breakneck speed, enabling one to pick up information from all over the place. A girl within the group smiled and looked at a handsome young man of the same group when she heard all the chatter about Yi Futian and Liu Zong. That group consisted of none other than Yi Futian and his people. The ones around them had no idea that the talk of the town was sitting right beside them. No one actually knew those who were being talked about. What do you think? Huang Zhouge smiled and said to Yi Futian. What he was able to hear from the chatter was that, even if Yi Futian were to participate in the forum, he would not be able to achieve much although he had defeated Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs before. Furthermore, his achievements at Chess Saint Villa seemed to have been entirely overshadowed by Liu Zong. The people of the world would have never bothered with finding out details about the process. They cared only about results and outcomes, and it was Liu Zong who ended up getting the lineage of the Chess Saint, and the 9 students of the Chess Saint were now his subordinates. Yi Futian's eyes rolled and looked peculiar. He took a look at Yu Sheng and then went on to look the others. With the barren state being isolated from the rest of the world, he had gotten used to being looked down upon by others. He had already become a sage and was now palace lord of the barren state's sacred ground. His task at the moment was to lead the people from the barren state to participate in the event itself. He cared little about what people of the Eastern State thought about him, and he deemed it meaningless to care. Those people claimed that the barren state would not be able to achieve much this time, and it was already an incredible feat if they were even able to show the world what they had. As such, he went on to look at Yu Sheng. "What are you doing looking at me?" Yu Sheng asked, concerned about the peculiar way Yi Futian was staring at him. The others looked at Yu Sheng, which frustrated him somewhat. He put down his chopsticks and went on to stare at the others. "Can't we just eat normally?" "Nothing. Carry on," Yi Futian smiled and said. Right, nothing indeed, Shu Qiu said as well. Eat more. You'll need that extra strength. The others began to keep eating and drinking while the air felt a tad peculiar. Yu Sheng went on to glare at those people. What the hell is with all of your expressions? Huang Zhouge laughed, recalling the time he had fought against Yu Sheng in the Sage Hall. He was not able to help but feel cold all over. Despite having become a sage, he would have still been very, very reluctant if he was told to fight Yu Sheng right there and then. He began to feel pity for the legendary geniuses of the other states, mourning for those people deep down inside. He hoped that they would be lucky enough to avoid fighting Yu Sheng. Roar! A cry of the condor was heard in the air. Yi Futian lifted his head and saw a black-winged condor coming at him with a figure seen standing on its back. Let's go, Yi Futian said. The group then put down their bowls and chopsticks and left. They came to rest beside that black-winged condor before leaving by air. They reached a palace somewhere shortly afterward. The black-winged condor dived and landed in the palace. Yi Futian stood on the bird's back while keeping his eyes forward. He found quite a number of familiar faces among the people before him. For instance, Zhuge Qingfeng, Yang Jun, Palace Lord of Fire Emperor Palace, as well as his son, Li Futu. His wife, Xiong Jian, and a student of the Holy Ji Palace, Xiong Jiqin, were there as well. Other than that, there were still many others around. Bing Yi and Chu Shong of Mortal World were familiar faces who came with other mighty ones from Mortal World. The way they looked at Yi Futian was different from how they looked at him all those years ago. Yi Futian had once been a nobody and now, Yi Futian was a young leader of the barren state. All hail Palace Lord. They all paid their respects. Other than students of the palace, all the others present hailed from notable forces from the barren state. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He then asked Zhuge Qingfeng, "What are you doing here, uncle? I haven't been out of the barren state for a long time. I figure it'd do me good, coming out for a bit." Zhuge Qingfeng smiled and said. Yi Futian's action of venturing outside the barren state and participating in the 9-state forum caused others to venture out as well. They were all pioneers. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,